Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. My problem started 5 years ago, back when I was still living in my old apartment. I call it a problem now because that is honestly what it became. At first it was only one strange experience, something I could not explain and could not fully understand. But over time, it turned into something much bigger than one bad night. It became a chain of events that affected not only me, but my whole family. Even now, when I think back on it, there are parts of it that still confuse me. Some parts still frighten me. And some parts one still do not know how to explain in a way that sounds reasonable to people who have never lived through anything like it. At the time the first thing happened, I was 15 years old. It was summer. I still remember that part clearly because the heat of the night mattered. It was one of those warm nights when everything feels sticky and restless, when even trying to sleep feels uncomfortable. Because it was so hot, I decided to sleep in shorts and a small t-shirt. That was all. Nothing about the night seemed unusual before I went to bed. It was just warm, quiet, and late. I remember it was around 11:15 at night, and I was just about to fall asleep. That in-between moment has always stayed with me. The body is heavy. The room feels still. Your thoughts start to drift. You are not fully asleep yet, but you are no longer sharply awake either. I was in exactly that state when suddenly I felt something that made all the sleepiness leave me at once. I felt a cold hand petting my belly. It was under the sheets. That detail matters to me because it is one of the reasons I have never been able to dismiss the experience. This was not some random chill in the room or some sensation on top of the blanket that I could confuse with air or fabric shifting. It felt like a hand under the covers, touching my stomach directly. It moved gently, almost calmly, like someone petting me. I could feel the fingers. I could feel the shape of the touch. And I knew right away it was not me, because both of my hands were under my head. That realization was immediate and terrifying. I was alone in the room. The door was shut. There was no one who should have been there. Still, the hand kept touching me. It kept petting and petting, as if it belonged there. I cannot fully explain the fear of a moment like that unless you have felt it yourself. It is not just fear in the normal sense. It is a kind of deep, physical panic that comes from knowing with absolute certainty that something impossible is happening to your body. You do not get time to reason through it slowly. Your mind races ahead and lands instantly on the fact that there is no normal explanation. I got scared enough that I turned the light on. The second the room lit up, I saw what looked like a shadow going out through the window. That image stayed with me, even though I know how strange it sounds. I did not see a clear human figure. I did not see a face or a person standing there. What I saw was something shadow-like moving away, and it seemed to go out the window. It happened fast, the way startling things often do, so fast that afterward you are left wondering whether your eyes really caught what you think they caught. But I remember it strongly enough that it still feels real to me. That night changed one simple part of my life permanently. Since then, I have always slept with the lights on. Some people may think that sounds extreme, but once you have been lying in bed in the dark and felt a hand touching you when no one is there, darkness changes for you. It stops being just the absence of light. It becomes a space where something can be near you without being seen. Turning the lights on became my way of protecting myself, or at least making myself feel less vulnerable. If that first incident had remained alone, maybe I would have tried harder to convince myself it was a strange sleep-related experience, some kind of dream, panic, or misfired sensation in the half-awake state. But life kept moving, and the strange feelings did not fully leave me. Years later, my life became more difficult because of family problems. Those problems affected me deeply, and I became depressed. My mother was worried about me, and she thought I should go to therapy in Bucharest. Looking back, I understand why she wanted help from me. When a young person is struggling emotionally, families search for answers, and professional help often seems like the safest direction. So my mother and I headed toward Bucharest. Even that trip stands out in my mind because something felt wrong while we were on the way there. As we were driving, I had the strong feeling that someone else was in the car with us. Not a visible person, not someone I could turn and identify, but a presence. It felt like there was another passenger there, unseen but somehow occupying space. I tried not to let it frighten me. I told myself I was anxious, emotional, and probably imagining things because I was already not in the best state mentally. But for the next 2 weeks, I kept feeling things. And seeing things. That is what made it worse. It was not a single moment of discomfort during the drive. It continued. Strange sensations. Strange impressions. Strange experiences I could not shake. I started feeling that maybe something really was wrong with me. Not in a spiritual way, at least not at first. I started wondering whether I was ill. When experiences continue and no one around you can see exactly what you feel, the mind starts turning on itself. You stop asking only what is happening around you and start asking whether something is happening inside you. So I went back to therapy. I told the therapist what I had been experiencing. I told her about the things I was seeing and feeling. I was honest, because at that point I genuinely wanted an explanation. I wanted to know if there was something medically wrong, because even a frightening answer can feel better than total uncertainty. She diagnosed me with schizophrenia. That was a huge thing to hear. It is one thing to be frightened by unexplained experiences. It is another to be told that your own mind may be the cause. A diagnosis like that does not just give you an explanation. It changes the way every future thought and feeling gets viewed. It tells you that what feels real to you may not be real in the way you believe. It tells you that your own senses might not be trustworthy. It places a kind of shadow over every experience you have after that. But my mother did not want me to take pills. The reason for that was simple. She believed I was telling the truth. That part matters a lot to me, because if she had not had her own experiences, maybe she would have accepted the diagnosis immediately and pushed medication without question. But she had felt things too. She had experienced something similar herself. She did not think I was simply inventing things or losing touch with reality. She believed there was something else involved. That was when we started learning more about the apartment. We found out that an old mean man had once lived there, and that he had died of gangrene. I cannot claim that knowing that instantly explained everything, but it changed the emotional atmosphere around what had been happening. Suddenly the apartment did not feel like just an ordinary place where bad things happened to be occurring. It felt connected to a real person who had died there, and not in a peaceful way. People always say that places hold energy. I do not know the science of that, and I cannot prove it, but I know that after hearing about the old man, the apartment made a different kind of sense to us. My family prayed. We used blessings. We tried to push whatever was there out. But according to how we experienced it, the ghost did not want to leave. And after that, the activity seemed to get more aggressive. Things started breaking. The television would turn on and off at 2 in the morning while everyone was asleep. Horrible snoring could be heard. Screaming could be heard. Scratching noises could be heard. And on top of all that, my parents kept fighting for no reason. That was one of the saddest parts of the whole thing. When a presence seems to affect not only objects but the emotional climate of a home, it becomes much harder to live with. A house is supposed to be the place where people feel safest and closest. But ours started to feel tense, unstable, and spiritually heavy. Ordinary life became tangled with these strange events. Sleep was disturbed. Fear became normal. Tempers became shorter. Everyone seemed more affected, more exhausted, and less at peace. Eventually it all became too much. We could not take it anymore. So we moved. That is an important part of the story too, because moving was not just changing houses. It was a kind of escape. We moved into a house built from scratch. A completely new place. New walls, new rooms, new beginnings. In our minds, that mattered. There was relief in leaving the old apartment behind. If the apartment had been the problem, then maybe a new house would mean a new start. No old tenant, no dark history tied to the place, no heavy atmosphere already there. And for a while, that seemed true. Everything went well. Life became calmer. The worst of it seemed behind us. Then, 3 weeks ago, something happened again. That is the part that unsettled me most, because it destroyed the sense that we had fully escaped whatever had attached itself to my life. If nothing else strange had happened after the move, I might have convinced myself that the apartment had been the source of everything, and that leaving it behind ended the story. But then something returned. It started one night when I was in the library. It was getting late, and I had work in the morning, so I decided to go to bed. The route from the library to my room was familiar. To get there, I had to pass a balcony in my brother's room. There was nothing unusual about that path. It was part of the house. It should have felt normal. But as I left the library, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. Not in the vague way people sometimes say that when they are nervous at night. This felt specific. A chill went through my entire spine. It was one of those sensations that begins physically and instantly brings fear with it. My body reacted before my mind had the chance to analyze anything. I knew that feeling. That cold, watchful sensation. It felt as if something was behind me, moving with me, staying close. I hurried. When I reached my brother's room, I felt a breeze across my neck. That startled me badly. It was not just a cool room. It felt targeted. Directed. As though something had moved close enough to me to brush against me. Those little physical touches are often the hardest to dismiss, because they happen to the body so directly. You feel them and react before any rational explanation forms. I got out my phone and called my fiancé. I did not fully understand why I felt such a strong need to talk to him right then, but I did. Maybe I needed the comfort of a trusted voice. Maybe I needed proof that I was still connected to the ordinary world. Maybe I just did not want to be alone in that moment, even if it was only through a conversation. While I was outside talking, I could see a shadow next to me. Then when I turned, there was nobody there. That happened quickly, but it was enough to make my fear rise sharply. It is one thing to feel followed. It is another thing to think you can actually see something near you and then find emptiness where it should be. But even then, I might still have tried to force myself to stay calm. Then I felt 3 taps on my left shoulder. That was enough. I got scared and ran into my room. That detail says a lot about how real it felt to me. Taps on the shoulder are not vague. They are counted. They are shaped. They carry intention. 3 taps means something touched me in a way that felt deliberate. Once that happened, I no longer wanted to stay out there trying to reason through what was happening. I wanted to get somewhere enclosed, somewhere I felt should be safer, even though fear does not always work according to logic. But the presence followed me into my room. I could still feel that chill down my spine. Only this time it became worse. It felt as though whatever was with me wanted to paralyze my body, because my arms and legs started going numb. That was terrifying in a deeper way than the earlier events. A breeze or a shadow is frightening, but numbness spreading through your limbs creates a whole different level of panic. It makes you feel as though your body is no longer fully under your control. Fear moves quickly when your own arms and legs stop feeling right. At that point, I remembered something I had once read in a book about paranormal experiences, spirits, and ghosts. The book had said that if you encounter these kinds of beings, you should talk to them and try to find out what is bothering them. I do not know whether that advice is universally wise or not. I only know that in that moment, scared and numb and feeling trapped in my own room, it was the one thing I could think to do. So I started asking questions. I spoke out loud. And whenever I got the question right, I felt a cool breeze moving around my neck. That part still chills me when I think about it. I cannot give you a mechanical explanation for how I knew I had gotten a question right, except that the breeze seemed to come as a kind of response. It was as though the presence was communicating approval or recognition through cold air. The whole thing sounds surreal when I put it into words, but in the middle of it, it felt like the only thread of communication available. This went on for 2 hours. 2 hours is a long time when you are frightened and half convinced something unseen is in the room with you, affecting your body. Every minute stretches out. Every sensation matters. Every little shift in the air takes on meaning. I imagine from the outside it would sound impossible that someone could endure that for so long, but fear changes your relationship with time. It becomes both fast and slow. You are intensely present in every second, but afterward it feels like one long suspended state. After those 2 hours, the spirit finally left. At least that is how it felt to me. The numbness in my arms and legs faded. I could move again properly. The sense of presence weakened and then disappeared. It was as if the room became mine again. Ordinary again. Or as ordinary as a room can feel after something like that. Even then, I did not want to tell everyone right away. I wanted to be sure first. I wanted to understand who had visited me before I went telling people I had spent 2 hours communicating with a spirit in my room. That hesitation makes sense to me now. These kinds of stories are hard enough to live through, and even harder to tell. Once you say them aloud, you have to face doubt, disbelief, and your own uncertainty all over again. So I tried to piece it together. And this is what I came to believe. The ghost was a woman. She had died of cancer at a young age. And somehow, that was exactly what I thought I had found out from her the night before while I was asking questions. For a little while, I thought that meant it was over. I thought maybe the encounter had a purpose. Maybe she needed to be heard. Maybe she had wanted to communicate something. Maybe now that I knew, she would stop appearing. But it did not stop. Not fully. Since then, every night when I go out onto the balcony, I can feel something there. A presence. Some sort of lingering awareness. Not always dramatic. Not always aggressive. But there. Present. Noticeable. Like the air itself is occupied by something unseen. That kind of ongoing presence is hard to explain to anyone who has never felt it, because it is not always visible, and it does not always produce obvious signs. Sometimes it is simply the undeniable feeling that you are not alone. And that is where the hardest part of the story lies for me. Because the text you gave me ends there, with you saying you need help. That ending feels unfinished, and I want to be honest about that. What you shared tells the story of how the problem began, how the old apartment seemed haunted by the spirit of a dead man, how the activity escalated until your family moved, and how later another encounter came in the new house, this time involving what you believed was a woman who had died young of cancer. It ends with the sense that the presence is still around and that you are looking for help because it has not completely gone away. What stands out most to me in the story itself is how the fear changed over time. At 15, the experience in bed was deeply physical and shocking. It made you afraid of the dark and changed the way you slept. Later, once therapy and diagnosis became part of the picture, the haunting was no longer only about fear of what was outside you. It also became tied to the fear that people might think it was only in your mind. That creates a much more painful kind of uncertainty. Then, when your mother believed you because she had felt similar things herself, the experience became shared. It became part of the family's life. And finally, years later, the encounter in the new house became even more direct, almost conversational, as if what frightened you at first had now become something you were trying to understand. That progression matters. The story is not just about random scary events. It is about trying to make sense of them. Trying to figure out whether the source is a place, a person who died, or something that follows. Trying to decide whether to trust what you feel. Trying to continue with ordinary life while something keeps pressing at the edges of it. The old apartment clearly became unbearable for your family. The breaking objects, the television turning on and off at 2 a.m, the awful sounds, the scratches, the tension between your parents. Those all paint a picture of a home that had become spiritually exhausting. Moving out was not just practical. It was an act of survival. A fresh house built from scratch was supposed to mean freedom from all of that. So when the new encounter happened, it likely brought back not only fresh fear but old helplessness too. That is probably part of what makes it so heavy. It is not simply one more weird experience. It carries the threat that maybe leaving was never enough. There is also something deeply unsettling in the contrast between the two spirits you describe. The first was connected to a mean old man who died of gangrene and allegedly became more aggressive even after blessings and prayers. The second was a woman who died young of cancer, someone whose presence you tried to communicate with in a calmer way. Those are two very different emotional pictures. One sounds hostile and chaotic. The other sounds sad, unresolved, and strangely responsive. Whether or not both of those interpretations are literally true, they reflect the different energies you felt around them. That difference is worth noting because it explains why the later encounter did not feel exactly like the old one, even though both were frightening. I also keep thinking about the way your body reacted in the newer encounter. The breeze on your neck. The 3 taps on your shoulder. The numbness in your arms and legs. These are not just bad vibes. They are embodied experiences. They are the kinds of things people remember vividly because the body does not easily forget them. A person may doubt a shadow seen in the corner of the eye years later, but numbness, taps, and cold contact remain memorable because they feel undeniable in the moment. That is also why it makes sense that you wanted to call your fiancé right away. In frightening experiences, people often reach for someone they trust before they even know why. It is instinct. You wanted connection, witness, grounding, safety. That does not make the experience less real. If anything, it shows how real it felt in your body. What the story ultimately leaves behind is not certainty, but heaviness. A first haunting that begins with a hand under the sheets. A family apartment that slowly becomes unbearable. A diagnosis that complicates everything. A move meant to fix it. And then a later encounter that suggests the problem may not be entirely gone. That is a lot for one person to carry. And because the message cuts off at, "I need help because I do not want to pretend I know exactly what you were going to say next. Maybe you were about to say you do not know what to do. Maybe you were going to say you feel followed. Maybe you were going to say you are scared it will get worse. Whatever the unfinished sentence was going to be, the emotional meaning is already clear. You are not describing this like a story told for entertainment. You are describing it like a burden. That is what makes it powerful. It feels like someone trying to understand the pattern of fear in their life. Someone trying to separate illness from haunting, place from presence, memory from reality. Someone trying to understand why some things leave when prayed over and others seem to stay. Someone trying to make peace with a world that no longer feels entirely explainable. And that is where the story, even unfinished, lands hardest. Not in the shock of one event, but in the long uncertainty after. In 2008, I met a woman who changed my life in a way I never expected. From the very first moment I saw her, something happened inside me that I could not explain. It was sudden, deep, and completely real. I fell in love almost instantly. It did not matter that she was 20 years older than me. It did not matter that she was very ill. It did not matter that her body had already been deeply affected by multiple sclerosis, a disease that everyone around her knew would only get worse. None of that changed what I felt. If anything, it made my feelings stronger, because the more I came to know her, the more I realized how extraordinary she really was. She was one of the most intelligent people I had ever met. She had a powerful mind, a strong personality, and emotions that ran deep. There was something about her that felt larger than the room she was in. Even when she was physically weak, there was a strength in her presence that I cannot fully describe. She could be still, almost quiet, and yet everything about her felt alive. She made me feel calm in a way no one else ever had. Sometimes I would sit beside her, hold her hand, and feel as though the whole world had finally become quiet. In those moments, I felt complete. I felt happy. I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. But from the beginning, there was also another truth living beside that love. We both knew she was going to die. That knowledge hung over everything, even when we did not speak about it directly. It was there in the illness, in the exhaustion, in the limits her body placed on her, and in the sadness that sometimes quietly passed through her eyes. Loving someone when you know time is short is a different kind of love. It is deeper and more painful at the same time. Every moment feels more precious because you know it cannot last forever. Every smile matters more. Every touch matters more. Every silence matters more. I stayed near her with all the love I had, knowing that one day I would have to lose her. I am a spiritual person. I have always believed that what we see with our eyes is not all there is. I have always felt that life is bigger than the visible world, and she believed something similar. That made us understand each other in a way that felt natural. We did not need everything explained in cold, practical ways. We both believed there were truths deeper than what the ordinary world allowed people to say out loud. Then the day came when she died. Even now, that sentence still feels too simple for something that changed me so completely. For the first few days after her death, I was in shock. That is the only honest way to describe it. I moved through those days almost like a machine, not fully present, not fully absent, just stunned. Grief can feel loud sometimes, but it can also feel numb. In the beginning, I did not even know how to cry properly. I only knew that the world had become empty in a way that words could not fix. But even in that shock, I still felt her presence. I cannot prove that to anyone. I only know that I felt it. It was as if she had left physically but had not completely gone. At her funeral, I saw her one last time. And that moment was one of the strangest and saddest of my life, because seeing her there felt strangely connected to seeing her for the very first time. The first time I saw her, I was falling in love. At the funeral, seeing her again felt like that same first moment returning, but in a much more painful form. It was still love. It was still recognition. It was still that deep pull toward her. But now it was surrounded by finality. That was the last time I saw her body, and after that came nothing but solitude. That is the word that fits best. Solitude. Not just loneliness in the simple sense, but a deep spiritual emptiness. The kind that arrives when someone who became part of your inner world is suddenly gone from the visible one. Still, even through all that pain, I was certain of one thing. I believed she was okay. Somehow, deep inside, I felt that she had not been destroyed by death. I felt that she continued. That belief gave me a small kind of peace. Not enough to erase grief, but enough to keep me from falling completely apart. Then winter passed. It had been a long and painful winter, the kind that seems to match grief perfectly. Cold outside, cold inside, everything stripped down and quiet. But eventually spring came, and with it came that strange shift people sometimes feel after loss. The world begins moving again. Light returns. The air softens. And part of you begins to think maybe the worst has passed. Maybe you have carried the grief far enough now that life can begin again in some altered way. I thought I had left the hardest part behind. Then one morning everything changed again. It was a bright day. I was walking through a large sunny street, and at first it felt like a normal morning. Then I saw a woman walking on the other side of the street, and something in me stopped. I looked at her and immediately thought, it is not her. She only looks like her. That was my first reaction, because the alternative felt impossible. I knew she was dead. I knew what I had lived through. So I told myself it must only be someone who resembled her. But I could not let it go. I decided to look more closely. And then I saw the details. Her clothes. Her glasses. Her jewelry. At that point, the shock hit me fully. It was not just someone similar. It was her. Or at least it looked exactly like her. I had never seen her walking before when she was alive, because her illness had taken that from her. But there she was, walking peacefully across the street in front of me. And what struck me most was how graceful she looked. There was no suffering in her movement. No weakness. No struggle. She looked calm, whole, and almost gentle in the way she moved. But then I saw her eyes. And that is where the experience became deeply unsettling. There was something wrong with them. Not wrong in an ugly or violent way. Wrong in the sense that they were not the eyes I knew from life. Her real eyes had been deep blue and often distant, soft in a human way, carrying thought and feeling in the familiar language of the living. But the eyes I saw that day did not feel human in the same way. She looked straight through me with a deep, piercing gaze, and yet there was no ordinary recognition in it. It was as though she saw me completely, but not in the way a living person sees someone they know. She did not react. She did not smile. She did not stop. She did not show surprise. She simply looked through me. I stood there frozen, confused, and frightened all at once. Then she got onto a bus, sat down, and looked at me again. That second look shook me even more. It was as if she wanted me to know she had seen me, but there was still no normal human response. No gesture. No movement of affection. Just that look. Deep, direct, and impossible to understand. I was so frightened that I went straight home and took a shower, almost like I needed to wash off the shock of what had just happened. Even afterward, I kept asking myself the same question. What was that? Was it really her? Was it some kind of spiritual vision? Was it grief doing something strange to my mind? I did not know. I still do not know with certainty. I only know how real it felt when it happened. Some time after that, another strange thing happened that made the whole experience feel even deeper. One day I was walking home, and there on the ground, in the street, I saw a message. True love never dies. That sentence stopped me. It was one of those moments where an ordinary thing, a phrase, a sign, a message in the world, suddenly feels directed at you in a deeply personal way. It did not feel random. It felt like an answer. Or maybe a reminder. Seeing those words made something open inside me. I understood then that whatever was happening between us had not ended with her death. At least not for me. Maybe not for her either. I had told her about my feelings when she was alive. She had never avoided me. She had never tried to run from me. We were very close. But she was also more reserved than I was. She did not show all her love openly. She carried herself with restraint. That was part of who she was. Even when emotions ran deep, she did not always put everything into words or obvious gestures. And yet, deep inside, I always had this powerful feeling that she loved me too. It was not wishful thinking in the simple sense. It felt like a deep understanding. Like one soul recognizing another. I knew she loved me, even if she did not reveal all of it while she was alive. And somehow, after her death, it felt as though she showed me even more. That is the part people may think is strange, but it is the truth of what I feel. Especially during difficult moments in my life, I have often felt her beside me, as if she were there supporting me. Not always in a dramatic way. Sometimes it is only a feeling. A quiet strength. A sense that I am not facing something alone. It is like she stands behind me, holding me up when life becomes too heavy. And at night, that feeling grows even stronger. The nights are different. Her presence feels closest then. It becomes more intimate, more direct, and much harder for me to dismiss as imagination. Sometimes I feel that she comes near me in sleep, but even calling it sleep feels incomplete, because what happens does not feel like ordinary dreaming. Last night was one of those nights when her presence surprised me deeply. I felt her standing over me, completely still, and then I felt her holding my hands and not letting me move. That is one of the hardest things to explain. These dreams, if they are dreams, feel more real than most waking memories. I can feel more than I can see. The sensations are stronger than the images. It is like being inside two worlds at once. My body is there, but my awareness is somewhere beyond ordinary sleep. I cannot control these experiences the way people sometimes control lucid dreams. They happen to me rather than because of me. And in them, I often talk with her spirit. That may sound impossible, but it feels natural when it is happening. We speak in different languages. Some of them are real, Russian, English, French especially, and some of them are imaginary, or at least not languages I know in ordinary life. Yet in those moments, they make perfect sense between us. We talk, and there is even playfulness in it. There is fun. There is joy. It does not always feel heavy or sad. Sometimes it feels lighter than life ever allowed us to be together. That is what makes these experiences so powerful. They are not simply ghostly. They are intimate, alive, full of communication. At the same time, there is something overwhelming about them too. During these encounters, I often cannot move much. Sometimes I feel almost completely held in place. Last night, for example, I felt like a prisoner. Not in a hateful or violent way, but in the sense that I was fully in her presence and unable to act freely. Part of me wanted desperately to hold her, to embrace her, to touch her the way I could when she was alive. But in these experiences, it is different. It is as if she decides the terms of contact, not me. She can kiss me, but I cannot fully hold her. And the kiss is unlike any ordinary kiss. It is not physical in the usual way. It feels electric. Deep. So deep that it almost stops my breath. The first time, it was frightening because it felt too powerful to compare to normal human affection. It was like energy moving directly through me. Even thinking about it now makes something inside me light up. It is difficult to describe without sounding strange, but that is truly how it feels. And after nights like that, my whole day feels brighter. There is a kind of happiness that stays with me. Not ordinary happiness, but something softer and more continuous, like a glow inside me. During those dream encounters, I can feel myself both inside and outside my body at the same time. It is as if part of me remains here while another part joins her in some other state of being. The best part is always looking into her eyes and feeling that endless happiness. In those moments, there is no illness, no funeral, no loss, only connection. I know this may sound strange. I know many people would call it imagination, grief, longing, or a mind trying to keep love alive after death. Maybe some part of that is true. I am not blind to how unusual it all sounds. But I also cannot deny what I feel. These experiences do not feel empty or self-made. They feel shared. They feel like contact. They feel like a continuation of something that death was not able to end. And that brings me to the question that lives at the center of all of this. Is she my soulmate? Because I believe she is. Not just because I loved her deeply while she was alive. Not just because I still miss her. But because even after death, the connection feels unfinished in the best possible way. It feels ongoing. Living love is one thing. Love that remains after death is something else entirely. It suggests that what joined two people was never limited to the body. When I think of the first time I met her, I remember how instantly I loved her. When I think of the funeral, I remember that same feeling returning through grief. When I think of seeing her walking in spring, I remember the terror and wonder of realizing that death may not be the end in the way we imagine. When I think of the message, "True love never dies," I remember how completely it matched what I had already begun to believe. And when I think of the nights when she comes near me, holds me, speaks with me, and fills me with that strange electric happiness, I cannot help feeling that there is something larger happening than simple memory. Soulmates are often described as two people who recognize each other beyond time, beyond ordinary understanding, beyond the surface rules of life. If that is true, then what else could I call this? She was older than me, ill, and moving toward death even when I met her, and yet I loved her without hesitation. She loved me in ways she may not have fully shown while alive, but which feel clearer now. And even after her death, I continue to feel her love in ways that shaped my life. Of course, there's pain in that too. Because no matter how beautiful these experiences are, they do not erase the fact that she is gone from the physical world. I cannot walk beside her in daylight. I cannot sit near her and hold her hand the way I once did. I cannot hear her voice in the ordinary world whenever I want. What remains is different. More mysterious. More fragile in some ways, and more powerful in others. There is also the unsettling side of it. The first sight of her walking in the street terrified me. The way she looked through me disturbed me. The inability to move during these night encounters can still feel frightening. The electric kisses are beautiful but overwhelming. So this is not some simple fantasy of comfort. It contains fear too. Mystery too. The sacred and the unsettling are mixed together, and perhaps that is what makes it feel real. Love that crosses into the unknown would not necessarily feel completely safe. It would feel larger than comfort. Sometimes I wonder whether she is trying to teach me something. Maybe about love. Maybe about death. Maybe about how thin the wall between worlds really is. Maybe the reason these experiences feel so strong is because they are not only about romance, but about transformation. Losing her changed me. Loving her changed me. Feeling her afterward has changed me too. I do not think I can return to a simple material view of life after all this. Too much has happened that points me toward a deeper spiritual reality. And maybe that is why I keep returning to the idea of soulmates. Not because it sounds beautiful, though it does, but because it feels accurate. A soulmate would be someone whose connection to you is not broken by age, illness, death, silence, or distance. A soulmate would be someone whose presence continues even when the visible form is gone. A soulmate would be someone whose love remains powerful enough to brighten your days, visit your nights, and make you question whether dream is even the right word for what is happening. That is how she feels to me. Not like a lost person I cannot let go of. Not like a fantasy. But like someone whose soul is still close to mine. Maybe that is why I do not feel only grief when I think of her. I feel longing, yes. Tenderness, yes. Pain, yes. But also wonder. Gratitude. A strange happiness. If death had truly separated us completely, I do not think I would feel what I feel now. I think I would feel only absence. Instead, what I feel is presence. A changed presence. A spiritual presence. A presence that appears in symbols, in impossible moments, in dreams that are too real, in kisses that feel like electricity, in conversations beyond ordinary language, in a deep certainty that she is not gone in the final sense. And perhaps that is the real reason I ask whether she is my soul mate. Because in my heart, I already know my answer. Yes. I think she is. I am not completely sure when all of this really started. Sometimes, when I try to trace it back, I feel like it may have begun long before I was old enough to understand it. Before I get into the main part of the story, there is one thing I should mention first because I have often wondered if it matters. When I was 4.5 years old, I was in a car accident. It was serious enough that I ended up in a coma for a few days. I was very young, so I do not remember everything clearly the way an adult would remember something like that. But I have always wondered whether an experience that close to death can change something in a person. Maybe it does nothing. Maybe it changes everything. I cannot prove that it is connected to the things that happen later, but I have never been able to stop thinking about it. When I was younger, around 12 years old, strange things started happening to me that I still cannot explain in an ordinary way. They were not exactly hauntings at first. They were more like flashes, strange moments where I would know what was about to happen before it happened. One of the clearest examples took place at school. I had gotten into a fight with a girl in my class. It was one of those situations where both people are angry, embarrassed, and too proud to say anything. We were walking side by side, but neither of us was speaking. The air between us felt tense and uncomfortable. Then, all at once, I had what I can only call a flash. It was not like a normal thought. It was not like guessing what someone might do. It was more like stepping outside normal time for a second. In that flash, I saw the girl hug me. I heard her say, "I'm so sorry. I promise to never do this again." Everything in that moment felt still, as if the whole world had stopped moving while I was inside that tiny piece of time. Then, just as suddenly, I was out of it again. The instant I came back from that flash, she did exactly what I had just seen. She hugged me and said those exact words. That moment stayed with me. Not because it was dramatic in some big public way, but because it was so exact. It was not vague. It was not close enough to count as a lucky guess. It happened exactly as I had seen it seconds earlier. Then, About 2 weeks later, something similar happened again. This time it came through a dream. I dreamed that two of my friends got themselves into a huge problem. When I woke up, I still remembered the dream clearly, but I did not know what to do with it. Dreams can be strange. Everyone knows that. So I did what most people do. I brushed it off and went on with my day. Then the next day, what I had dreamed happened. That was when I started paying closer attention. I know how this sounds. I really do. I have read many paranormal stories in my life, and I know how unbelievable some of them can sound. I also know that people sometimes exaggerate things or turn strange coincidences into something bigger than they were. That is why I want to be very clear. I am not making these things up. I know the difference between telling a creepy story and describing something that genuinely happened to me. There is another strange memory from when I was very young that has always unsettled me too. I remember cursing at God when I was around 4 years old, using really nasty words. The weird part is that I should not have known words like that at that age. It makes no sense when I think back on it. It feels like one of those memories that does not fit properly into childhood, like something dark was already brushing against my mind before I had the language or maturity to understand it. As I got older, the strange feelings changed. They became less about flashes or dreams and more about presence. Whenever I was alone in the apartment, especially when I was around 13, or whenever I was in a certain room, I would feel like something was touching me. Not in a dramatic way every time, but enough to make me constantly aware that I was not fully comfortable there. I also felt a presence. That is the only word that fits. It felt like something unseen shared the space with me. One memory stands out more than the others. I remember lying on the couch one night, very tired. At some point, I felt something touch one of my feet. It was such a familiar feeling that I immediately assumed it was my dog. She had a habit of rubbing against our feet, almost like a cat whenever she wanted to play. So without even really thinking about it, I spoke to her and told her that I was too sleepy to play. Then I turned around. There was nothing there. I checked, still half expecting that maybe she had moved away quickly, but she had not. She was asleep in her usual spot in the kitchen. That should have been a small thing, maybe even an easy thing to dismiss, except it matched the larger feeling I had already been living with. It was not just one touch. It was the constant sensation that something was around me, especially in certain parts of that apartment. Sometimes the presence felt so negative and so frustrating that I did everything I could to avoid going home. That is something people do not always understand about these experiences. It is not always about direct fear. Sometimes it is about dread, irritation, emotional heaviness. You start delaying your return without even wanting to admit why. You stay out longer than you planned. You walk slower. You invent reasons to stop somewhere first. Anything to avoid crossing the door and stepping back into that atmosphere. There was one day when I got so annoyed, so tired of feeling haunted and watched, that I tried using an improvised Ouija board to find out what was haunting me. I know how that sounds. And I also know homemade boards can still be dangerous if you take these things seriously. Mine was extremely simple. I had written letters and numbers on a piece of paper with a pen. It was morning when I used it, and part of me probably believed that the fact it was daytime and homemade somehow made it less serious. But even then I knew that things like this can affect people regardless. You do not need a polished board from a store for something to go wrong. At that stage, though, I was young and frustrated more than cautious. Then, 5 years ago, we moved to where I live now. When we moved, I honestly hoped things would settle down. A new place can feel like a reset. You tell yourself maybe the old apartment was the problem. Maybe there was something in that space, and leaving it behind would fix everything. I told my parents about my experiences, but they did not believe me. They are religious people, but they are the kind of religious people who do not think these kinds of things can actually happen to us. To other people in stories, maybe, but not to our family. Not in our home. So they did not take it seriously. And for a while maybe I wanted to believe they were right. But things did not settle down. If anything, they became worse after I had a real Ouija board session with a friend from school about 2 years ago. And again, the board we used was homemade. We did not buy anything official. We did not get some dramatic answer. During the session itself, nothing moved. Nothing happened. We got no reply at all. At least that is what we thought. A few days later, the atmosphere changed sharply. That is when things got worse. Doors began slamming on their own when no windows were open. That is one of those details that matters because people always want to explain slamming doors away with wind or pressure changes. But there were no open windows. Still, doors moved. I started seeing shadows in the corner of my eye. Not full figures standing clearly in front of me, but those quick dark shapes that vanish the second you turn your head. Those can make you question yourself at first. You tell yourself maybe you are tired. Maybe it was just your eye-catching movement. But when it keeps happening, that explanation starts feeling weak. I would also get chills down my spine for no reason. Not because the room was cold. Not because I had heard something. Just sudden chills, as if something invisible had brushed too close. And then there were the creaking sounds. That may not sound dramatic on its own, because beds and furniture can creak naturally. But in my room, things would creak in a very specific way, especially my bed, as if someone were sitting on it. That was the feeling it gave. Not random settling. Not the occasional sound of old furniture. It sounded like weight being placed on it. Like someone lowering themselves down slowly beside me. The presence became much, much worse. It was no longer the old uneasy sense of not being alone. It became something strong enough to control my life. It got so bad that I had to sleep with my mother. That detail may sound childish to some people because by then I was older, but fear does not care how old you are. When you have the sensation that someone is standing over you or bending over your bed at night, all pride goes away. All you want is not to be alone. At the same time, I started having nightmares where I was possessed. I am not going to say the name of what I believed was involved, but the meaning was clear. These were not ordinary bad dreams where something chases you. They were the kind that leave you with terror after waking because they feel spiritually filthy somehow, as if something ugly had come too close. So by that point, whatever had started years earlier had become something much darker. There is another part of this story that I should mention because, even though I am skeptical about it, it shaped how I thought about myself during all of this. In high school, I had a friend who was very sensitive to paranormal things and very deeply into this kind of subject. He believed strongly in reincarnation, spiritual gifts, past lives, and hidden power. One day he told me that I was a reincarnated witch who had lived during the Salem trials, and that I could get my power back by learning the traditions again. According to him, my power had to do with fire. I had no idea what he was really talking about. A big part of me stayed skeptical about it. But I also cannot deny that there was a period of time when I kept drawing a certain pendant over and over again. I became almost obsessed with it without really knowing why. When he saw the drawing, he said it was strongly related to my past life. I do not know whether that is true or not. I really do not. But I was and still am very interested in Wicca as a religion. It has always attracted me for some reason. I also used to do small spells meant to help people. Simple things like protection or keeping bad dreams away. Nothing dramatic. Nothing meant to hurt anyone. Just small, well-intended acts. That part may or may not connect to the haunting itself. I honestly do not know. But it forms part of the strange path this all took in my life. Then came one of the worst nights of all. About 2 years ago, one of my friends was deeply troubled because he felt a certain presence in his house. He was scared and overwhelmed, and I felt bold enough, or foolish enough, to try to help him. I decided I would summon the presence onto myself and tell it to leave him alone. At the time, I thought I was being brave. Looking back, I think I was reckless. That night became one of the most awful nights I have ever had. It was also the first time I clearly saw an apparition. The figure I saw was an old man wearing an army uniform. That image came with such force that it cut through even my skepticism. He did not speak out loud, but it felt as if his thoughts were pouring into my own mind. Not in a poetic way. In a very intrusive way. Like his thoughts were pressing over mine, crowding them out. The message was clear. I should stay away. Or else. Even after that, some stubborn part of me remained skeptical. Maybe because I did not want to fully accept what I was experiencing. Maybe because once you accept something like that as real, the world becomes harder to live in. Skepticism can be a kind of defense. So I kept it to myself. A full year passed before I told that friend what had happened. When I finally told him, he became serious right away. Then he told me something that shook me. In the house where he had been having those problems, there had once lived an old man who was a veteran. And his uniform was still in that house. That was the moment the story changed from strange to deeply personal and specific. I had seen an old man in an army uniform without being told any of that before. Then, a year later, I learned that an old veteran had actually lived there, and that his uniform still remained in the house. That is not the kind of detail that is easy to shrug off. When I put all of these experiences together, they form a strange and frightening pattern. First there were the flashes. Then the dreams that came true. Then the sense of presence in the apartment. Then the touch on my foot when no one was there. Then the dread of going home. Then the Ouija boards, first alone and later with a friend. Then the stronger activity after that. The slamming doors. The shadows. The chills. The bed creaking as if someone was sitting on it. The sensation of a figure standing over me. The nightmares. The stories about Salem and old spiritual power. Then the night I tried to help someone else and saw a dead man in a veteran's uniform. And finally the confirmation a year later that matched what I had seen. If only one of those things had happened, maybe I could explain it away. If only two had happened, maybe I could still tell myself it was coincidence, anxiety, dreams, stress, suggestion, or imagination. But when you live through all of them, and when details keep matching reality later in ways they should not, it becomes much harder to stay in the safe zone of easy explanations. At the same time, I am not someone who wants to believe everything without question. That is important to say too. I am skeptical by nature. Even while these things were happening, part of me kept questioning them. Part of me wanted proof, logic, some solid reason. Part of me still wants that. I do not enjoy feeling haunted. I do not enjoy wondering whether my room is truly empty. I do not enjoy hearing my bed creak in the dark as if something just sat down beside me. Belief in the paranormal is not romantic when it grows from fear. It is exhausting. I also think the car accident and coma from early childhood may matter more than I understand. I cannot say for certain that they opened something in me. That kind of claim would be too easy and too neat. But I cannot ignore that after surviving something so serious so young, I seem to move through life with a strange sensitivity to things other people did not notice. Maybe near-death changes perception. Maybe trauma leaves doors open in ways we do not fully understand. Or maybe it has nothing to do with it, and I am only trying to find a beginning where there may not be one. Because that is another truth. I really do not know when this all started. Maybe it started before I noticed it. Maybe it started when I was a child and did not yet know what I was experiencing. Maybe it only became active when I paid attention to it. Maybe the Ouija boards made it worse. That part, I do believe. Even if the homemade boards looked foolish and simple, I think using them mattered. I think some things do not care whether the tool is professional or not. Intention matters. Invitation matters. Curiosity matters. We often think that because nothing happens in the exact moment, we are safe. But maybe some things answer later. That is what it felt like in my life. Silence first. Then consequences. The hardest part of all this is that it affected my sense of safety in ordinary life. Home should be the place where you feel safest, but instead it became the place I wanted to delay returning to. Bed should be the place where you rest, but it became the place where I feared something leaning over me. Night should just be night, but it became the time when every shadow and every creak seemed loaded with meaning. I also struggled with not being believed. That does something to a person. When you live through things you cannot explain and the people closest to you dismiss them, you start doubting not only the world but yourself. You begin wondering whether you are overreacting, imagining things, becoming dramatic. That confusion is almost as exhausting as the haunting itself. I think that is one reason I paid such close attention to the veteran apparition and my friend's later confirmation. I needed something that connected the invisible world to a fact outside myself. And that was exactly what I got. I do not know whether I am truly connected to some past life. I do not know whether I was really some Salem witch reborn. I do not know whether fire is somehow linked to me spiritually. I do not know whether my interest in Wicca is coincidence, memory, attraction, or just personal taste. But I do know this: strange things have followed me for years, and they became worse when I interfered with things I did not understand. That much feels true. Looking back, the night I tried to pull that presence off my friend and onto myself stands out as a turning point. It revealed something important. Whatever these presences are, they are not abstract ideas. They can feel personal, directed, territorial. The old man in the uniform did not drift around like a meaningless shadow. He conveyed intention, warning, will. That is what shook me most. It was not just that I saw him. It was that I felt his thoughts pushing into mine. That crosses a line most ordinary explanations cannot cover. And when reality later caught up with the vision, when I learned about the veteran and the uniform still in the house, it forced me to accept that my experiences were not all random fear. Something had known. Or I had perceived something I should not have known. Either way, I was left with the same conclusion: the world is stranger than most people want to admit. And maybe what makes this hardest is that I am still living with the uncertainty. I do not have a final answer. I do not know whether the thing haunting me came from the old apartment, from the Ouija boards, from some sensitivity inside me, from something tied to my childhood accident, or from choices I made later when I tried to involve myself in other people's spiritual problems. I only know that the experiences are real to me. The flash at school was real. The dream was real. The presence in the apartment was real. The touch on my foot was real. The dread was real. The bed creaking was real. The slamming doors were real. The shadowy figures at the edge of vision were real. The old man in the uniform was real. And the later confirmation made that last one impossible for me to dismiss. That is why I tell the story the way I do. Not to sound dramatic. Not to prove anything bigger than my own experience. But because this is what happened. And if there is one lesson I have learned from all of it, it is that curiosity is not harmless when it comes to things we do not understand. Homemade Ouija boards can still matter. Small protection spells done with good intentions still place you in contact with forces you may not fully know. Trying to take a presence off someone else and call it onto yourself is not bravery. It is an invitation. And sometimes something answers. I live in Bucharest, Romania, in a house that was built in 1919. It is an old house, the kind that seems to carry its age in every wall, every floorboard, and every shadow. I have tried before to learn more about the people who lived here long before my family, because when strange things happen in a place, you start wanting answers anywhere you can find them. I looked for records. I tried to find out who the previous owners were. I wanted history, names, anything that might explain why this house feels the way it does sometimes. But my dad has no idea where any of those records are now. He says they were lost during the communist period, along with many other things that disappeared back then. The only thing he knows for sure is that a wealthy family of doctors once lived here, along with their servants. That little bit of history has always stayed in my mind. Not because it explains everything, but because it gives the house a shape beyond the one we know now. It reminds me that many people lived here before us, moved through these rooms, slept in these spaces, opened these windows, and stood in these corners long before I ever did. Old houses always make me think about that. The walls look still, but they have held entire lives inside them. In a place like this, it is easy to imagine that not everything leaves when the people do. I am not exactly sure what happened last night. That is the most honest way I can begin. I can describe what I felt, what I saw, what I believed in that moment, and what happened as the hours passed. But I cannot tell you with complete certainty what it was. I only know that it was not the first time I had felt something strange in this house, and I know with equal certainty that last night was one of the worst experiences I have ever had here. It started in a very ordinary way. I went to bed around 11 at night. Nothing dramatic. No bad feeling before that. No shadow seen in the hallway. No strange sound warning me that anything unusual was about to happen. I got into bed normally, settled in, and then noticed that I had forgotten to close the window. It was one of those small things that annoys you after you are already under the covers. So I got up to close it. That should have been simple. But the moment I got out of bed and started walking toward the window, I felt uncomfortable. Not just mildly uneasy. Watched. That is the exact word for it. All the way to the window, I had that feeling. And all the way back from the window, it stayed with me. It was as though something in the room had become aware of me the second I stepped out from the safety of my bed. I could not see anything. I did not hear anything. Still, every nerve in me seemed to know that I was not alone in the way I should have been alone. When I got back to the bed, I moved quickly, almost jumping under the blanket. Then I laughed at myself. That is important too, because people often assume that when someone tells a paranormal story, they were frightened from the very first second and already convinced something supernatural was happening. But that was not how it went. I recognized my own fear and even made fun of it. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I put my headphones on, tried to settle down, and went to sleep listening to music. For a little while that worked. Then I had the dream. It is a dream I have had more than once before. It is not some random nightmare with changing details. It is always the same basic thing. I am standing at the entrance to a dark corridor. I know, somehow, without needing to see it directly, that someone is there in the darkness watching me and waiting. That knowledge is the most terrifying part. The darkness is not empty. It feels occupied, intentional, patient. And every time I have that dream, I wake up. So I woke up. Suddenly. My eyes were wide open, and I was staring directly at a corner of my room. That corner opens into the hallway because there are no doors there, only the continuation of space. I was fixing my eyes on that area before I was even fully awake enough to understand why. It was as though my body had already decided where the threat was before my mind caught up. The second I became fully aware, I felt a cold shiver move down my spine. It was not the ordinary kind of chill you get when you are startled awake. It felt heavier than that. More deliberate somehow. I knew instantly that something was wrong. I closed my eyes, thinking I could force myself back to sleep, but I could not. There was this overwhelming certainty that something was there. That is the hardest part to explain to anyone who has never felt it. Not fear alone. Presence. The knowing of presence. Every time I opened my eyes, I felt this cold air surround me. It was not coming from the window, because I had already closed it. It was not a normal change in room temperature. It felt localized, almost responsive, as though the cold belonged to whatever was in that part of the room and reached toward me every time I looked. For a while, I lay there frozen between wanting to turn on the light and being afraid of what turning on the light might show me. But eventually I forced myself to move. I leaned over the nightstand and switched the light on. And it was still there. That was the moment when fear turned into something heavier. Because the light should have broken the feeling. The light should have made everything ordinary again. But it did not. The shadow I had been staring at remained exactly where it was. It did not dart away. It did not melt into some explainable darkness. It stayed there against the wall, and it was darker than the rest of the room. Not slightly darker in a way you could blame on the angle of the lamp or the shape of the furniture. It was noticeably darker, like that corner held a deeper shade than the rest of the wall. Almost 2 shades darker, if I had to describe it. Enough that you could separate it from the normal darkness of the room. I looked at the clock. It was 3:50 in the morning. That detail mattered to me immediately because, like many people who have read about paranormal things, I knew the idea of the witching hour. I remember thinking that if that was what this was, then it should end soon. Morning would come. The time would pass. The thing would weaken. I held on to that thought because when you are terrified, even an idea can feel like protection. But it did not end. Not quickly. Not at all, at least not in the way I hoped. I stayed there paralyzed for more than an hour. And I do mean paralyzed in the emotional and physical sense. I was awake. I was aware. I could see the room. I knew the light was on. I knew what time it was. I knew I wanted to move, but moving felt nearly impossible. It was like fear itself had become a weight pressing me into place. More than fear, actually. It was as if the presence in that corner had laid something over me, some invisible heaviness that held me in stillness. That is another part one finds hard to explain in a normal way. It was not just that I was scared to move. It felt like something wanted me still. Wanted me trapped in that awareness of it. While I lay there, the cold remained. So did the shadow. And all through that time, there was one thought in me stronger than all the others. Whatever was there wanted to hurt me. This is why I say it was one of the worst things that has ever happened in this house. Not because there was any violent action. It never touched me. It never scratched me. It never threw anything. It never lunged at me. But from the first second to the last, I knew it wanted to. That feeling stayed constant. The entire time I was staring at that corner, watching it remain darker than it should have been, feeling the air around me grow cold every time I opened my eyes, I had the deepest sense that whatever was there was not neutral. It was not just curious. It was not just passing through. It was hostile. The kind of hostility that does not need a voice or a visible body to be understood. You can feel intent sometimes. That is what made the experience unbearable. The minutes moved slowly. Then even slower. When you are afraid like that, time stops working normally. A few seconds stretch into long intervals. Every glance at the clock becomes painful because you expect more time to have passed than actually has. I remember thinking again and again that surely it had been long enough now. Surely the sun should be getting close. Surely the corner should have changed, the atmosphere should have broken, something should have happened to end it. But it held on. I cannot say what I thought during that hour except that my mind kept circling the same things. Is it real? Why is it still there? Why can I still feel it with the light on? Why can I not move? Why does this room feel so wrong right now? Is this only fear? Is this something else? Why does it feel like it hates me? Those are the kinds of thoughts that repeat when you are pinned by fear and uncertainty. Then, eventually, the first signs of morning came. The sun began to rise. And with that, slowly, the room changed. I could see the corner going back to its original color. That change was gradual, but it was unmistakable. The darker shape faded into ordinary shadow. The wall became just a wall again. At the same time, the pressure on me lifted. The best comparison I can give is that it felt like someone had removed a heavy blanket from over my whole body. Not a real blanket, but an invisible weight that had been pressing on me for all that time. The second that heaviness lifted, the relief was enormous. I cannot even properly describe how released I felt in that moment. It was physical, emotional, spiritual, almost. It felt like being given air again after holding your breath for too long. That is why, even though I still cannot tell you exactly what it was, I know it was real. I do not mean real, in the sense that I can prove it scientifically. I mean real in the sense that I experienced it fully. The cold, the waking, the repeated dream, the darker shape in the corner, the time, the paralysis, the sense of danger, the release at sunrise. Those things happened. They were not vague or forgettable. They were sharp enough that even now I can still step back into the feeling of them. And the hardest part is that this did not happen in a vacuum. Strange things happen in my house. That is why I cannot treat last night as some isolated bad dream and move on easily. If nothing unusual had ever happened here before, maybe I would try harder to dismiss it as sleep paralysis, stress, or imagination. And yes, I have considered those possibilities. I am not blindly assigning the supernatural to every frightening experience. But this house has its own atmosphere, its own history, its own pattern of strange moments that I have noticed over time. I have not even told all of those stories yet. I could tell them later, and maybe one day I will. But even without all those other details, I know enough to say that this was not the first time this house made me feel something was wrong. It was simply one of the worst. There is something especially disturbing about the fact that it did not actually attack me. That may sound strange, but it is true. If it had thrown something, scratched me, or moved closer in some obvious physical way, I could at least say, "This is what happened." I could point to action. I could give the experience a clear shape. But what made this so terrible was the sustained presence of threat. It felt dangerous from beginning to end without ever crossing fully into action. It was like being trapped for over an hour in the company of something that wanted to harm you but chose not to, or chose not to yet. That feeling leaves a mark. Because fear of pain is one thing. Fear of intention is another. I think old houses intensify that fear too. A house built in 1919 does not feel empty in the same way a new apartment does. Even in daylight, an old house has memory in it. It has silence in corners that do not belong to modern spaces. It has walls that have held too many years. When you lie awake in a place like that and see one corner of the room staying darker than it should, your mind cannot help thinking of everyone who once lived there, everyone who once crossed those floors, everyone whose story ended and was forgotten except by the structure itself. The fact that we do not have the old records makes it worse in some ways. If I knew exactly who had lived here, maybe I would feel more grounded. Even if the story were tragic, at least it would be a story. Something named. Something tied to history. But instead there are gaps. A wealthy family of doctors. Servants. Then the losses of records during communism. And beyond that, nothing solid. Just the house and the things that happen in it. Sometimes mystery itself becomes part of the haunting. You start wondering whether the lack of information leaves space for imagination, or whether the imagination only grows because the house already feels wrong. That is what happened to me after last night. All day, I kept going back over those moments in my mind. The walk to the window. The feeling of being watched. Laughing at myself. Putting on music. The dream in the corridor. Waking with my eyes fixed on that corner. The cold surrounding me. The light going on and changing nothing. The clock reading 3:50. The endless wait. The lifting at sunrise. When I think back now, one detail stands out especially strongly, the dream. Because I have had that dream before. I am at the entrance of a dark corridor, and I know someone is in the darkness waiting and watching. That dream always ends the same way. I wake up. But maybe what frightens me most is that last night I woke from the dream and immediately found myself staring at the very place in my room that felt like an entrance to darkness. It was as if the dream had not ended so much as opened directly into the room around me. The corridor in the dream and the corner in my room became one thing. That is the kind of overlap that makes an experience impossible to brush off casually. It also makes sleep itself feel dangerous afterward. Because once you know that a repeated dream may lead you into waking fear, bedtime changes. The room changes. The act of closing the window changes. Every small motion before sleep starts to feel loaded. The imagination begins anticipating what might happen. And when a house already has a history of strange feelings, that anticipation can become almost unbearable. That is why I say this was one of the worst things that has happened here. Not because it was the most violent. Not because it left a visible mark. But because it made me feel helpless in the most intimate space of all, my own bed, in my own room, in the middle of the night, trapped beneath the awareness of something that remained even with the light on. There is something especially cruel about that. Darkness can be fought with a lamp. Silence can be broken with music. Fear can be soothed with reason. But what do you do when the light does not help, The room does not normalize, and the thing you feel keeps watching anyway. That is where helplessness begins. And that is what last night felt like more than anything else. Helplessness. Helplessness stretched over more than an hour while dawn slowly worked its way toward me. I also cannot forget how immediate the relief was once sunrise truly began to take hold. It was not like I slowly calmed myself down and convinced myself everything was fine. The relief came from outside me, from the room changing, from the shadow losing itself back into ordinary color, from the weight lifting. That change felt external, as if whatever had been there had gone because it could no longer remain. That is one of the biggest reasons I still believe it was not just my mind playing tricks on me. If it had been only panic, I think the fear would have faded more unevenly. Instead, it felt tied to the environment itself. The room changed, and I changed with it. Even now I am left with the same question I had the moment it ended. What was that? I do not know. I only know that this house is not quiet in the way other houses are quiet. I know that strange things happen here. I know that there are parts of this place that feel wrong at certain times. I know that the corner of my room was darker than the rest of the wall for more than an hour while I lay unable to do anything but watch. And I know that whatever was there felt malevolent. Some people may hear this and think of sleep paralysis. Others may think of old house anxiety. Others may say that listening to music, dreaming, and waking suddenly in a dim room can make any mind twist shadow into threat. I understand those explanations. I really do. And maybe part of the experience does overlap with things that have natural names. But explanations do not always erase reality. Even if fear shaped what I felt, it does not explain why that corner remained different, why the cold seemed to answer my gaze, or why the room itself seemed to release me only when sunrise came. That is the part one cannot shake. And because I cannot shake it, I know this much. Whatever happened last night, it was not nothing. A couple of years ago, my parents left me home alone for 5 days. That may not sound unusual at first. Plenty of people stay home alone for a few days, especially when they are old enough to manage themselves. But in my case, it felt very different, because I was not just alone in an ordinary house. I was alone in the same old house where strange things had already happened before. That changed everything. My parents were gone. My sisters were gone too. There was no one else there with me. No one to call from the next room. No one to blame a sound on. No one to laugh it off with. For those 5 days, I was completely alone. And because the layout of the house matters to this story, I need to explain it clearly first. As I have said before, I live in an old house. The part of the house my family uses is spread across 2 floors, and the rooms are arranged in a way that always made distance feel more dramatic than it really was. On my parents' level, there is the kitchen, the living room, which also serves as my parents' bedroom, and my youngest sister's room. Then, above that, on the next floor, there is my room, a long hallway, my other sister's room, and 2 attics. I sleep right next to the big attic, which has always made my room feel like the farthest, most isolated point in the whole house. That detail mattered a lot once I was alone there. My room was not just upstairs. It felt separated. If you imagine the house almost like a triangle, then the kitchen and living room would be on one side, and my room would be at the farthest end. There are also 4 steps that connect my floor to my parents' floor. Only 4, but in an old house, even 4 steps can sound very distinct. Over time, I had become so familiar with the noises of the house that I could tell what part of the floor someone or something was stepping on. Every section had its own sound. The boards creaked in different ways depending on where weight landed. I had learned those sounds simply by living there. That is why what happened that first night frightened me so much. Because I knew exactly what I was hearing. The first night, I went to bed in my room and tried to keep things normal. I grabbed a DVD and started watching a movie. That was probably my way of distracting myself, of making the house feel ordinary. People do that when they are alone in places that already make them uneasy. They create noise, motion, and light around themselves so the silence does not take over. For a while it worked. Then I heard a heavy footstep. It landed on the first stair step. I knew it was the first one. Not because I guessed. Not because it generally sounded like stairs. I knew it because, like I said, the house had distinct sounds in different parts, and I had learned them over time. The first step had its own voice, in a way. The wood gave a certain sound under pressure that was different from the others. So when I heard that first footstep, heavy and slow, I froze immediately. I listened. Nothing. Then, about 2 minutes later, I heard the second step. That made it worse. It was not a quick rush of movement, not someone running up the stairs all at once. It was slow. Deliberate. One step. Then silence. Then another. Whoever, or whatever, it was, seemed to be taking its time. That kind of pacing is much more frightening than something fast, because it feels intentional. It makes you feel observed. It gives the sense that whatever is coming already knows where you are. Then came the third step. Then the fourth. By that point I was frozen in bed. I was not just nervous. I was fully aware that I was alone in the house, fully aware that no one should have been walking up those stairs, and fully aware that the sound was coming closer to my floor. It is one thing to hear a random creak in an old house and tell yourself it is settling. It is another thing entirely to hear 4 separate footsteps, slowly climbing the exact steps that connect the lower floor to the one where you are lying in bed alone. After those 4 steps, I heard it move into my sister's room. That room was on the same floor as mine, just beyond the hallway. I could track it by the sounds. It crossed the floor and walked all the way to the wall that separated her room from mine. That was one of the worst parts. It was close. Close enough that I could picture it, even though I saw nothing. My imagination did not need help at that point. The sounds were enough. I could feel my body shaking under the blanket. Then nothing happened for a while. At least, nothing audible. I stayed there listening, every muscle tense, waiting for the next sound. About half an hour later, I heard the same 4 steps again, but this time they were going down the stairs. One by one. Slow. Heavy. Exactly the same kind of movement as before, only in reverse. After that, I heard 3 or 4 more steps leading toward the kitchen. Then I heard something else very clearly, the sound of a tray falling from the kitchen bar. That sound was so distinct that it cut through my fear in a different way. Because unlike footsteps, which can be questioned or second-guessed by a frightened mind, the sound of an object falling is concrete. Sharp. Familiar. Specific. And it made no sense, because the tray in our kitchen had a fixed place. It was always on the kitchen bar, lying flat. Not standing. Not balanced in some unstable way. Just lying there. It was not the kind of thing that should suddenly fall on its own. Still, after hearing it, I forced myself to do what fear resists most. I gathered some courage and went downstairs to the kitchen. Of course, when I got there, the tray was in the same place as always. Exactly where it should have been. That somehow made it worse. If the tray had actually been on the floor, at least the sound would have matched reality. At least I could have pointed to something and said, "This is what I heard." But finding it undisturbed made the whole thing feel more unnatural, more slippery, less explainable. And then, while I was still downstairs, I heard footsteps again. This time, they were going all the way to my room. I cannot overstate what that did to me. I was already in the kitchen because I had forced myself to investigate one impossible sound. Now there was another. The steps were not random noises spread through the house. They were moving through it with direction, as if something unseen had noticed that I was no longer in my room and had gone there instead. That was enough. I froze, and then I ran. I did not go back to my room. I ran straight to my parents' bedroom and slept there. That first night set the tone for everything that followed. The next 2 days, surprisingly, were quiet. Nothing major happened. No footsteps. No tray sounds. No obvious signs of anything moving through the house. Still, I did not relax. Once you have heard something walking slowly up the stairs to your floor while you are completely alone, you do not just return to normal the next day. Fear stays in the body. It lingers. You move through the house differently. You listen more. You stay alert in ways you do not want to. As a precaution, I searched through my grandmother's things until I found her silver cutlery, and I took one silver knife and kept it close to me. Why silver? Because when people are frightened by things they cannot explain, they reach for symbols and protections, even ones they are not fully sure about. Silver has a long history in stories of evil, spirits, and things not entirely human. I did not know whether it could really do anything, but holding it made me feel less helpless, and sometimes when you are alone with fear, that is enough reason. Then came the fourth day. I was in the living room when I heard the same 4 steps again. The same pace. The same sound. Only this time, instead of heading toward my room, they went straight to my sister's room. That room contained something that ended up becoming central to what happened next. A silly motion sensor toy she kept on her desk. It was the kind of toy that would start singing loudly whenever it detected movement. The sensor on it was extremely sensitive. Even the lightest blow of air could set it off. The toy itself was shaped like a cube with a strong base and a small tree shape attached to the top. It was childish and harmless. Until that day. Not long after I heard the footsteps, the toy started singing. Loudly. On its own. I waited for about 2 minutes, hoping it would stop and that maybe there was some natural reason for it. Maybe the sensor was malfunctioning. Maybe some small shift in air had activated it. Maybe I was already so tense that I was connecting ordinary things to the impossible footsteps. Then I grabbed the knife and went to my sister's room. The toy had stopped. Nothing had fallen. The windows were closed. The cat was outside. There was nothing there. That is what made it so unnerving. Everything returned to normal the moment I investigated, as if it had all been staged just out of my sight. Standing there with the knife in my hand, looking at the harmless toy on the desk, I must have seemed ridiculous. And yet the fear was real. I called my dad. I told him what was happening. He told me to calm down, and suggested maybe the toy was broken. That is exactly the kind of explanation parents give when they are not there to feel what you are feeling. And maybe from far away it sounded reasonable enough. Toys break. Sensors malfunction. Old houses make sounds. Fear magnifies things. So I tried to accept that answer. Then, about 2 hours later, the toy started singing again. I went upstairs. Same result. Nothing. Silence. The toy stopped before I got there, and the room looked completely normal. Then 5 minutes later, it started singing again. This time, something in me snapped from fear into anger. Fear can do that after a while. It wears itself out and leaves behind frustration. I was tired of feeling watched, taunted, and powerless in my own house. So when I went upstairs again, I was furious. I was talking out loud, commanding whatever it was to go away and leave me alone because I was not in the mood for its stupid games. And this time, when I reached the room, the toy did not stop. It was still singing. And it was on the floor. One battery was out. That image is still one of the clearest parts of the whole memory. Because the toy could not have simply fallen the way it was built. It had a strong shape and a solid base. It was not some unstable object perched near the edge of the desk. And even if it had fallen by accident, that would not explain the singing beginning and stopping repeatedly before, or the exact timing of it each time I came upstairs. Seeing it there on the floor, with one battery out, broke whatever courage I still had. I ran to my room, packed some clothes as fast as I could, and called my dad again. This time he understood that I was serious enough that staying there alone was no longer an option. He allowed me to go sleep at a friend's house. And that was it. I left. I did not stay another night alone in that house. When my parents and sisters came back from their trip, I told my mother everything. Every sound. The footsteps. The tray. The toy singing. The battery fallen out. All of it. Unlike my father, my mother reacted differently. She did not dismiss it. Instead, she took holy water and walked through the house, mumbling something under her breath. Maybe prayers. Maybe blessings. Maybe words she thought would protect the rooms and push whatever was there away. I do not know exactly what she said, only that she took it seriously enough to do something. After she finished, she became very tired. Not ordinary tired. She got a bad headache and almost immediately fell asleep. That detail stayed with me because it felt like whatever she did took something out of her. As if moving through the house with that holy water and those words had not been a simple ritual but a kind of struggle, even if nothing dramatic showed itself while she was doing it. Then the next day, everything was fine. At least, mostly fine. The heavy activity stopped. There were still minor incidents after that, but nothing on the same level as those 5 days. Nothing that trapped me in fear the same way. Nothing that made me feel the house was actively playing with me. And that has always left me with the same questions. What was it? Was it trying to mock me? That is one possibility I have thought about many times. The repeated footsteps. The tray sound without the tray moving. The toy activating over and over until I got angry enough to challenge it. It had a teasing quality to it, almost as if something wanted to push my fear, test me, watch my reactions. It did not physically hurt me. That is true. And yes, I was afraid. Very afraid. But when I compare that fear to other experiences I have had in this house, it was different. In some ways, I was less afraid than when I felt something staring at me directly. Being watched by something hostile can feel heavier than being disturbed by sounds and moving objects. This was terrifying, yes, but it felt more active and mocking than deeply malevolent. Or maybe it was the same thing in a different mood. I honestly do not know. It has been some time now, and memory can blur the emotional edges of fear even while keeping the details sharp. Still, there are parts of it I will never forget. The distinct sound of that first step. Then the second. Then the third. Then the fourth. The knowledge that whatever was climbing those steps was coming onto my floor. The silence that followed. The later steps going back down. The tray that I heard falling but found untouched. The realization that sound in that house did not always obey reality. Then the toy singing in the empty room. The first time easy to dismiss. The second time more unsettling. The third time unbearable. And finally seeing it on the floor, still singing, with one battery out. That is the image that convinced me I was not imagining things. One of the strangest parts of being alone in an old house is how sound becomes everything. When you live with others, noise gets absorbed into life. There is always movement, explanation, background energy. But when you are completely alone, every sound becomes sharper. Every creak takes on shape. Every movement feels personal. The house stops being a place and becomes almost like another presence you are forced to listen to. And in an old house, that effect grows stronger. Old stairs do not just creak. They speak in patterns. Old floors do not just settle. They create pathways you learn by memory. That is why I trusted my hearing that week. I knew those steps. I knew the geography of sound in that house. I was not hearing random noise and panicking. I was hearing movement I recognized in places I knew. If I were trying to be rational about it, I can think of explanations for small parts. Maybe the toy had a fault. Maybe the house did shift in some odd way at night. Maybe I was already frightened enough that every sound became more dramatic. But the problem is not one thing by itself. It is the pattern, the repetition, the timing, the way it all built on itself while I was completely alone and most vulnerable to it. And the fact that after my mother went through the house with holy water and prayer, things calmed down the next day. That is the detail that has always complicated any purely mechanical explanation. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe the activity would have stopped anyway. Maybe my own fears softened after she did something that made me feel safer. All of those are possible. But even so, part of me cannot ignore how precisely the change happened. Something was wrong. Then she did what she did. Then the atmosphere shifted. That is hard to dismiss completely. I also think there is something important in how those 5 days changed my relationship with the house itself. Before then, I already knew strange things happened there, but being left alone with it concentrated the fear. It removed all distractions. It left me with the house in its oldest form, silent, hollow, listening, almost alive. Family noise often protects us from that realization. When everyone is around, a home feels like it belongs to the living. But once the living leave, sometimes a house reveals what else it contains. My room being the farthest point in the house made it even worse. I was not just upstairs. I was at the end. At the edge. Nearest the attics. Farthest from the kitchen and my parents' room. When footsteps moved through that house, it felt like they were crossing a map toward me. There is something psychologically brutal about hearing movement approach your isolated corner, and knowing you are the only person there to hear it. That is why I ran to my parents' bedroom the first night. Not because I thought their bed itself had magical protection, but because it represented people, safety, normal life. Even empty, it felt more protected than my room. And later, when that failed to make the house feel safe enough, I ran somewhere even farther from it entirely, a friend's house. Sometimes the only defense against a place that no longer feels right is leaving it. What stays with me now is not just fear, but the odd personality the activity seemed to have. It was almost playful in the cruelest possible way. Not playful like fun. Playful like a cat with something trapped. Slow footsteps. False sounds. Repetition. A toy set off again and again until I lost patience and reacted. It makes me wonder whether whatever was there fed on attention, fear, irritation, or all three. Was it trying to scare me? Yes. Was it trying to mock me? Possibly. Was it the same presence I had felt staring at me at other times in the house? I think maybe it was. But I cannot say for sure. The only thing I know with certainty is that those 5 days taught me the house could do more than feel strange. It could act. It could time itself. It could direct attention. It could make me doubt the evidence of my own ears and then confirm the fear with something I could see, the toy on the floor, singing, with a battery thrown out. And that was enough. It all started when I was 11 years old. At least, that is when I first became fully aware that something was happening to me. Even now, after all these years, I still struggle to explain it properly. It is one of those experiences that feels completely real when it is happening, but the second you try to put it into words, it starts sounding strange, confusing, or impossible. I know how it sounds when I tell people. Some of them look at me with concern. Some of them assume it must be a mental problem. Some tell me to go see a psychiatrist. Others tell me to go to church. I have heard all kinds of reactions. But no matter what people say, the one thing I know is this: what I experienced felt real. Terrifyingly real. The first time it happened, it was morning. There was nothing dramatic leading up to it. No storm outside. No nightmare I can remember before it began. No strange shadow in the room. I just suddenly became aware that something was very wrong. I felt trapped inside my own body. That is still the closest description I can give. Trapped. Awake, but unable to fully move. Conscious, but unable to act in the way I wanted to. I could not open my eyes. My body felt paralyzed. And at the same time, I was awake. That combination is one of the worst parts of it. If I had been asleep, it could have just been written off as a dream. If I had been fully awake and able to move, it would have been easier to explain. But it was both at once in the most frightening way possible. I could hear everything happening near me. I could sense that the world around me was continuing normally. I was aware. And yet I could not open my eyes or make my body respond. The closest comparison I have ever found is that it felt almost like being in a coma, except I was conscious enough to know what was happening. Then came the voices. Demonic voices. That is the only way I can describe them honestly, because that is how they sounded to me. Not ordinary voices. Not the kind of sound that could be mistaken for someone talking in the next room. They were inside my head, Or at least that is where it felt like they were. And they felt dark. Wrong. Not just scary because they were strange, but evil in a way I did not know how to process at that age. I panicked. Of course I panicked. Imagine being 11 years old, unable to move, unable to open your eyes, aware of the world around you, and suddenly hearing horrifying voices that feel close enough to be inside your own mind. Panic was the only possible reaction. I was trying with everything in me to get out of that state. I wanted to move. I wanted to scream. I wanted to wake fully. I wanted it to stop. But at the same time I was trapped in that awful in-between place where your body does not respond the way you need it to. That was the beginning. And from that day on, it kept happening. Not every day. Not all the time. But often enough to become part of my life in a way I never wanted. I am 24 now, and it still happens sometimes. It is not as frequent as it was when I was younger. Back then, it happened a lot more often. These days it may happen once a year or twice a year, but the fact that it still happens at all means it has never truly left me. It has followed me through the years like something I cannot fully escape. When I was younger, I tried telling people. That is another difficult part of an experience like this. It is not enough to live through it. You also have to face what happens when you try to explain it. Some people immediately think you must be mentally ill. Others think you are exaggerating. Others say it is spiritual and tell you to pray harder or go to church. Very few people seem able to sit in the uncertainty of it and admit that some experiences do not fit neatly into one box. I could tell many stories about what I heard and what I felt during these episodes. Because it was not always the same. The trapped feeling, the paralysis, the awareness, those remained consistent. But the voices, the sensations, the emotional force of it all changed from one experience to another. Sometimes it was terror. Sometimes confusion. Sometimes something even stranger than fear. That is why these memories have stayed with me so strongly. Each episode felt like stepping into a distorted version of reality, one where I was helpless and forced to endure whatever came. I will start with one of the experiences that stayed with me the most. One night, I was sleeping next to my boyfriend. That made the whole thing feel safer at first, because being beside someone you love should mean comfort. It should mean that if anything is wrong, you are not alone. But strange experiences do not always care whether you are alone or not. They happen anyway. At some point during the night, I suddenly started hearing him talking. He just would not stop talking. At first, because I was in that state again, I was confused more than anything. In my mind I was thinking something like, what the? Because it did not make sense. I knew he was beside me. I knew we had been asleep. And yet I could hear him talking and talking as if he were carrying on some endless stream of speech beside me. I remember thinking, did I just close my eyes and he started talking to himself? Why is he talking if he should be asleep? The whole thing made no sense. And that is another frightening part of these episodes. When they begin, I do not always immediately realize that it is happening again. It is not like a clear alarm goes off in my mind saying, this is that state, it has returned. At first, I am often just confused by whatever strange thing is happening around me. It takes a moment before the realization comes. So there I was, blocked in my body again, hearing what I thought was my boyfriend talking beside me. Then, in the next second, I realized it was not him. That realization hit me hard. Because once I understood the voice was not coming from him, the whole situation changed from strange to terrifying. And right in that moment, I heard a huge scream in my ear. Not somewhere in the room. Not far away. In my ear. The force of it felt enormous. I could feel the energy of it. That may sound vague, but when you hear a sound that close and that violent, it feels physical. It enters the body. It shocks the nerves. It turns fear into pure panic. I woke up immediately after that. And just like when a loud noise is too strong for your ear, I was left hearing that constant ringing sound afterward. The kind of long "ee" that stays after a sound has hit too hard. I do not know the perfect English word for it either, but I know exactly what I mean. It was as though my ear had really been blasted by that scream. When I turned to look at my boyfriend, he was sleeping peacefully, like a baby. That image is one of the reasons the whole experience stayed with me. He looked so calm, so normal, so untouched by anything strange. And there I was, shaking and wide awake, knowing that what I heard had not come from him at all. That was one kind of episode. Another experience involved something very different. My mother once brought me a saint icon that had belonged to my grandmother, who had passed away long ago. It was very old, around 200 years old, and it was something passed down through generations in the family. That kind of object carries emotional weight even before anything strange happens around it. It is not just decoration. It is history, faith, family, and memory all in one. My mother placed the icon in my room. And the moment she put it there, I felt strange. I noticed it right away. It was not the kind of thing where you only realized later that your mood changed. It was immediate. The room felt different. I felt different in the room. Something about it felt deeply wrong to me, even though it was a holy object and should have felt protective or comforting. After that, I could not really sleep properly in my room anymore. I tried for about 3 days. 3 long, unpleasant days. Every night my sleep was restless. I had bad dreams. The room no longer felt like my room in the same way. And then another detail made it even worse. Every morning I woke up with bruises. On my hands. On my belly. On my legs. Those bruises frightened me because they were physical evidence of something being wrong. It was not just bad dreams or strange feelings. It was my body showing marks I could not explain. Of course, once something like that starts happening, everyone begins searching for reasons. Maybe I was bumping into things without noticing. Maybe I was moving around in my sleep. Maybe there was some practical answer. But when it happens alongside fear, restless sleep, and an overwhelming discomfort connected to one object in the room, it becomes very difficult not to see it as part of the same problem. I tried telling my family. This time they did listen, at least enough to pay attention. We still could not find a normal answer. So my mother took the icon out of my room. And after that, I felt better. That detail also matters a lot to me. Whatever the reason was, removing the icon changed the atmosphere for me immediately. That does not necessarily mean the icon itself was evil or cursed. I do not think that in a simple way. But perhaps something about having it in my room disturbed something, or perhaps it carried an energy too heavy for me, or perhaps my room simply reacted badly to it. I do not know. I only know that while it was there, I felt awful, and when it was removed, I felt relief. That is another pattern that runs through many of my experiences. Something changes in the environment, and my body reacts strongly before my mind fully understands why. There was another time when, in that same trapped state, I heard angels laughing. At first, that may sound comforting. It should have been comforting. Angels are not supposed to be frightening. But the laughter unsettled me almost immediately. It did not stay light or beautiful. It changed. It turned twisted. What first sounded like angelic laughter slowly became demonic. That change terrified me because it felt like even something that should have been good was being corrupted in front of me. It was as if the whole experience was built to confuse me, to blur the line between what was holy and what was evil until I no longer knew what I could trust. Another time, while trapped in that state, I tried talking back to the voices. I do not know why I did it. Maybe I was angry. Maybe I was desperate. Maybe I thought if I engaged with them, I would understand them better or maybe even regain some control. But the second I tried speaking to them in my head, they became louder, more aggressive, more frightening. It was like I had fed them with my attention. And then I felt as if I was falling forever. That feeling is one of the most disturbing sensations I have ever had. It was not ordinary falling like in a dream where you jolt awake before hitting the ground. It was infinite falling. Endless. No bottom. No stopping point. Just the sensation of dropping through darkness with no control. Combined with the voices growing louder and scarier, it created a kind of terror that went beyond ordinary nightmares. That is the thing about these episodes. They do not feel like regular dreams. And they do not feel like ordinary waking life either. They happen in some middle place where the body is trapped, the mind is awake, and something else seems to enter. Whether that something else is spiritual, psychological, or some mixture of things I do not understand, I cannot say with certainty. But I know the emotional reality of it. It feels invasive. It feels intelligent sometimes. It feels targeted. It feels like being made to endure a frightening world that overlays the normal one. Over the years, I have tried many ways of understanding it. There were times when I wondered if I was losing my mind. There were times when I wondered if it was something demonic. There were times when I wondered if it was some medical condition that only felt supernatural because of how the brain and body locked together in those moments. People always want one clear explanation, but the truth is that I have never fully had one. What I do have are memories. Very clear ones. The first morning at age 11, unable to open my eyes while hearing demonic voices. The repeated episodes over the years. The night beside my boyfriend when the false talking voice became a scream in my ear. The icon in my room and the bruises that came after it arrived. The laughter that sounded angelic and then turned demonic. The voices growing louder when I tried answering them. The feeling of falling endlessly. These experiences shape the way I sleep, the way I think, and the way I understand fear itself. Because fear is different when it happens inside paralysis. Normally, if you are afraid, you can move. You can sit up. You can turn on a light. You can run, call someone, cover your ears, or leave the room. But in these episodes, I cannot do those things right away. That is why they are so horrible. Fear becomes a prison. Awareness becomes a punishment. You hear, feel, and sometimes almost see, but you cannot act normally. The body refuses to help. That trapped feeling is almost worse than the voices themselves. Sometimes I wonder whether that is why the experiences have stayed so vivid. The helplessness seals them into memory more deeply than ordinary fear would. There is no relief in the moment, no action to break the horror. Only endurance. And yet, strangely, the frequency changed with age. When I was younger, it happened much more often. Now that I am 24, it happens maybe once or twice a year. That change is something I think about a lot. Why did it lessen? Did I somehow grow stronger? Did my mind change? Did my life settle in ways that made the episodes less frequent? Or did whatever force was involved lose interest, or weaken, or simply choose to come less often? Again, I do not know. But the difference is real. It no longer dominates my life the way it once did. That is a mercy, even if it never fully disappeared. Still, the fact that it continues at all means I never feel entirely free of it. Every so often, especially when I am tired or unsettled, a small part of me wonders whether tonight will be one of those nights. Whether I will suddenly wake but not be able to move. Whether I will hear voices again. Whether I will feel the panic rising before I can do anything about it. That kind of anticipation changes a person too. You become more careful with sleep. More aware of the room. More aware of silence. Sometimes even morning light feels like a form of safety, because morning means you made it through another night without falling into that state again. And yet I have also become more thoughtful about it with age. When I was 11, it was only terror. Now, even though it still frightens me, I sometimes observe it more. I notice patterns. I think about what triggers it. I think about what different objects or environments seem to do to me. I notice that certain things, like the icon, seem to affect me more than they should. I notice that responding mentally to the voices seems to make them stronger, not weaker. That has taught me caution. There is also something very lonely about these experiences. Because no matter how sincerely you describe them, other people can only imagine. They cannot step into that state with you. They cannot hear the exact voices you heard, feel the exact paralysis you felt, or understand what it is like to be fully awake yet unable to move while something terrifying unfolds. That loneliness is why so many people with these kinds of experiences end up turning either to religion or to psychiatry or to online stories. Because they are trying to find someone, anyone, who can tell them what this is. I have looked too. I have read stories. I have compared details. And I know enough to say that what I experienced is not invented. Whether other people call it sleep paralysis, spiritual attack, demonic oppression, or something else entirely, I know that the terror of it is real. The feeling of being trapped is real. The sounds are real in the moment. The bruises were real. The pressure in my ear after that scream was real. The unrest in my room with the icon was real. That is what I want people to understand most. I am not trying to sound dramatic. I am trying to describe something that has truly happened to me since I was 11 years old. And maybe the hardest part is that there is no neat ending. This is not one single haunting that ended after a prayer. It is not one bad night followed by peace. It is a pattern that has stretched across years, changing shape as my life changed, but never fully disappearing. Even now, at 24, I know there is a chance it will happen again. That is part of living with it. Not constant panic. Not constant obsession. But the knowledge that this thing, whatever it really is, has not completely left me. So when I say it all started when I was 11, I mean that was the first time I truly entered that nightmare state and realized something in my life was wrong. And when I say I still do not know exactly what it is, I mean that honestly too. Maybe it has a medical name. Maybe it has a spiritual explanation. Maybe it lives somewhere between those two things, where human language is weakest. All I know is that for years I have lived with something that can trap me in my own body, fill my mind with dark voices, twist even holy things into discomfort, and leave me awake and helpless in ways that feel impossible to explain. And that is real enough for me. I used to think I was lucky to live in this house. In many ways, I still understand why I thought that when I was younger. A house like this seems like a blessing when you compare it to smaller, more crowded places. It has a yard. It has many rooms. It feels spacious. There is room to breathe in it. Room to move. Room to imagine a good life. When people talk about wanting a house instead of a small apartment, they usually mean a place like this. So yes, for a long time, I considered myself fortunate. But there was always another side to that feeling. Even when I was very small, this house never felt completely right to me. I have lived here for as long as I can remember, and some of my earliest memories are tied to it. When I was around 4 or 5 years old, I did not even have my own room yet because my family was not wealthy enough at that point for everything to be arranged the way it later was. So I slept in the living room. Back then, that did not seem like a huge problem to me. Children can accept things very easily as long as they feel loved and cared for. I slept there, and life went on. But even in those early years, there was something about the nights in that room that disturbed me. I remember lying in bed and feeling that something was watching me. Not every once in a while. Not in the playful, childish way where you imagine monsters because the room is dark. It felt more real than that, more specific. I would lie there and feel with absolute certainty that something was looking at me. The sensation was so strong that I developed a habit because of it. I never turned to the other side of the bed. I stayed facing one direction, as if turning the wrong way would bring me face to face with whatever was there. I was too young to explain that fear properly, but it lived in my body already. That is one of the strangest things about a haunted place, or at least a place that feels haunted. Sometimes children recognize it before they have the words for it. They do not need a history lesson. They do not need someone to tell them the house is strange. They just know. And I think some part of me knew very early. When I was a little kid, still in kindergarten, I sometimes heard somebody calling my name. At first, I did not think much of it. Children hear things, imagine things, drift in and out of games and thoughts, and often adults dismiss those moments as imagination. So I dismissed them too, at least in the simple way a child can. I would hear my name, look around, and there would be nobody there. Sometimes no one else would even be home. but I still did not make too much of it. Maybe because I was small. Maybe because I did not yet understand what it meant for a house to feel wrong. Maybe because strange things are easier to live with when you have not yet learned how disturbing they should be. But as I got older, my feelings about the house changed. During gymnasium, I started hating it more and more. That is the point when the vague discomfort of childhood sharpened into something I could no longer ignore. It was not just the odd feeling in the living room at night anymore. It was not just hearing my name called now and then. By then I had begun to realize that yes, something was wrong with the house. And once I fully felt that, it affected everything. I could not do things normally anymore. It became harder to study, harder to relax, harder to enjoy myself. It was as if the whole atmosphere of the house pressed down on me. Some places do not only frighten you at night, they slowly wear down your peace of mind even in the daytime. That was what this house began to feel like. It was not just one room, one sound, one event. It was a growing awareness that the space around me felt disturbed in a way I could not explain. Then the doors started opening and shutting at night. That was when the house became harder to defend, even to myself. A feeling can be doubted. A childhood memory can be dismissed. A voice calling your name can be explained away as imagination. But doors opening and shutting at night creates a different level of unease. It gives motion to the fear. It makes the house feel active rather than merely unpleasant. And activity, especially at night, is what turns tension into dread. I want to be clear about something here. I am not a coward. That matters to me, because people often hear a story like this and assume the person telling it must have always been weak, or easily frightened. That is not true for me. I consider myself a brave person. I do not panic easily. I am not someone who trembles at every creak in an old house or every sound in the dark. But there is one place in this house that still gets to me every time. The attic. The moment my mother tells me to go up there, my whole body becomes cold. That reaction is immediate. It does not come from me standing there telling myself ghost stories or working myself up. It happens before I even have time to reason with it. She says to go to the attic, and my body responds like it has been given a warning. I hate that attic. I hate it in a deep, instinctive way. And I am willing to bet I am not the only one in my family who feels that way. There is a particular memory I have from being up there with my father. That memory has stayed with me because it combines two things that make an experience harder to deny: physical sensation and shared space. I was in the attic with my dad, which should have made it less frightening because I was not alone. There is a kind of safety people naturally feel when another person is there with them, especially a parent. You tell yourself that whatever uneasy feeling you have will fade because there is nothing to be afraid of if someone else is with you. But that did not happen. At one point I was standing there with my back to one of the doors when I suddenly felt a strange breath on my neck. I can still picture that moment. The still air. The sense of being in that attic, already uncomfortable. Then the unmistakable feeling of breath against the back of my neck. It was not a draft in the ordinary sense. It did not feel like moving air in a room. It felt directed. Close. Like someone had leaned in behind me. I did not completely lose control or start screaming. Maybe because my father was there. Maybe because shock can make you still before it makes you panic. But the feeling was real, and it stayed with me. Sometimes I think my dad felt things too in that attic. He never fully said it in some big dramatic way, at least not that I remember. But certain people do not need to describe their fear for you to sense it. They move differently in a place. They avoid lingering. They keep certain thoughts to themselves. I have often felt that the attic affected him too, even if he would not say so openly. If all of this were only based on feelings, maybe someone could still claim I was exaggerating. But what makes this house different is that it is not just full of uneasy sensations. It is full of death. You may think I am lying when I say that many people died in this house, but that is the truth. Most of them died here before I was even born. So I did not witness those deaths myself. I inherited their stories the way people inherit shadows in old houses, not by choice, but by living inside the same walls afterward. And the creepiest death of all happened in the attic. A woman lived here once who was mentally ill. At some point, she jumped from the attic and fell into the yard. That image alone is enough to stain a place forever. I have pictured it in my mind many times, not because I want to, but because once you know a story like that, the house begins to rearrange itself around it. The attic is no longer just an attic. The yard is no longer just a yard. You start imagining the fall, the shock, the silence after, the terrible realization of whoever found her. And in this case, it was my father who found her a little while later. She did not die instantly. She was still alive when she was found. She died in the hospital a few hours later. That is one of the reasons the story feels so heavy. It was not some distant legend from 100 years ago, with details nobody can verify. It was close enough to my family that my own father was the one who found her. That gives the house a direct line to trauma, not some vague local rumor. And that was not the only death tied to this place. Another painful one involved a man who had lived here in the 1940s. He died from some terrible disease. I do not know exactly what illness it was, but in family memory it became associated with heavy, difficult breathing. Even now, when I think about the strange breath I felt on my neck in the attic, I cannot help connecting the two in my mind. Maybe that connection is only imagination. Maybe not. That is the problem with a house like this. Once enough suffering gathers in it, the line between history and haunting becomes harder to separate. There were many other strange things too. Some of them I no longer remember clearly. That happens with fear lived over a long period of time. Not every moment remains sharp. Some events blur together into atmosphere. You just remember the general wrongness of the place. The growing hatred of it. The constant awareness that it never fully felt safe. But there is one scene I remember very clearly. It happened at around 11 at night. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and the door was open. Again, it was an ordinary moment, the kind that should never become memorable. You stand at the sink, you clean your teeth, you think about going to bed, and that should be the whole story. But while I was there, I thought I saw something move. At first it was only a tiny movement. Very small. The kind of thing you can almost convince yourself was nothing. But when I focused my eyes on the mirror, really looked, I saw it more clearly. And then it ran away. Very fast. It was small, yes, but not like a bug or something ordinary crawling along the wall. And yes, I have a cat. That is important to say because of course that would be the first normal explanation anyone would reach for. But it was not my cat. My cat has different colors, and more importantly, my cat does not walk on 2 feet. This thing did. It was black. Very small. Walking on 2 feet. And when I focused on it through the mirror, it ran away quickly. That moment has stayed with me because it was so visually strange. Unlike a feeling or a sound or a door moving at night, it was a sight. It was something I saw with my own eyes, and once you have seen something physically impossible in your own house, it becomes very hard to return to complete skepticism. I still think about the way it moved. The speed of it. The shape of it. The wrongness of its body. That is what disturbed me most, not only that it was there, but that it belonged to no ordinary category of animal or person. It was as though something from a different kind of reality had briefly passed across the edge of mine. When I step back and look at everything together, I can see how the house changed in my mind over time. At first, as a very young child, it was simply the place where I slept in the living room and felt watched at night. Then it became the place where I heard my name when nobody was home. Later, it became the place that began draining my peace, making it harder for me to study, relax, or enjoy myself. Then the doors started opening and shutting at night. Then the attic became the center of a more focused kind of fear. Then the family stories of death began to feel less like stories and more like explanations. And finally, experiences like the thing in the bathroom mirror pushed the whole house beyond the point where I could dismiss it as nothing. That progression matters, because haunting, if that is what this is, did not come to me as one loud event and then stop. It grew with me. It developed alongside my understanding. It moved from instinctive childhood discomfort into conscious teenage dread. In some ways, the older I got, the more I recognized what I had already known as a child. That is another reason I trust my own feelings about this place. Because I did not suddenly decide one day that I wanted to believe it was haunted. I did not grow obsessed with paranormal stories first, and then start imagining things into the house. The unease came first. The house taught it to me. The watching feeling in the living room taught it to me. The voice calling my name taught it to me. The attic taught it to me. The desk taught it to me. And the little black figure in the bathroom confirmed it in a way that still unsettles me. People who do not live in old houses often underestimate how much a place can affect you emotionally over time. It is not always about huge dramatic events. Sometimes it is about atmosphere. Some houses are just easy to live in. Their silence feels empty in a peaceful way. Their corners are only corners. Their staircases are only staircases. But a house like this develops presence. Not necessarily a visible ghost standing in the hallway, but an emotional pressure. A kind of knowledge that certain spaces are occupied by more than furniture and memory. The attic is the best example of that. I hate it in a way that goes deeper than fear of darkness or dust or old wooden stairs. My whole body goes cold at the thought of going up there. That is not a reaction I chose. It is the body's own warning system, firing before the mind has time to soften it. And if a house can do that to you repeatedly over the years, then the house is doing something. Whether people call it trauma, atmosphere, haunting, lingering energy, or something else, it is not nothing. I also think the family deaths matter, not only because they are tragic but because of where and how they happened. The woman jumping from the attic. The man dying from illness in the 1940s. Those stories attach pain to specific parts of the house. They turn rooms into witnesses. They turn architecture into memory. When you later feel watched in the same house, or feel breath in the attic, or see something run away in the bathroom, those stories rise up around the experience. They make the house feel less like a building and more like a container that has never fully emptied itself of what happened inside it. And I cannot ignore that some of my strongest experiences were not even dramatic in the usual horror story sense. Feeling watched in bed. Hearing my name. Feeling breath on my neck. These are subtle things. But subtle does not mean weak. Sometimes subtle is worse because it enters your life more quietly and more deeply. It changes the way you sleep, the way you move through the house, the way you think about turning around in bed, walking up to the attic, or standing in front of a mirror at night. It changes everyday life. That is the real power of a haunted place, not only in what it does, but in how it trains your body to expect wrongness. And then, every so often, you get something visible, something undeniable. Something like the small black figure moving on two legs through the bathroom mirror. That is the kind of sight that returns to you years later when you are trying to sleep. Not because it was huge or violent, but because it was impossible. And impossible things are hard to put away once you have seen them. I do not know exactly what is in this house. I do not know whether it is one thing or many things. I do not know whether the watching presence in the living room as a child was the same as the thing in the attic. The same as the voice calling my name, the same as the doors opening and shutting, the same as the little black figure. Maybe it is all connected. Maybe the house is simply full of old pain that breaks through in different forms. Maybe the people who died here never fully left. Or maybe certain places gather a kind of darkness over time that does not belong to any single person at all. I only know this. I was lucky in one sense to grow up in a spacious house with a yard and many rooms. But luck has a shadow side too. Because sometimes a beautiful house is not empty in the way you need it to be. It was a summer night, and a friend of mine and I had gone out for a walk in the park. There was nothing unusual about that at first. We were not there looking for ghosts, not trying to scare ourselves, and not in the mood for anything strange. We were just walking the way teenagers do on warm nights when there is no real plan except to be outside and enjoy the evening. The air was soft, the paths were open, and everything felt normal enough that neither of us had any reason to expect the night would become one of the strangest memories of our lives. We were both still young then, around 16 or 17, the age when you can turn even a simple walk into entertainment just by talking nonsense and laughing at stupid things. That was the mood we were in. Relaxed? Careless. Not the mood of two people already frightened or ready to imagine supernatural things into every shadow. That detail matters to me because when I think back on the night, I know we were not setting ourselves up for it. We were not hunting for something mysterious. We were not standing in the dark daring ghosts to appear. We were simply there. At some point during the walk, we saw a girl sitting on a bench in front of us. She was probably around 20 or 25 years old. At least that was the age she seemed to be. She was not far away either. I would say maybe 10 meters in front of us, something like that. Close enough to see clearly. Close enough that neither of us had to squint or guess what we were looking at. She was just there, in plain sight, sitting casually on the bench as if she belonged to the scene like any normal person in a park at night. I did not pay much attention to her at first. Why would I? A girl sitting on a bench is not exactly an alarming sight. She was dressed casually, not in some strange old-fashioned way, not in anything that immediately screamed that something was wrong. What stood out most was the way she was sitting. She had her knees pulled up toward her chin, with the soles of her feet resting on the bench. She was smoking a cigarette and looked calm, almost detached, as if she were lost in her own thoughts. It was such a natural image that there was nothing in it that should have made us stop or even think twice. So we kept walking toward her. My friend, being exactly the kind of teenage boy he was at that age, started joking around. He said he was going to talk to her. He started making stupid comments about cheesy pickup lines and how he would impress her, the kind of nonsense boys that age think is funny when they are feeling bold because the moment is still imaginary. He was laughing, I was laughing, and the whole thing felt light and harmless. That is another reason the memory stayed with me so strongly. 1 second we were in the middle of ordinary teenage stupidity, and the next second the whole world seemed to break in a way I still cannot explain. Because as we were walking and laughing, she disappeared. Not got up. Not turned away. Not quickly stepped behind something. She disappeared. Just vanished in front of our eyes. Even now, writing that, I know how unbelievable it sounds. It sounds like the kind of sentence people throw into a ghost story because it is dramatic and easy. But that is exactly what happened. We were approaching her, still close enough to see her clearly, and then suddenly she was not there anymore. There was no gradual movement, no time for confusion about where she might have gone. One moment she was sitting there on the bench. The next moment the bench was empty. It happened so fast that for a second my brain could not process it. I think both of us simply froze, but only for a moment. Then we looked at each other immediately. My friend's face had changed completely. All the joking had vanished from it. He looked shocked in the same way I felt. And the first thing he said to me was something like, "Look at me. Am I stupid? Did you see what I saw?" That question mattered because in that moment, both of us were desperate for confirmation. When something impossible seems to happen right in front of you, your mind reaches instantly for another person. You want proof that you are not the only one who saw it. You want someone else to anchor the event in reality. So when he asked me that, I answered right away, yes, I saw it too. That was the moment it stopped being something one of us might later dismiss as a trick of the eye. If only one of us had seen it, maybe we could have blamed tiredness, shadows, or imagination. But both of us had been looking in the same direction. Both of us had seen the same girl on that bench. And both of us saw the bench empty a second later. I know some people would still try to explain it away by saying maybe she moved quickly and we just missed it. But that explanation has never satisfied me. I did not take my eyes off the path in front of us for more than a second or two. There was no realistic way she could have stood up, walked off, and gotten out of sight without us seeing her. There was nowhere for her to go that fast without motion being visible. The distance was too short. The timing was too exact. If she had been an ordinary person, I would have seen her leave. I am sure of that. And my friend is sure of it too. Then came the part one still do not know what to do with. After she disappeared, both of us felt something on our shoulders. For me, it was on my right side. For my friend, it was on his left. The best way I can describe it is that it felt warm, almost like someone had gently put an arm around us or touched us in passing. It was not painful. It was not a shove. It was not some violent force. It was more like a warm human touch, brief and distinct enough to notice immediately. At the time, that sensation frightened me almost more than the disappearance itself, because it made the whole thing feel personal. It was one thing to watch someone vanish. It was another thing to feel touched right after it. Still, I always tried to be honest with myself about these things. So I admit that I am not 100% certain about that touch. Shock does strange things to the body. It can heighten every sensation. It can make normal feelings seem charged with meaning. And we had watched ghost films before, like most teenagers do, so it is possible that part of our reaction was shaped by fear and suggestion once the impossible had already happened. Maybe the touch was real. Maybe it was imagined because of the shock. I do not know. I only know that in that moment, both of us felt it. And then, before either of us had time to calm down, something else happened. My friend saw movement in the grass. He said there was something there slithering, something that looked like a small snake. I saw it too, or at least I saw enough movement that I believe it probably was a snake. Even now, I would say I am about 90% sure it was one. Under normal circumstances, maybe that would not have been the end of the world. A snake in the grass is frightening, yes, but still explainable. It belongs to the ordinary world. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. By then, the whole park had changed in my mind. My friend, still acting out of that strange mix of fear and curiosity people get when they are young, tried to catch it with his cap. Maybe he wanted to prove something. Maybe he was reacting without thinking. Maybe he was trying to regain control over the situation by focusing on something concrete and physical. But I was already too frightened. I told him to stop, to leave it alone, to run. And that is exactly what we did. We ran. Not walked fast. Not backed away slowly like people in films sometimes do. We ran until we got out of the park. And even once we were out of the park, we kept running until we found a taxi. Then we got into it and went home. That alone says a lot about how shaken we were. Teenagers who are only mildly scared usually laugh once they are out of immediate danger. They tell the story dramatically, but their body settles down quickly. That was not what happened to me. What happened stayed with me. I could not sleep properly for 1 or 2 months after that night. That is not an exaggeration. For weeks afterward, sleep became difficult. I would lie down, and the memory of that bench would come back. The image of the girl sitting there, knees pulled up, smoking calmly, and then simply not existing a second later, would replay in my mind over and over. Even if I was not consciously thinking about her, my body remembered the fear. It stayed alert. It stayed uneasy. I think that is one of the best measures of how deeply something affected you, whether it leaves your body long after it leaves the moment. Even after months had passed, and later even after years, when my friend and I got together, we would still talk about that night. That is another reason I know it was not just some tiny misunderstanding that grew bigger in memory. Shared fear fades when the source was nothing. People stop bringing it up. It becomes less vivid over time. But that night remained bright in both our minds. Every time we talked about it, the details were still there. The bench. The cigarette. The distance. The joke. The disappearance. The shock. The touch. The running. We never stopped feeling that something genuinely strange had happened. Recently, I saw an article about that park. And that was when another layer of the story revealed itself. It turned out that the park had once been a military cemetery. It had been closed in the year 1770, and then, about a century later, all the remains were moved to another cemetery and a park was built there instead. The place I am talking about is Central Park in Timișoara, Romania. Learning that did not prove anything in a strict sense, of course. People can always say a cemetery being there once does not automatically mean a ghost was there that night. And that is true. I am not claiming that every place with buried history is haunted. But hearing that history changed the emotional meaning of what happened to me. It gave the park a depth it had not had before. Suddenly it was not just an ordinary city park where something strange happened. It was a place built over death. A place that had once held the bodies of soldiers. A place where, even if the remains had been moved later, the history itself had not vanished. That matters to me. Because sometimes the setting of an event does not explain it, but it does make it feel less isolated, less random. I think back now to the way the girl looked sitting on the bench and wonder whether that image itself was part of what made the moment so uncanny. She did not look like a ghost in the obvious sense. She did not wear white. She did not glow. She did not stare at us with hollow eyes. She looked like a real woman, casual and solid and completely present. That may have been the most frightening part in the end. If she had looked immediately unnatural, we might have run before anything else happened. Instead, she looked ordinary enough that we walked toward her laughing. That is what made the vanishing so shocking. It was not the disappearance of something that already seemed unreal. It was the disappearance of something that had seemed fully real. And because of that, I still replay the scene in my mind sometimes and try to force it into some normal explanation. Maybe there was a trick of perspective. Maybe there was a blind angle we somehow failed to notice. Maybe in that 1 or 2 seconds she moved in a way we both missed. But every time I do that, the same problem remains. We were too close, and we were watching too directly. There was not enough time. There was not enough space. There was nowhere for her to go without us seeing movement. That is why, no matter how hard I try to think rationally about it, the basic fact remains unchanged. She vanished. The warm touch on our shoulders still disturbs me in a different way too. Because if that was real, then it suggests the event was not just visual. It suggests contact, proximity, intention. And that possibility bothers me more now than it did then. Back then, I was mostly just scared. Now I think about how exact it was. Me on my right shoulder. My friend on his left. As if something stood between us or moved past us in a very specific way. But again, I want to be careful with honesty. I do not want to pretend certainty where I do not have it. That is why I always say I am not fully sure about that part. It may have been shock. It may have been imagination triggered by fear. But it may also have been real. And because I cannot prove either way, it remains one of the most unsettling details of the story. The snake, too, has stayed with me, though in a different way. Part of me wonders whether it had any connection at all to what happened just before, or whether it was simply a real snake in the grass at the worst possible moment. If it was just a snake, then maybe it means nothing. But the timing of it made the whole scene feel stranger, more chaotic, as if after the disappearance the park itself had become briefly charged with something wrong. My friend trying to catch it with his cap feels almost absurd now when I think back on it, but that absurdity is part of what makes the memory real. People do strange things in frightening moments. Not always sensible things. What I know for sure is that I wanted out of that park more than anything. And once we were gone, the fear did not stay behind there. It came home with me. That is why the sleeplessness lasted so long. Not because I was worried I would see the girl in my bedroom, but because once you have watched something impossible happen, the whole world becomes less stable for a while. Everyday reality loses some of its certainty. A park bench is no longer just a bench. A stranger in the distance is no longer only a stranger. Night becomes less innocent. Silence becomes heavier. Your mind starts asking questions it never asked before. What did we see? Who was she? Why did she vanish when we got close? Why did we both see the same thing? Why did it happen in that park? Was she aware of us at all, or were we simply allowed to see something that did not belong to our world in the usual way? These are the kinds of questions that stay because they have no answer. I think that is why my friend and I kept talking about it years later. We were not just remembering a spooky night. We were circling around a mystery neither of us could solve. Every time we talked about it, we were checking the details again, confirming once more that yes, we had both seen her. Yes, she was there. Yes, she vanished. No, either of us had looked away long enough for her to leave normally. No, it still did not make sense. And then when I learned about the military cemetery, the story gained another weight entirely. A place where bodies once lay. A place where soldiers were buried. A place later turned into a public park, with people strolling casually over ground that once held death and grief and mourning. There is something haunting in that idea all by itself, even before anything paranormal happens. Cities build over their dead all the time. History gets buried under parks, roads, shops, and apartments. Most people move through those places without ever thinking about what was there first. But then sometimes something happens, and suddenly history feels close again, not as dates in a book, but as presence. Maybe that is what disturbed me most after reading the article. Not that the park had once been a cemetery, but that I had walked there in complete ignorance, joking and laughing, just another person using a modern public place without knowing what older layer of the city lay underneath it. And then, in that exact place, I had seen a woman vanish from a bench. I still do not know what to call her. Ghost? Spirit? Vision? Something else entirely? She did not behave like the ghost people describe in the most common stories. She did not appear translucent. She did not speak. She did not float. She looked completely real, right up until the second she was not there anymore. If there is one thing that experience taught me, it is that the truly strange does not always announce itself in theatrical ways. Sometimes it looks ordinary for just long enough to let you walk toward it smiling. That may be the scariest kind of haunting of all, because you only understand what you saw after it is already gone. A few months ago, I had the most terrifying experience of my life. Even now, when I think about it, I feel the same cold fear coming back. Some experiences fade with time. They lose their sharpness. They become stories you tell without really feeling them anymore. But this is not one of those. This one stayed with me exactly because of how wrong it felt in the moment. I can still see it clearly. I can still hear the panic in our voices. I can still picture her face, or what should have been her face, and those eyes that did not look human at all. It started as a completely normal Friday night. That is one of the reasons it was so frightening. We were not doing anything strange. We were not in an abandoned graveyard. We were not exploring haunted ruins. We were not trying to summon anything or scare ourselves. We were just young people out at night, doing the kind of thing people do in a small town when they want to have fun and forget about routine for a few hours. I had gone out with my cousin and a friend. We met up with other friends at a pub in town. Everything was ordinary. Music, laughter, people coming and going, the kind of late-night atmosphere you expect when it is Friday and everyone wants to stay out a little longer. At first, the night felt normal, maybe even boring in the usual way. It was already around 2 in the morning, and we were no longer enjoying ourselves there. We did not like the music, the mood had become dull, and nothing about the place felt worth staying for. So we left. We lived in a small town, and at that hour there was not much else open. That is the reality of small towns at night. Once the few active places close down or stop being interesting, all that is left is empty streets, a handful of lights, and the idea that you can make your own fun by simply driving around. So that is what we decided to do. We got into the car and started driving through random streets, listening to music, talking, and just trying to stretch the night a little longer before going home. At first, it was exactly that. Just driving. Just music. Just late-night conversation. Then something happened that shifted everything. We were driving near an old cinema when something caught our attention. In front of the cinema, there was a huge bush. What was strange was that the bush was moving, but not the way a bush normally moves. It was not shaking wildly in the wind. It was not rustling like a small animal had brushed through it. It was moving in this slow, strange way that instantly made us all notice it. Around the bush were several dogs, and every single one of them was focused on it. That image alone was already unsettling. A group of dogs fixed on one bush in the middle of the night. The dogs were not casually wandering nearby. They were watching it. All of their attention was there, aimed at that one place as if they knew something was inside. Animals reacting strongly to something unseen always creates a different kind of fear. People can doubt themselves, but when animals act strangely, it feels harder to ignore. My cousin said right away that something creepy was going on in that bush. And honestly, I could understand why she said that. There was something wrong about the movement of it, something too slow and too deliberate. Then suddenly, something inside the bush scared all the dogs. That part happened fast, but it changed the whole mood in the car. The dogs reacted sharply, and in that moment, even though I was unsettled too, I still tried to be the rational one. I told my cousin that maybe it was just a cat. That would have been the most ordinary explanation. A cat hiding in a bush, dogs surrounding it. The bush moving strangely because the animal inside was trying to stay hidden or shift position. That explanation was simple and believable, and I wanted to believe it. So after a bit, we left that behind and moved on. Or at least we tried to. We kept driving, turning down another street and then another, moving farther away from that bush. But the strange feeling of it did not fully leave us. There was already a little tension in the car now, the kind that comes after something odd happens and everyone pretends they are over it while still thinking about it. Then we reached a steep road. The road sloped down and led into another street. It was not far from where we had seen the bush, maybe only a street after it. We were going down the steep part, and at the end of it, on the first house of the next street, we saw her. She was sitting on the stairs of the house. And the moment all of us saw her, we reacted at the same time. It was instant. No hesitation. No slow confusion. Just shock. All of us said something at once, something like, "Man, what the hell is that?" My cousin started screaming immediately. Not the dramatic kind of screaming people do when they are laughing and scared at the same time. She screamed like a terrified child. She kept saying that the girl did not look alive and that we needed to leave. And the truth is, she did not look alive. That was the exact feeling all of us had. The girl looked young, maybe not much older than us, but the way she was sitting there at that hour made no sense. It was winter. It was around 2:30 in the morning. It was cold. And there she was, sitting outside on the stairs in a little black dress, with no jacket and no shoes. That alone would already have looked wrong. But it was not only the clothes. She also had a black veil on her head. That detail made her look even stranger, even more unreal, because it was not just unusual clothing for the time and place. It gave her a funeral-like appearance. Dark. Still. Out of place. Like someone who did not belong to the ordinary world around her. But the worst part, the part one still cannot forget, was her face. More specifically, her eyes. They did not look normal. It was as if she had two huge black holes instead of eyes. That is the best way I can say it. Not dark eyes in the natural sense. Not heavy makeup. Not deep shadows from the headlights. It looked like there was nothing human there. Just blackness. Empty, dark, terrible blackness where eyes should have been. Her skin was also extremely pale. Not just light-skinned. Pale in a way that looked drained, lifeless, almost corpse-like under the light. We pointed the car headlights directly at her face. And she did not move even 1 centimeter. That is another detail I cannot stop thinking about. No blink. No flinch. No turning away from the light. No reaction to a car stopping and shining headlights directly at her in the middle of the night. Nothing. It was like staring at a doll. A horrible, dead-looking doll placed on the stairs. And yet she was not an object. She was sitting upright like a person. She looked arranged like a person. But there was no normal human response in her at all. It felt like looking at something pretending to be human but failing in just enough ways to terrify you. What also struck us was the cold. It was winter. She had no jacket. No shoes. And she was not shivering. Not even a little. That made the whole scene even more unnatural. A normal girl sitting outside like that in the winter would at least look uncomfortable. Her body would react. Her skin would tense. Her shoulders would pull inward. She would move somehow. But she just sat there, perfectly still. That was the moment when fear turned physical for me. I started screaming. And I felt like I was going to throw up. There was something about her presence that made my body react before my mind could even sort itself out. It was revulsion, panic, dread, all at once. I did not want to keep looking at her. I did not want to be there. Every instinct in me was saying the same thing: get away. So we left. We drove away from her as fast as we could. But because this was a normal town road, we could not simply disappear instantly. A few houses away, about 5 houses from where she had been sitting, there was a traffic light, and it was red. We had to stop there. That made the situation feel even worse somehow, because we were still close enough to know she was behind us, still there on those stairs, still sitting in that impossible way while our nerves were falling apart. At that red light, we met another friend who was also waiting in his car. When you go through something strange and frightening, one of the first things you want is another person. Not only for comfort, but for confirmation, for grounding, for the hope that someone else can help turn the unreal back into something manageable. So we immediately told him what had happened. We pointed from a distance and showed him the girl sitting on the stairs. He listened, and then, instead of doing what we wanted to do, which was get as far away as possible, he said he wanted to drive back and see her face too. That sounds reckless now, but in the moment, I understood it in a strange way. Sometimes people faced with something impossible react with curiosity instead of retreat. They want to see for themselves. They want to know if what others are saying is true. They need direct evidence before they believe it. So we agreed to meet him on the opposite street after he went back. The light turned green. We drove on. He went toward the girl. And then we waited. Those few minutes felt incredibly long, even if in reality it was maybe only 3 minutes or so. Fear stretches time. We sat there with our nerves completely ruined, waiting for our friend to come back and tell us what he had seen. Part of me wanted him to say we had imagined it. Part of me wanted some normal explanation, even a ridiculous one. Maybe she was just a strange girl. Maybe the light made her face look wrong. Maybe she moved once someone got close enough. Then we met again. And what he told us made everything worse. He said she was gone. Gone. Just like that. He had driven back to look at her more closely, and by the time he got there, she was not on the stairs anymore. That detail broke whatever was left of my ability to explain it away. Because now the pattern felt too close to impossible. First the bush with the dogs. Then the strange girl sitting still in the freezing cold, with no shoes, no reaction, black hole eyes, and a veil. Then her disappearance within minutes, with no clear sign of where she had gone. At that hour, on that street, a girl dressed like that should have been visible if she walked away. There should have been some trace of movement, some direction, some explanation. But all we got instead was absence. I can never forget those eyes. That is the image that stayed with me more than anything else. Those black eyes. Or maybe I should say the lack of eyes, because that is really what it felt like. And that pale skin. Even now, when I think about that night, those are the first things that come back. Not the pub. Not the music. Not the bush. Not even the dogs, though they mattered. It is always her face. The stillness. The blackness where her eyes should have been. The total lack of reaction to our headlights. The way she sat there like a figure placed outside reality. Sometimes people say things like this must have been only fear making the details worse. Maybe. I have asked myself that too. Maybe the darkness played tricks on us. Maybe the headlights created strange shadows around her eyes. Maybe her skin only looked pale because of the cold and the light. Maybe the black veil added to the whole effect and turned an ordinary person into something horrifying in our minds. I have tried to go down those paths of explanation. But every time I do, the same problem remains. All of us reacted the same way at the same time. That matters. We did not slowly influence each other into fear. It was immediate. We saw her and all of us knew, right away, that something was deeply wrong. Then when our other friend went back and found her gone, it pushed the whole experience beyond the point of an ordinary misunderstanding. And I still think about the bush. That is the part that haunts me most when I try to piece it all together. Because looking back, I cannot shake the feeling that whatever was in that bush and whatever we saw later were connected. I know how insane that sounds. But that is genuinely what I still think sometimes. The bush was moving strangely. The dogs were fixed on it. Something inside scared them. We left. Then 1 street later, on a steep road leading down to another street, there she was. Sitting there as if waiting. As if she had somehow gotten ahead of us in a way that did not make sense. And because of that, part of me still believes she was in that bush. Not as an ordinary human hiding there, but as something else. Something that moved from that bush to those stairs in a way I do not understand and probably never will. If I tell myself it was just coincidence, it does not feel right. If I tell myself she was a real girl and the bush held some animal, that also does not feel right. The whole thing fits together too strangely, too smoothly, in the worst possible way. Even now, years later, when I remember that night, I do not remember it like a ghost story I once heard. I remember it like an event my body survived. The fear of it was physical. The nausea was physical. The panic in the car was physical. It was one of those nights that split life into before and after. Before that, I could still pass out things in the night and shrug them off. After that, I knew how quickly ordinary reality can turn into something that feels wrong all the way down to your bones. And that is why I still talk about it. Not because I have a neat explanation. Not because I want to prove anything. But because I know what we saw. A winter street. A house. A girl sitting on the stairs in a black dress, barefoot, with a black veil on her head. Pale skin. Black holes where her eyes should have been. No reaction to light. No movement. Then, minutes later, nothing there at all. That is enough to stay with a person for a lifetime. It all started with a dream. At first, I thought it was only one strange dream, the kind people have sometimes and forget after a day or two. But this one did not fade away. It stayed with me, and after that first dream, it kept returning in different ways. The person in it kept returning too. At first he scared me more than anything else. Then something changed, and that change is what made the whole thing so confusing and so difficult for me to understand. In the first dream, I was with some friends, and we were all running away from a man. Even when I think back on that dream now, the feeling in it is still very strong. We were terrified. Not nervous, not only worried, but deeply scared in the way you are when you know something dangerous is behind you and getting closer. I did not know exactly what he was supposed to be, but in the dream I assumed he was some kind of demon or vampire. He looked like the kind of dark figure you would expect in a nightmare or in an old Gothic story. He was dressed all in black. He had black hair, pale skin, and glowing yellow eyes that made him look unnatural from the very first moment. Everything about him felt dangerous. My friends and I were trying to hide from him, trying to escape, trying to get away before he reached us. We ended up running into a huge room, hoping we could hide there. In dreams, spaces often feel larger than they should, and this room felt enormous, like the kind of place where you should be able to disappear if you stayed quiet enough. I remember thinking that maybe, just maybe, we could hide there long enough for him to pass by or lose our trail. But he found me. He found me suddenly, almost as if he had known exactly where I was from the beginning. And then something happened that changed the dream completely. Instead of attacking me or killing me or doing what you would expect an evil creature to do in a nightmare, he forced me to marry him. That sounds strange, I know. It sounds like the kind of twist only a dream could make feel natural in the moment. But that is exactly what happened. 1 second I was terrified of him, and the next second I was in this impossible situation where I had become his wife. At first I was afraid. Of course I was. He was still the same frightening man with the black clothes and glowing yellow eyes. He was still clearly dangerous. He was still evil in the way dream logic made me understand him to be. But then, somehow, I started to like him. That is the part that confused me most, even then. Even though he was evil, and even though everyone else was afraid of him, something inside me shifted. My fear softened. I became attached to him. And after that first dream, he did not disappear from my mind. He kept coming back into my dreams again and again, and with each dream the connection between us seemed stronger. Since then, I have kept seeing him in my dreams. And somewhere in all of that, I fell in love with him. Writing those words still feels strange, because I know how it sounds. He is not a normal person from my everyday life. He is someone who exists in dreams, and not even as a safe, gentle figure from the beginning. He appeared first as something dark and frightening, someone everyone else feared. But dream after dream, he became more important to me, more present, and more emotionally real. It reached a point where my feelings for him no longer felt like ordinary dream feelings that vanish when morning comes. They stayed with me after waking. I kept thinking about him, missing him, wondering when I would dream of him again. The dreams changed over time too. They were not always the same. Sometimes he was terrifying. Sometimes he was calm. Sometimes he was controlling. Sometimes he was almost tender. But there was always a strange consistency to him, as if I were meeting the same person over and over in a place I could only reach while asleep. Recently, I had a dream about fairies. That may sound lighter or more harmless, but it did not feel that way. In the dream, the fairies warned me to stay away from him. They seemed to understand something about him that I either did not understand or did not want to accept. They were warning me, and yet even in the same dream, he was the one coming for me. That detail matters a lot to me, because it created this feeling that there were different forces in my dreams pulling me in opposite directions. One side warned me to stay away. The other side wanted me to return to him. And no matter what the warning was, he kept coming back for me. In many of the dreams, he would force me to stay in his fortress. That fortress became an important part of the dream world around him. It was dark, isolated, and felt like it belonged completely to him. Every time I escaped, he sent his army after me to bring me back. That happened more than once. I would run, hide, try to get away, and then his people, or his creatures, or however I should describe them, would come after me until I was returned to the fortress again. That should have made me hate him. That should have made me want to escape him forever. But dream emotions are not always simple, and neither are the feelings I ended up having toward him. Even though he controlled me in those dreams, even though he was frightening and powerful and clearly not good in an ordinary sense, he was also different with me than with everyone else. He has some kind of anger issues. That is one of the clearest things I can say about him. There is rage in him. Temper. A darkness that can turn dangerous quickly. But with me, he is gentle. That is the contradiction that keeps pulling me deeper into confusion. To everyone else, he is someone to fear. To me, he becomes softer. Not harmless, exactly, but gentler. And that difference matters because it is part of what made me fall for him. We have never had, you know. That is also something I want to make clear. The bond between us in the dreams feels very intense and very emotional, but it has not been that kind of relationship. Still, the fact that in the dreams I am his wife has affected how I think even in real life. It reached the point where I started wishing that maybe I would never get married in real life because I love him. I am 15, by the way. That age matters because I know I am still young, and I know people may say that dreams feel stronger at this age, that imagination and emotion can mix in strange ways during adolescence. I understand that. But understanding it does not erase how real the feelings seem to me. This is not just some random crush on a fictional character. It feels personal. It feels like a relationship in another place, one that keeps continuing every time I fall asleep. A few days ago, I had another dream with him. This time we were at a masquerade ball. That dream felt different from some of the darker ones. It was beautiful in a strange way. We were dancing together among all these masks and elegant surroundings, and that setting made the whole thing feel more romantic than frightening. There was still mystery, of course, because a masquerade ball already carries mystery by itself. But this time I did not feel hunted. I felt wanted. That was also the first time I heard him say clearly that he loved me. He did not say it only once. He kept repeating it in random moments throughout the dream. Those words stayed with me after I woke up. The dream itself was already powerful, but hearing him say that he loved me made it feel even more serious somehow, even more intimate. It was as if something unspoken between us in the earlier dreams had finally been made clear. And because he repeated it several times, it did not feel accidental. It felt intentional, personal, directed at me. That dream made my feelings for him even stronger. But then real life complicated everything. At some point, I started reading about spiritual husbands and familiar spirits. That was probably the beginning of my confusion becoming much worse. Before that, I had mostly been living with the dreams and my feelings in a kind of emotional way. I was frightened at times, yes, but I was also attached to him. I was treating him as someone real inside the dream world, someone dark but special, someone who somehow belonged to me and to whom I belong. But after I started reading about those spiritual things, I became much more disturbed. Because some of what I read matched what had been happening to me. Especially the demon part. That was the word that started digging into me. What if he really is a demon? What if this is not just some repeated dream character created by my mind? What if there is something real, spiritual, and dangerous behind him? And then an even heavier thought followed that one. What if God is upset with me for falling in love with him? That question hurt me deeply because I am not asking it in a casual way. If he really is something evil, then what does it mean that I love him? What does it mean that I feel close to him? What does it mean that I miss him, wait for him, and sometimes would rather dream of him than think of real life? That question filled me with fear and guilt in a way the dreams alone had not. After that idea entered my mind, I tried to fight it. For a few weeks, I worked hard to deny that he might be a demon. I tried to believe he was only a figment of my imagination. Just a dream figure. Just my mind creating some dark romantic story because that is what minds do sometimes, especially at night. I kept telling myself that was the truth. That it was safer and simpler and more sensible. I wanted to believe that. But then something happened yesterday. I woke up in the middle of the night. I do not fully remember how it happened. That is part of what makes it so unsettling. It feels blurred around the edges, the way some experiences do when they happen in that half-awake, half-asleep state. But I think I saw a demon. Even writing that makes me hesitate, because I do not know if it was a dream, a hallucination, sleep paralysis, or something real. I cannot say with total certainty. It happened fast. But in that moment, it felt real enough to terrify me. He looked horrifying. Like the pictures people find online when they search for demons, dark, unnatural, wrong in the deepest way. His face had this yellowish-green light on it, which made everything even more sick and unnatural. It was not like ordinary light. It was like some eerie glow that highlighted all the frightening parts of him. I cannot say I saw him for long, but I saw enough to feel real panic. And in that moment, I tried to force myself to accept something. I kept telling myself that my husband, the man from the dreams, was not real. That word, husband, still feels strange to use outside the dream context, but that is how I thought of him. Somewhere in me, there was still a part that believed he was real, just not in this world. Real in another world that I was allowed to visit only while sleeping. A world where I belonged to him, and he belonged to me. So when I saw that terrifying figure, I tried to push against that belief. I kept repeating to myself, in my head, that he was not real. I thought maybe if I said it enough, the fear would break. Instead, something worse happened. A deep, velvety male voice suddenly screamed inside my head in an angry way. That was the moment everything changed for me again. Because I already know what it is like to hear voices in that strange half-sleep, half-awake state. I have experienced that before. Sometimes, When I am almost falling asleep, I hear voices saying random things. Things that make no sense. Something like, "Put that on the wall," or, "Where's the refrigerator?" Random, disconnected phrases that sound strange but do not necessarily feel personally threatening. So I know those things can happen in that state. But this time was different. The voice that screamed in my head was identical to the voice my dream husband has in my dreams. That is what shook me the most. Not only the anger of it, not only the fact that it screamed, but that I recognized the voice. It was his. Or at least it felt exactly like his. That is why I am now completely confused. If he is only imaginary, then why did that voice feel so familiar and so exact? If he is only a character from my dreams, then why does he seem to cross into that half-awake state with the same presence, the same voice, the same emotional force? And if he is real in some spiritual sense, then what does that mean? That is where I am trapped right now. Between love and fear. Between imagination and belief. Between wanting him to be only a dream and being unable to shake the feeling that he may be more than that. I keep asking myself the same questions over and over. Is he real or not? Am I a bad person for falling in love with him? Did my own feelings make this worse somehow? Did I invite it by loving him? Or was I always going to be drawn into this because of something beyond me? One of the strangest parts of all of this is that the dreams themselves do not feel random. They feel connected. They build on each other. There is continuity. A past. A relationship. A fortress. Escapes. Returns. Warnings. Balls. Confessions of love. It does not feel like a series of unrelated dreams where my mind just happens to invent the same dark man again and again. It feels like the same story continuing. The same person returning. The same connection strengthening. And because of that, it is very hard for me to treat him as nothing. If he were just a nightmare, I think I would hate him. If he were just a villain, I think I would only fear him. But that is not what this is. I am emotionally attached to him. That is what makes this so hard. Even after the fairies warned me, even after I started reading about demons and spiritual husbands, even after seeing that horrifying figure and hearing that scream in my head, some part of me still loves him. Some part of me still thinks of the way he is gentle with me. The way he says he loves me. The way he wants me back whenever I escape. The way he seems dark to everyone else but softer toward me. That does not make the fear disappear, but it complicates it. It makes everything morally and emotionally confusing. Because if he is evil, then why does he treat me with tenderness? And if he is only fantasy, then why does he feel so emotionally powerful? And if he belongs to some other world, then why do I feel more connected to him there than to many real things here? Another part that troubles me is the idea of being his wife. That role has shaped how I feel even while awake. It made me start thinking that maybe I do not want marriage in real life because I already belong to someone else in another place. That thought frightens me now in a different way, because I do not know whether it is innocent, unhealthy, spiritual, or dangerous. I only know it feels real to me in the moment I think it. I also think about the fairies often. Why were they warning me? If the dream was only imagination, then why would my own dream create a warning from one side and desire from another? Was that my own conscience trying to protect me? Was it some symbolic way my mind tried to say that even though I was in love, I knew something was wrong? Or was it truly a warning from something outside myself? I do not know. And the more I think about it, the less certain I become of anything. That is what frightens me most now. Not only the demon-like image, not only the screaming voice, but the uncertainty. Because uncertainty leaves room for everything. For fantasy. For fear. For guilt. For spiritual danger. For self-deception. For genuine supernatural contact. I can think of explanations, but none of them satisfy me completely. Maybe he is just a recurring dream figure, created from some mix of fear, loneliness, romance, dark stories, and imagination. Maybe the half-awake voice was just one of those strange sleep sounds my brain sometimes creates. Maybe the terrifying face I saw in the night was a dream fragment, or a hallucination from waking suddenly. All of those are possible. But then why does his voice feel so consistent? Why does the emotional connection feel so strong? Why do the dreams feel like a continuing relationship and not random scenes? Why did I feel guilty before I even had any clear reason to? Why did the fairies warn me? Why did that angry voice come only when I was trying to tell myself he was not real? Those are the details that stop me from dismissing everything easily. Sometimes I wonder if what frightens me most is not him, but the idea that I might already be too emotionally involved to think clearly. Love changes judgment even in ordinary life. And this is not ordinary life. This is dreams, spiritual fear, guilt, longing, and the terrifying possibility that something dark is using affection to keep me close. That thought hurts. Because if that is true, then the tenderness itself becomes frightening. The dancing. The words, "I love you," the gentleness. All of it becomes suspect. Not because it was never felt, but because it may have had a purpose I do not understand. And yet even writing that, I feel resistance inside me. Because I do love him. That is the most honest and troubling truth. I am frightened of what he may be, but I am attached to him anyway. That is why I am asking whether I am a bad person. Not because I want approval for something wrong, but because I genuinely do not know how much control I have over a feeling that grew inside dreams and kept returning until it became part of me. If he is only a dream, then maybe I am just a girl who got too emotionally invested in a dark, romantic dream figure. If he is something more, then maybe I am standing too close to something dangerous. Either way, I feel lost. I think what makes this hardest is that the dreams do not feel purely evil from the inside. If they had, maybe I would have rejected him immediately. But they contain beauty too. The masquerade ball. The dancing. His repeated confessions of love. The strange feeling of belonging. That mixture of romance and darkness is what makes it so hard to break away even inside my own thoughts. Maybe that is why stories about demons and spirits are often so dangerous. Not because they always appear as monsters, but because they may appear as exactly what your heart wants most. And if that is what this is, then I understand why I feel so confused and divided inside. One part of me still wants to see him again in dreams. Another part of me is terrified that I will. One part of me wants to believe he is only imagination. Another part of me cannot shake the sense that he is real in some other place. One part of me thinks I should reject him completely. Another part still feels married to him in some invisible way. That is the truth of where I am. Not certainty. Not peace. But confusion wrapped around love and fear. 2 years ago, in 2015, there was a place in my town where my friends and I used to spend a lot of time during the summer. It was one of those spots that does not look especially important to adults, but to teenagers it becomes a whole world of its own. On very hot days, when there was nothing else to do and the heat made the whole town feel slow and sleepy, we would gather there and just stay for hours. We were not doing anything important. We would talk, sit around, laugh, walk a little, and waste time the way young people often do when summer seems endless. People called that place something like the Kids Club. It was huge. That is one of the first things I always remember about it. It was much bigger than people would expect if they had only heard the name. There was a large yard around it, and half of that yard almost felt like a little forest, even though the place was actually in a pretty central area of my town. That contrast made it feel strange in a good way during the day and unsettling in a bad way at night. You could stand there and still feel half hidden from the rest of the town, even though you were not really far from anything. In that big yard, there were 2 large buildings. One of them was still being used. There were activities there for children or sometimes older people, and because of that, it still felt normal, even if a little old. The other building was the one that mattered. That was the building we were all drawn to, even if we pretended we were not. Years earlier, it had apparently been used by a college in my town as some kind of practice place, maybe 5 or 6 years before all this happened. But by the time we were hanging around there, it was no longer in use. It just stood there. Empty. Silent. Abandoned. And because it was abandoned, it had become the kind of place that scares people without even trying. At night, its shadows looked wrong. Even in daylight, it had that dead feeling some buildings have when no one has properly lived or worked inside them for a long time. Still, for some reason, it attracted us. It attracted me especially. I do not know exactly why. Even now, when I think back on it, I cannot say there was anything visibly unique about that building compared to other abandoned places. It was not covered in blood-red graffiti or surrounded by some terrible legend everyone knew. It was, in a basic way, just another old abandoned building. But still, I felt pulled toward it. Fascinated by it. As if something about it had already caught hold of my attention long before I ever stepped inside. One day, I was there with 3 other girls. We had all been hanging around, bored and restless, and eventually someone said what all of us had probably been thinking: we should go inside the abandoned building. That is the kind of decision teenagers make very easily. Curiosity gets mixed with bravado, and suddenly the thing that should obviously be left alone becomes the most interesting thing in the world. None of us wanted to be the one to say no. None of us wanted to look scared. And beyond that, we were genuinely curious. We wanted to know what was inside. Getting in was not simple. We had to climb using the bars of one of the windows until we reached the roof. That should have been enough of a warning on its own. The building was clearly not meant to be entered anymore. The normal entrance was not an option. Everything about the way we got in said we were crossing into a place that had been left behind. But that only made it feel more exciting then. Once we got onto the roof, we found a window that led into the 2nd floor. So we broke it. That sounds ugly now when I say it plainly, but that is what we did. We broke the window and climbed inside. On the other side, we found ourselves in a hallway. That was the moment the adventure feeling really started. Inside, it did not just look abandoned. It looked suspended in time. There were many rooms, and most of them looked like old classrooms. The layout still suggested learning, people, movement, voices, life. But all of that was gone. What remained was only the shell. We explored. And as we moved through the rooms, we found old photos. That was one of the strangest parts of the first exploration, because the building suddenly stopped feeling like some abstract haunted place and became something linked directly to our town and our families. In some of those old pictures, we recognized our own parents from when they had studied at that college. That detail made the building feel both more real and more eerie at the same time. It was not only an abandoned structure anymore. It was a place our parents had once walked through. A place that once belonged to the ordinary world in a way we could almost touch. We took the photos. And then, because we were stupid and young and careless in the way teenagers often are, we continued wandering around breaking doors and other things. I am not proud of that part. But it is part of what happened, and if I leave it out, the memory becomes dishonest. We were excited by the lawlessness of the place. There was no one there to stop us, and that made us act in ways we would not have acted in a normal building. From the 2nd floor, we found stairs that led to the attic. So of course we went there too. The attic is important, because later what happened there would become the center of everything. At the time, though, it seemed harmless in its emptiness. We spent some time looking around, but I want to be very clear about something. There was absolutely nothing up there that could have been moved in any meaningful way. No furniture. No stacks of boxes. No tools. No loose objects waiting to be dragged around. It was completely empty. The only thing we found in the attic was a half-eaten pigeon. That was disturbing enough on its own. It gave the place a rotten, dead feeling, as if something had fed there and left the remains behind. But still, it was not enough to send us running. We just went back down to the 2nd floor. Later, we found another staircase that led down to the 1st floor. And that level was the opposite of the attic. The 1st floor was filled with boxes and old things. It was cluttered in a way that made movement difficult. In fact, it was so packed that it was impossible to get in through the main entrance down there. The ordinary front way into the building had been blocked by the amount of stuff filling that level. Because of that, we could not really explore the first floor the way we wanted to. So we gave up on that, and went back to the second floor. That was when everything changed. Suddenly, while we were still upstairs, I felt something. An eerie feeling. The other girls went into another room, still looking around, still talking, still carrying that half-playful, half-reckless curiosity people have in abandoned places when nothing bad has happened yet. But I stopped in the hallway. I just stayed there. Motionless. It is hard to explain that moment because no dramatic thing had happened yet. No shadow had crossed the wall. No scream had come from upstairs. No object had moved in front of me. And yet something in me suddenly knew I should leave. Not just casually, not eventually, not after one more room. Leave immediately. Run out. Never come back. That was the feeling. It was not vague unease. It was a strong internal warning. For a moment I listened to it. Then I argued with it. I told myself to calm down. I reminded myself that the sun was still shining outside. It was daylight. I tried to comfort myself with a childish idea, one I really did believe in that moment, that if ghosts or anything like that existed, they would only appear at night. Daylight should have protected us. Daylight should have made the building less dangerous. So I tried to reason my own fear away. I could still hear the girls talking in the other room. And then their voices stopped. Suddenly. At the exact same moment, a strange sound filled the building. That is one of the clearest memories of the whole experience. Not only because of the sound itself, but because of the way it arrived, as if it wrapped around the entire building instead of coming from one neat place. The girls came back to me immediately, and they looked scared. We all knew something had happened. The sound was coming from the attic. And the best way I can describe it is embarrassingly simple. It sounded like a cheap horror movie. Something like thump, thump, drag. That kind of sound. Heavy. Rhythmic. Then dragging. It was unnatural not because such sounds cannot exist in an old building, but because of what we had already seen with our own eyes. The attic was empty. Completely empty. There was nothing up there that could be dragged. Nothing that could explain that sound naturally. One of the girls tried to say maybe someone had gone up to the attic and was moving something around. That suggestion made things worse, not better. Because if another person had entered the building, they could not have gotten to the attic without me seeing them. I had view to every route leading there. I was standing in the hallway in a position where someone moving toward the attic should have been visible to me. And no one had passed. That was the first problem. The second problem was even simpler. There was nothing in the attic to move. That is why the sound frightened us so deeply. If it had been downstairs, maybe we could have blamed the packed first floor settling or shifting. If it had come from outside, maybe we could have blamed wind or animals or some other person. But it came from the one place we had just seen with our own eyes, and that place was empty except for the half-eaten pigeon. So we stood there, confused and afraid, listening. And then we heard voices. This part still unsettles me deeply because I cannot tell you what they were saying. I could not make out words. But what I can say is that to me those voices did not sound human. That is not a phrase I use lightly. I do not mean only that I did not recognize them. I mean the quality of them felt wrong. As if something in them missed ordinary human tone and shape. It was enough for me. That was my signal to get out. And that is exactly what I did. I ran. I ran out of that building as fast as I could, first over the roof and then away from it completely. I did not care how stupid I looked. I did not care what the others thought. Something in me had already been warning me before the sounds even began, and by the time the voices came, I no longer had any interest in testing what else might happen. We got away from the building. But getting away did not end it. A few days later, I was near the building again. And the eerie feeling returned immediately. That alone told me something important. The feeling was not only tied to the specific event with the attic sounds. It was tied to the building itself. Just being near it again brought the same heaviness into me. The same discomfort. The same inner voice telling me something there was wrong. I was standing there, facing the building again, when I felt this strange pressure inside my head, almost like an urge. Something in me kept saying I should look at the attic window. So I did. And for a moment, I felt almost stupid because I saw nothing there. Part of me was disappointed, which is strange to admit. Maybe I wanted some visible confirmation that would make the whole earlier experience make more sense. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that the building really was wrong. But the attic window showed nothing. It looked empty. Then my eyes started moving across the building. And that was when I saw it. Or rather them. Or rather, something. As I scanned from one window to another, I could see a silhouette moving through the building. It was not standing still. It was running. And every time my eyes landed on a window, there it was again, as if it had already crossed to the next visible space before I fully followed it. I do not know how else to describe it except to say that it seemed to run through the building faster than it should have, revealing itself in one window after another as my gaze moved. That terrified me, because it gave visual form to what I had only felt before. The strange sound in the attic had already made the building feel inhabited by something wrong. But the running silhouette turned that wrongness into an image. It was no longer only an atmosphere or a noise or an instinctive warning. It was motion. Presence. Something passing through the building where no one should have been. And even now, to this day, I refuse to get close to that building. That is true. I will not approach it. Every time I stand near it, I get that eerie feeling again. Not always a huge panic. Not always a dramatic experience. But enough. Enough to know I should stay away. Enough that my body reacts before my mind has finished arguing with it. Enough that I do not need more proof. When I think back now, what disturbs me most is the consistency between my body and the events. First, my body warned me to leave before anything obvious happened. Then the attic made the sounds. Then the voices came. Later, being near the building again triggered the same warning in me. Then I saw the silhouette moving through the windows. That pattern matters to me. It tells me the eerie feeling was not random fear or imagination only. It was tied to something real enough to be confirmed later by sound and sight. That does not mean I can explain what it was. I cannot. But it does mean I trust that first feeling more now than I did then. Because at first I tried to dismiss it. I told myself the sun was out. I told myself ghosts only came at night. I told myself I was being ridiculous. But old buildings do not care what time it is. And whatever was in that one did not care either. The fact that it happened in daylight is one of the reasons the whole thing feels even more serious to me now. Night gives people 1,000 excuses. Shadows are longer. Fear is easier. Every sound can be blamed on darkness. But daylight strips some of those excuses away. When something feels wrong in bright afternoon light, it means you cannot hide from it behind the usual explanations so easily. I also think the attic matters. There was something about that attic that did not feel empty even though it was empty. That sounds strange, but it is the truth. Sometimes a room can contain nothing and still feel occupied. The half-eaten pigeon only added to that feeling, like some trace of violence or feeding had happened there. And when the sound began from that exact place, it was as though the emptiness itself had spoken. What was making the thump-thump drag sound? What was creating voices that did not feel human? What was moving through the windows later? I still do not know. And maybe that is the most frightening part. There is no answer to close the story neatly. No one came later and said there had been squatters in the building. No prank was revealed. No animal explanation ever made sense for all of it. The building simply remains what it always was, abandoned, central, visible to everyone, but wrong in a way I cannot ignore. Sometimes I think abandoned places hold on to things better than used places do. When a building is alive with people, voices, light, and ordinary life, maybe strange things get pushed back into the walls. But when a place is left alone for years, when classrooms empty and windows break and attics gather silence, maybe whatever was there comes closer to the surface. Maybe the building itself becomes like an instrument for something else. I do not know if that is true. But I do know this building never felt like an ordinary ruin to me. It attracted me before I had any reason. Then it warned me. Then it scared me. Then it showed me enough that I have stayed away ever since. And if someone asked me now whether I think something was really there, I would say yes. Not because I want to believe in haunted places. Not because I enjoy dramatic stories. But because I remember exactly how it felt to stand in that hallway, frozen, while the attic sounded like something heavy was being dragged across emptiness, and knowing there was nothing there that should have made such a sound. To make my experience clearer, I need to give a little background first. A while ago, I went to stay at my boyfriend's house for a few days. At first, nothing about that sounded unusual. It was just one of those normal visits where you spend time together, watch movies, talk late into the night, and enjoy being away from your own home for a little while. But the place itself had a strange feeling to it, and by the end of those few days, I left with memories I still cannot explain properly. The property where he lives is a bit unusual because there are two houses in the same yard. The first house is older. It is the one his family used before the newer one was built, and it has that more traditional, lived-in feeling. Inside, there is a kitchen, a small hallway, his parents' room, a bathroom, and what used to be his room. Even though it is older, it feels more grounded somehow. More ordinary. More settled. The kind of place where daily life has happened for a long time, and because of that, everything feels familiar and less unsettling. The second house is the newer one. It had only been finished about half a month earlier, maybe a little more, but not much. It still had that almost too new feeling, as if the walls had not fully accepted that people were now living inside them. You enter through the front door, which opens into a living room. To the left is the kitchen. To the right, there is a door leading out to another small yard where the bathroom is located, because they had not yet made the house bigger or connected that bathroom properly to the inside. Near that area there was also a small wooden construction where they kept tools. So even though it was a new house, it was not fully complete in the way a finished home usually feels complete. It was functional, but still in transition. In the living room, there is a staircase leading to the second floor. The second floor is much smaller. The stairs come up into a little open space where there are two chairs and some very large windows. Off that little area, there is a small bedroom. I actually liked that upstairs space in a strange way. It was decorated nicely, and the bedroom itself looked cozy. But at the same time, it gave me an uneasy feeling. That is one of the hardest things to explain, because visually there was nothing wrong with it. It looked beautiful. But some rooms can look lovely and still feel wrong in a way you cannot easily put into words. That uneasy feeling was there almost from the start. The first night, after watching some boring movies, we decided not to go to the older house to sleep in his old room. Instead, we stayed in the new house and chose to sleep in that little bedroom upstairs. At the time, it seemed like a simple decision. It felt more private, more comfortable, and honestly a little more fun. So we went up there and got ready for bed like everything was normal. But all through the night, I kept hearing small noises. They were not loud at first. Just little sounds. Scratching sounds. It was like the floor was being scratched, or maybe the walls. The sounds were subtle but very noticeable once I started paying attention. They were the kind of sounds that seem easy to explain at first if you want to stay calm. You tell yourself it must be a small animal, or wood settling, or some little thing inside the walls. That was what I tried to do. I did not want to jump to something strange right away. At one point during the night, I thought I saw something near the foot of the bed. But I did not focus on it too much. That is the truth. I noticed something just enough to feel uneasy, but not enough to convince myself it had really been anything. Sometimes when you are already tired and a room is dark, your mind catches shapes and movement where there might be none. So I let that go. I told myself the noises were probably coming from some little mouse or something similar, and tried not to make more of it. The next day, because I am the kind of person who tries to think rationally first, I decided to check whether a mouse could really explain the sounds. so I looked at the stairs carefully. It is a little difficult to explain exactly how those stairs are built, but I will try. There are big spaces between the steps, much bigger than a mouse would need. And the railing is held up by thin little pillars, each attached at different steps. There was nothing between them, nothing like a surface or boarded side that a mouse could easily climb up. In other words, when I looked at the structure of the stairs, it was a mouse. Explanation stopped feeling as convincing. That may sound like a small detail, but it mattered to me because it showed I was not simply deciding it was something paranormal for no reason. I was actively trying to find an ordinary explanation. I wanted there to be one. That is why I checked the stairs and thought through how an animal might move. Then came the second night. That night we were still in the new house, downstairs in the living room, watching television. Everything seemed normal enough. His mother came to bring us some food. But when she entered the room, she looked genuinely scared. Not casually startled. Not the kind of face someone makes after almost tripping or hearing a random sound. She looked disturbed. She told us she had almost yelled. So naturally, we asked her why. Her answer was that she had seen something like a person's shadow near the wall of the house. That caught my attention immediately. Because when another person reacts to something strange in a place that has already made you uneasy, it changes the whole feeling of your own experience. Before that, I could still tell myself maybe I was imagining the bad atmosphere upstairs or being too sensitive to the scratching noises. But now his mother had seen something herself, and she seemed frightened enough that her reaction did not feel fake or exaggerated. Still, strangely, we did not keep talking about it for very long. Another subject came up, and the conversation moved away from it. That happens sometimes in real life. People think that in strange moments everyone stops and investigates for hours, but often the exact opposite happens. Something unsettling is said, everyone feels it, and then almost instinctively they move on because no one wants to hold the fear in the room any longer than necessary. So the evening continued. After a while, his mother went to sleep. Not long after that, we also decided to go upstairs and sleep in the little bedroom again. That was when things started to feel more intense for me. The moment I entered the bedroom, that weird uneasy feeling came over me again. It was immediate. Like stepping into air that already held something uncomfortable in it. There was no visible reason for it. The room looked the same. The furniture was the same. The nice decoration was still there. But the feeling in my body was different as soon as I crossed into that space. Then the same small noises started again. The scratching. The little movements. And then, suddenly, there was a loud bang coming from downstairs. This was very different from the earlier small noises. This was not subtle at all. It was sharp, heavy, loud enough that both of us clearly heard it. I turned to my boyfriend and asked him what it was. He just said, "I don't know," which honestly made it worse, because that meant he had no quick explanation either. I almost yelled at him to go check. In the end, I actually went with him. There was no way I was going to stay alone upstairs in that room after a noise like that. So we went downstairs together. And when we checked, there was nothing. Nothing had fallen. Nothing was out of place. Nothing obvious in the living room or downstairs area could have made that sound. That is one of the details that stays with me. It is one thing to hear a bang and then find a dropped object, or a door that moved or something that makes sense. It is another thing entirely to hear a sound strong enough to pull you out of bed and then find the whole house looking normal, as if the noise had no source at all. After that, we went back upstairs and tried to sleep. But by then, the room felt even worse to me. That is another thing hard to explain unless you have felt it. Sometimes a room becomes heavier not because you see something directly in it, but because the wrongness of it keeps building through little unexplained events. First the scratching. Then the uneasy feeling. Then someone else seeing a shadow outside the house. Then the loud bang downstairs. Even if each thing individually could maybe be explained away, together they changed the emotional atmosphere completely. And the strangest part was this. The house was new. Usually when people tell these kinds of stories, the place involved is old, worn down, full of history and old furniture and creaking wood. This house was not like that. It had only just been finished. That should have made it feel safer, simpler, easier to trust. But instead it felt wrong in a fresh way, almost as if the newness itself could not hide whatever strange presence there was. By the third night, we made a different choice. We decided to sleep in his old room in the older house. And the difference was immediate. Nothing weird happened there. No scratching. No loud unexplained sounds. No oppressive uneasy feeling. That contrast really stood out to me. Because the older house, the one that should have been creepier if age alone mattered, felt fine. It felt ordinary. It felt calm. The new house, the one that looked nice and freshly built and should have been comfortable, was the one that disturbed me. That alone made the experience stranger in my mind. If it had been just a general nervousness from sleeping somewhere unfamiliar, I would have expected the old room to feel just as uncomfortable. But it did not. The uneasiness was tied specifically to that new house, especially the upstairs bedroom. And then there was one more thing. I do not know if it is related or not, but it happened after I came home, and because of the timing I have never fully been able to separate it from those nights at my boyfriend's house. Today, after I got home, I went to the bathroom at one point. In my house, the bathroom and the living room share a wall. While I was in the bathroom, home alone, I could clearly hear the television running in the living room. The sound was normal enough that I did not question it at first. But when I came out, the TV was off. That disturbed me too. Because hearing a TV through a wall is not some vague impression. It is recognizable sound. It is a specific kind of noise that you identify immediately. Yet when I stepped into the living room, there was nothing. The TV was closed. The room was quiet. That is why I still wonder whether it was connected. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was one of those strange moments where your mind misreads a sound from somewhere else. Maybe I was already unsettled by the experience in the new house and more ready to notice things I would normally ignore. But maybe it was related. I honestly do not know. When I look back on the whole experience, what stays strongest in me is not one dramatic visual moment, but the atmosphere of that upstairs bedroom in the new house. The room looked attractive, nicely arranged, pleasant in appearance. Yet from the first night onward it felt watched, active, and wrong in a way I could not explain. The little noises by themselves may have been small, but combined with the bad feeling and the later loud bang, they created a kind of pressure in me that got worse the more time I spent there. I also cannot ignore his mother's reaction. She seemed sincerely frightened by what she saw near the wall of the house. And she had no reason to invent that, especially in such a casual moment, while bringing us food. That detail matters because it means I was not the only person having a bad reaction around that place. Her fear arrived independently of mine, and that gives the whole thing more weight. At the same time, I tried to stay honest. I cannot say with certainty that there was a ghost in that house. I cannot say I saw a full apparition. I cannot say that the loud bang was definitely supernatural. I cannot even say for sure that the TV incident back home was connected. What I can say is this. That upstairs bedroom in the newly built house made me feel intensely uneasy. The first night there were scratching noises and what I thought might have been movement at the foot of the bed. The second night his mother saw something shadow-like near the outside wall. The moment I entered the bedroom again, the bad feeling came back stronger. The same noises returned. Then a loud bang came from downstairs, and nothing in the house explained it. The third night, sleeping in the old room, everything felt normal. And after coming home, I heard a TV that was not actually on. That is the pattern as I lived it. And maybe that is why the whole thing stayed with me. Because it did not give me one clean answer. If I had seen something clearly, maybe I could at least name the experience. If I had found a fallen object downstairs, maybe I could tell myself it was all nerves. But what I got instead was a series of partial signs, noises, atmosphere, another person's fear, an unexplained bang, a contrast between two houses in the same yard, and then one last strange moment after returning home. Those kinds of experiences are often harder to shake than one big event, because they leave you in uncertainty, and uncertainty lingers. Everything started when I was very little, long before I had the words to explain what I was feeling. Some people grow up with clear facts about their family, their home, and the things that shaped their childhood. In my case, one of the deepest things I felt was something nobody had told me at first. My family did not tell me that I had a twin brother, but somehow, even as a child, I always knew. I cannot explain that knowledge in an ordinary way. It was not something I figured out from clues. It was not a story I overheard and then half remembered. It was a feeling. A certainty. I always felt him strongly when I was very young, especially up until I was around 6 or 7 years old. After that age, the feeling changed. It became less constant, less like a daily presence, and more like something that came to me only in certain moments. As I got older, I felt him mainly when I was upset or hurt. Later still, when I became an adult, I only seemed to feel him in the worst moments, when I was in great pain, or deeply sad, or sinking into depression. And strangely, that part has never frightened me. If anything, I feel protected by him. That sense of him is not the problem. It never was. The real problem is everything else. I feel ghosts. I feel when someone is going to die. And sometimes I even see white shadows. That is the part that terrifies me. It is not comforting the way the sense of my twin brother is. It is the opposite. It makes me feel exposed, vulnerable, and trapped in a world I cannot fully understand. And because these things happen to me whether I want them to or not, I have never felt fully in control of what I sense. I am from Romania. I am not a very religious person in the strict everyday sense, but I strongly believe that there is some greater force out there. I believe that because of what I have seen and what I have felt. When you live through enough things that do not fit ordinary explanations, belief changes shape. It stops being theory. It becomes something personal. 7 years ago, my great-great-grandmother died. But before she died, she said something to me that has stayed in my heart ever since. She grabbed my shirt and told me that someone was trying to make me suffer, and that I would carry a heavy heart all my life. At the time, I did not understand what she meant. I thought maybe she was speaking out of pain, fear, or old age. I did not think her words would connect so directly to what I would later experience. But now, looking back, I am 100% sure she knew what she was talking about. Those words were not random. They were not meaningless. They were a warning. And when she said them, my life was already beginning to break apart in other ways. At that point, I was living alone in a one-bedroom flat. That same week, my great-great-grandmother died. And during that same period, I had also just come out of an 8-year relationship. That break hit me very hard. I was devastated. It was one of the most difficult periods of my life. Grief was coming from several directions at once. I was losing people, losing stability, losing the shape of the life I had known. When heartbreak and death arrive at the same time, they create a kind of emptiness that is difficult to describe. The days feel heavy. The nights feel endless. Your own home no longer feels like shelter. It becomes a place where all the pain follows you and grows louder because there is no one there to distract you from it. Being alone in that flat was horrible. Very quickly, fear took root there. I started feeling that someone wanted to hurt me. Not just in a vague, anxious way. I mean, I truly felt that something in that place wanted me to suffer. It was not only sadness from the breakup. It was not only grief from the death. There was another layer to it, something darker. I became afraid to be there alone. I started sleeping with the light on because darkness made the feeling worse. It felt like once the room went dark, the thing watching me came closer. Then the light bulbs started exploding. That was one of the first concrete things that made the fear feel less like imagination and more like something active in the flat. It did not happen just once. It started happening every other day. A light bulb would explode. Then another one. It became so frequent that it stopped feeling like normal bad luck and started feeling like part of the whole atmosphere of the place. One night after visiting my mother, I came home and turned off the living room light. The bulb exploded. That alone was unsettling enough, but then I turned on a lamp instead, trying to solve the problem in the most normal way possible. And the bulb in the lamp exploded too. At that point, the logical part of me still tried to make sense of it. I changed the bulbs. I told myself maybe there was some electrical issue in the flat. Old wiring. Faulty current. Some practical explanation. That is what anyone would try first, especially if they were already under emotional stress and trying not to lose control. But even after changing the bulbs, one thing never changed. The feeling that someone was watching me. That feeling stayed. It stayed after the exploded lights. It stayed in the silence of the room. It stayed when I tried to act normal. It stayed even when I tried to ignore it. About 2 hours after I got home that night, someone knocked on the door. It was around 1 in the morning. The timing of that alone was enough to freeze me. At 1 in the morning, who could possibly be knocking at my door? I was not expecting anyone. Nobody had told me they were coming. And because I was already living in fear inside that flat, the sound of someone knocking at that hour felt unbearable. I tiptoed to the door. That detail matters, because I was already moving like someone who believed there was danger on the other side. I did not walk normally. I crept. I looked through the door viewer, expecting either a real person or, if I am honest, something worse. There was no one there. That was the moment when fear stopped being background atmosphere and became something much sharper. If the knock had been from a person, at least it would have made sense. Even if it had frightened me, at least there would have been a visible cause. But seeing nothing on the other side of the door made the whole thing feel wrong in a much deeper way. There was no one there, and yet someone, or something, had knocked. I ran back to the living room. And the watching feeling returned even stronger. I did not know what to do. That is something people often underestimate in these moments. Fear is bad enough, but helplessness makes it worse. You start asking yourself questions with no good answers. Should I leave? Should I call someone? Should I pray? Should I ignore it? Should I sit still? Should I turn on every light? Every choice feels weak because the thing you are afraid of is not behaving like something normal. I tried to calm myself by watching TV. That is what people often do when they are frightened and alone. They try to force ordinary life back into the room. Noise, movement, talking, light, anything to keep the fear from swallowing everything. At some point, despite everything, I must have fallen asleep on the couch. Then came one of the worst moments of all. At some point, I woke up on the floor. I was screaming. I felt as if there was fire all around me. It felt like I was burning in flames. Even now that memory is hard to describe because it felt more intense than a dream, but also more chaotic than ordinary waking. I did not just wake startled. I woke in pain and terror, feeling surrounded by fire. And along with that, I heard someone shouting. It was a woman's voice. That part mattered because the voice did not feel neutral. It did not feel like a confused sound. It felt hostile. I had the strong sense that the woman shouting was trying to hurt me. The whole moment felt deeply malicious, as if whatever was in that flat had finally pushed through in the most violent emotional way it could. From then on, the exploding bulbs became almost normal to me. That sounds strange, but once something terrifying becomes repeated enough, it starts folding into daily life in a horrible way. A bulb exploding now and then no longer shocked me in the same way because I had come to expect the flat to behave badly. The real issue was the feeling. That horrible feeling from that night continued for months. Months. That is a long time to live in fear inside your own home. Every day you wake up already tired. Every night you dread going back. The place that should protect you becomes the place that drains you. Eventually, my friends insisted that I visit a church and speak to a priest. At that point I was desperate enough to try anything. So I went. And strangely, after that, everything stopped for a while. That matters. Because whether people want to interpret it spiritually, psychologically, or emotionally, there was a change. The pressure lifted. The terrible atmosphere in the flat faded. The exploding bulbs stopped being part of daily life. The sense of being hunted inside my own home weakened. For a time, I had peace again. But it did not last forever. After I left the country and moved to the UK, things changed again. This time, it began more quietly. I started feeling sad again. That sadness mattered because over the years I had started noticing a connection between emotional pain and the strange things that found me. It was not always immediate, but the pattern seemed real enough to me. When grief deepened, when loneliness returned, when my heart became heavy again, the invisible world seemed to draw closer too. And that is part of what makes all of this so exhausting. I do not only fear the experiences themselves. I also fear the way they seem to gather around emotional pain. It is as if sadness opens a door. A door I never asked for. A door I do not know how to close. That is why the words my great-great-grandmother said before she died still feel so important. When she told me that someone was trying to make me suffer and that I would carry a heavy heart all my life, I think now that she understood something I did not. She saw a pattern. She sensed a burden. Maybe she even knew that some forces do not simply hurt the body. They live through sorrow, through heartbreak, through spiritual weakness. And heartbreak, I think, is one of the centers of this story. Because when I think back to that flat, I do not remember only fear. I remember devastation. I remember the breakup. I remember the death. I remember being emotionally open in the worst way, raw and defenseless. That was when the watching feeling became unbearable. That was when the house turned against me. That was when lights burst, knocks came from empty hallways, and I woke screaming in imagined flames with a woman's voice raging around me. Maybe a stronger person would have fought it differently. Maybe a more religious person would have prayed sooner. Maybe a less wounded person would have resisted it better. I do not know. I only know what it felt like to live through it. And the feeling was this. Someone wanted me to suffer. That sentence may sound dramatic, but it is the simplest truth I can say. It was not just a haunting in the theatrical sense. It was not just random frightening events. It felt targeted. Intentional. As if my pain itself was being used, deepened, pressed on, and fed from. And even though I do not fully understand who or what that someone was, I cannot ignore how clearly my great-great-grandmother named it before she died. There is also something very strange in the contrast between the feeling of my twin brother and the feeling of these other presences. My twin brother, though gone, has always felt protective. His presence is gentle, and it comes in moments of sorrow almost like comfort. The ghosts, the white shadows, the sense of death approaching, the dark things in that flat, those are different entirely. They do not soothe. They do not protect. They unsettle and frighten. That contrast tells me something important. Not all unseen presences feel the same. And because of that, I trust my own instincts more. When I say I felt protected by him, I mean it. When I say I felt hunted by something in that flat, I mean that too. The body knows certain truths before the mind can explain them. That is one lesson all of this has forced on me. The exploding bulbs, for example, were not merely annoying. They felt like little attacks on normal life. Light is safety. Light is control. When bulbs kept bursting around me, especially in moments when I was already afraid, it felt symbolic in the worst possible way. It was as if the thing in that flat wanted darkness, wanted instability, wanted me unsettled and vulnerable. That is why the exploding lamp after the living room light burst frightened me so much. It was not just a technical problem at that point. It felt like a message. And the knock at 1 in the morning still gives me chills when I think about it. There is something deeply disturbing about a knock with no person behind it. Knocking is such a human act. It implies intention. It implies arrival. It implies someone waiting outside. So when there is no one there, the knock becomes much more than a sound. It becomes a contradiction. A sign that something is behaving like a person without being one. That is also true of the female voice in the fire incident. A human voice. A female voice. And yet filled with hostility in a way that made it feel wrong. I think about that often because voice is such an intimate part of fear. A sound in another room can be ignored. A flicker of movement can be doubted. But a voice enters differently. It carries presence. It makes fear personal. That is why that memory stayed with me so strongly. Waking on the floor, screaming, feeling flames, hearing that woman shouting, there was nothing distant about it. It felt close. Directed. Intended for me. Sometimes I wonder whether those months in the flat changed me permanently. Not only because of the fear itself, but because of the way I now understand sadness. Before that period, sadness was just sadness. Heartbreak was pain. Loss was grief. But after that, I started feeling as if sorrow could become a doorway, something that other forces notice. That is a hard way to live, because everyone becomes sad sometimes. Everyone grieves. Everyone loses. And if you start believing that those moments make you spiritually vulnerable, then emotional pain becomes even heavier than it was before. That is why moving to the UK and becoming sad again frightened me, even before anything fully happened. It was not only the sadness itself I feared. It was what sadness might invite back. Because once you have lived through something like that, peace never feels entirely secure again. Even if things stop for a while, you remember they once started. And if they started once, why not again? That question lives quietly under everything. I do not know what the future holds. I do not know whether the worst is behind me or whether something will come back whenever my heart becomes too heavy again. I do not know whether I am marked in some way, spiritually sensitive in some way, or simply carrying trauma that makes these experiences feel even more real than they already are. I only know the pattern as I lived it. I knew about my twin brother before anyone told me. I feel him when I am in deep pain or sadness. I sense ghosts. I sense death. I see white shadows. My great-great-grandmother warned me before she died that someone wanted me to suffer. Soon after, while heartbroken and grieving, I lived alone in a flat where lights kept exploding, knocks came from empty hallways, and I woke screaming on the floor, feeling surrounded by flames and the rage of a woman's voice. Then, after I spoke to a priest, things stopped. For a while. And later, after moving far away, sadness returned. That is where the story sits in me now. Not as a neat haunting with a solved ending, but as a burden, a warning, and a pattern I still do not fully understand. My first night there was horrible for me. Not because I felt a ghost. Not because I saw a shadow. Not because something touched me. It was horrible for a different reason. I was not used to seeing old, sick people in that condition. I had never really been that close to the end of life before, not in such a direct and physical way. That first night opened my eyes to something I had always known in theory but had never truly felt in my heart. I saw what happens when people become very weak, when their bodies stop listening to them, when age and sickness slowly take everything away. It broke something inside me. I went home and cried for hours. I felt so sorry for them. So helpless for them. So sad for them. For the first time in my life, I really understood that life does not always end peacefully in bed with family around, with warm hands and soft words and a calm face. Sometimes it ends slowly, painfully, and with a kind of loneliness that sits in the room even when other people are present. That first night stayed with me because it changed the way I saw old age, illness, and death. It was like I had stepped into a world that most people try not to think about. At that time, I had no idea things would become much more complicated for me. At first, I thought the hardest part of the job would be emotional. I thought I would have to learn how to care for old, fragile people without crying every day, without breaking apart every time I saw someone suffering. I thought the challenge would be about growing stronger, becoming more practical, learning how to do the work while still keeping my humanity. I never expected that something else would start happening to me there. The first strange thing was that I began to feel when people were about to die. The first time it happened, I did not understand it at all. I did not wake up with some voice telling me a person would die. I did not see a ghost standing over their bed. It was subtler than that, but no less disturbing. Every time I entered one particular person's room, I felt something odd behind my neck. It was like a chill, but not the normal kind. Not the chill you get when the room is cold. Not the chill that comes from a draft. It was a strange sensation that kept happening over and over again every time I went into that room. It made my body alert in a way I could not explain. It felt like a warning, but at that time I did not know that was what it was. Then, after about a week, she died. And when she died, I was there. I was holding her hand. I said a prayer 3 times. And then she died. That moment stayed inside me in a very painful way. I was shocked. I was sad. I was confused. The whole thing felt too close, too personal, too intense. I kept thinking about that feeling behind my neck, that strange chill, and how it had come every time I stepped into her room before she died. That was when I began to suspect that the feeling had meant something. After that, it kept happening. And that was when the real burden started. I only worked there for 1 year. Just 1 year. But that 1 year felt much longer because of everything that happened inside it. In the end, I could not take it anymore. It was too much emotionally, spiritually, mentally, maybe even physically. The place wore me down in a way I still struggle to explain properly. It was not just that I was caring for old people. It was not just that people died there. It was that something about being there seemed to open something in me, and once it opened, I could not close it again. Even my colleagues were kind of afraid to work the same shift as me. That sounds harsh, but it is true. And the reason was simple: strange things happened when I was around. At first maybe they thought it was coincidence. Then maybe they started joking. But after a while, it stopped feeling funny. I will give one example. One night, I was in the laundry room with 2 other girls. We were sorting laundry. The door was closed, and the room was quiet. It was one of those ordinary work moments that happen in places like that all the time. Nothing dramatic. Nothing emotional. Just a job being done. Then, all of a sudden, we heard a very loud banging at the laundry room door. And when I say loud, I mean really loud. Not a soft knock. Not someone lightly trying the handle. It sounded like someone was hitting the door hard with something heavy. The sound was violent enough that all 3 of us froze. There is something very specific about the fear that comes when everyone in a room hears the same impossible thing at the same time. If it had only been me, maybe I could have doubted myself. Maybe I could have blamed stress or nerves or imagination. But the 3 of us heard it. The shock was shared instantly between us. I opened the door. There was nobody there. And that was what made it worse. The care home only had us 3 girls working there at that moment, and the old people we were taking care of, all of whom were over 90 years old. I find it very hard to believe that one of those fragile old people had somehow rushed to the laundry door, banged on it like that, and disappeared in 3 seconds before I opened it. It did not make sense. There was no normal explanation standing in the hallway waiting for us. There was only emptiness. That was only one incident. There were many others. During the year I worked there, I had 7 people die on my shift. 7. That was a lot. Too many. And it fed the feeling my coworkers already had about me, the one I hated most. They started calling me the Green Reaper. It was supposed to be a joke, I guess. A twisted play on the Grim Reaper. But it was not funny to me at all. Because the worst part was that I usually knew who was next. That was the true problem. Not the banging doors. Not the barking sounds. Not even the shadows. The true problem was the knowing. That awful knowing. Every single time, I had that strange feeling. I could sense it. Sometimes it began as that chill, or that heaviness, or some feeling in the room around a particular person. And when that feeling came, I started understanding what it meant. It meant that person would be next. And when you carry that kind of knowledge, even if you never asked for it, even if you hate it, it changes the way you move through your days. You stop entering rooms normally. You stop speaking to people without that second awareness under everything. You stop trusting life to just be life. It became a burden. I also saw other things there. I heard a dog barking once. In a care home. That alone made no sense. There was no dog there. It was not a place for animals. And yet I heard barking. I saw white shadows. More than once. Not clear, full people, but forms. Movements. Presences that looked pale and wrong and gone too quickly to fully understand. Lights turned on in empty rooms that were locked. That happened too. And one of the strangest things I ever saw, there was a lady sitting on a chair. Except she had died 2 weeks earlier. That kind of experience does something terrible to your sense of reality. It is one thing to hear a strange sound and tell yourself maybe it came from somewhere else. It is one thing to see movement out of the corner of your eye and try to dismiss it. But seeing a person you know has died sitting calmly where she should not be, that is different. It tears a hole in the ordinary logic your mind depends on. But even all that was still not the worst of it. The worst thing was that feeling. That sense that I knew. That I could feel death approaching certain people before it came. That I was walking around carrying some unwanted closeness to the edge between life and death. My colleagues joke about the Green Reaper hurt more than they knew. Because inside, I was already afraid of myself. Not in the sense that I wanted anything bad to happen. Never that. But I was afraid of what was happening around me, and afraid that somehow I was too open to it, too close to it, too connected to it. Every death made the feeling stronger. Every strange event made me question myself more. Was I only noticing these things because I was anxious? Or was something really following me, attaching itself to me, moving around me? Sometimes I think I brought some of them home with me. That may sound strange, but I do not know how else to explain some of the things that started happening afterward. I heard people breathing near me when I was alone in a room. Not the sound of the house. Not a pipe. Not a random shift in air. Breathing. Close enough to notice. Close enough to make me turn and look. And when I looked, there was no one there. I also heard banging in the walls. And there was another thing that happened which is much harder to explain. Twice, I woke up after only about 2 hours of sleep in a state of horrible confusion. I did not know where I was. I did not know what I was doing there. And even stranger than that, I did not fully know if I was me. That is the hardest part to describe. It was like I was myself, but not myself at the same time. Like my mind and body were not fitting together correctly. Like I was present, but detached from my own physical existence. I could not really feel my body the way I normally do. It was as if I had woken up inside the wrong shell. If someone has never experienced something like that, I know it sounds crazy. Honestly, even to me, when I look back on it now, part of me resists believing it happened exactly the way it felt. But it did. It happened twice. And my family was terrified. I remember calling my husband at work and trying to explain it to him. I told him I was not feeling well. I told him that I was me, but not me. That I could not explain it properly, but my body did not feel like my body. I am sure he must have thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I would have thought that too if someone had said it to me. But I had no better words. It took me about an hour to settle down enough to feel normal again. Those experiences frightened me almost more than the ghosts and shadows. Because a ghost is outside you. A sound is outside you. A strange light is outside you. But when your own sense of self starts slipping, when your body no longer feels like yours, that kind of terror goes very deep. It makes you question not only the world around you, but your own mind, your own being. After all that, I quit my job. I had to. I was becoming someone I did not want to be. I started feeling depressed. I was afraid at every sound. And yes, I was probably becoming a little paranoid too. That is hard to admit, but it is true. When you live under prolonged fear, your nerves stop working normally. Every noise becomes a threat. Every silence becomes suspicious. Every dark room feels occupied. You stop trusting ordinary life. And once that happens, even after leaving the place that scared you, the fear remains in your body like a habit. Around that same period, something else strange happened. I met a man at an antiques market. I bought a lamp from him. Nothing about that should have been important. It should have been just another small, ordinary meeting, a person selling old things, me buying one of them and leaving. But the moment he looked at me, he said something that stayed with me. He told me he could see my aura. And he said that I had to quit my fear because I could achieve great things. Even now, I do not know exactly what he meant by that. Was he serious? Was he one of those people who says things like that to many customers? Did he genuinely see something around me? I do not know. But those words stayed because they touched something already broken open inside me. To this day, I have not really quit the fear. That is another painful truth. The fear stayed. Even after leaving the care home. Even after trying to return to normal life. Even after time passed. Because once you learn to feel so much, it becomes difficult to shut it back down. And it is not only the dead that I feel. I can feel living people too. I can feel what they feel. Sadness. Happiness. Pain. Emotion in general. And that depresses me too. Because it means I am never entirely inside only my own emotional world. I pick things up from others. I carry things that are not mine. I feel the heaviness of other people, and sometimes I cannot separate it from my own feelings properly. That makes ordinary life much harder than it looks from the outside. The same thing happens with animals. I feel their pain too. Especially stray animals. Hungry ones. Hurt ones. I cannot even look into their eyes sometimes, because the moment I do, I feel everything too strongly. I start crying instantly. It is too much. Their hunger, their fear, their loneliness, it hits me so directly that I cannot stay untouched. That is why sometimes life feels unbearable to me. Not because I hate it, but because I feel too much of it. Too much sadness. Too much pain. Too much cruelty. Too much greed. Sometimes I genuinely wonder why this world is surrounded by so much suffering and so many bad people. Why pain seems to move so easily from one life into another. Why some people hurt others so casually. Why animals suffer. Why old people die afraid. Why certain places seem full of ghosts while others are only full of indifference. These thoughts sit very deep in me. Eventually I moved back to Romania. I could not live without my parents and relatives. I needed to be closer to the people who knew me, to the language and atmosphere I understood, to something that felt like home. Leaving had not healed anything. If anything, it had only made the loneliness sharper. And once I was back in Romania, I learned something else about my family. Actually, I dreamed it first. Then I asked my grandfather the next day if it was true, and he confirmed it. One of my relatives had been what people call a witch. That revelation disturbed me in a different way. Not because I am fascinated by dark things, but because it made me wonder what runs through families, what gets passed down, what stays hidden in blood and history and dreams. According to what I learned, she died literally crazy. But she did not just die mad for no reason. She died that way because she did bad things. She chose the dark side, or at least that is how the story was told to me and how my grandfather understood it. That frightened me. Because once you hear something like that about your own family, you cannot help but look back at yourself. At your sensitivities. At your visions. At your strange knowing. At the ghosts. At the dead who seem to gather around you. At the emotional burden that feels too big to be normal. And then the mind starts asking dangerous questions. Is this connected? Is something inherited? Did something begin long before I was born? Or am I only trying to make sense of pain by building a story around it? That is the place I live in mentally a lot of the time. Between belief and doubt. Between acceptance and fear. Between the certainty of what I felt and the disbelief that comes when I read it back later. Because the truth is, sometimes I do think I am crazy. Sometimes I think something is wrong with me. Sometimes when I read over my own experiences in my mind, a part of me refuses to believe they were real, even though I lived them. That is one of the cruelest parts of this kind of life. You can have the memory, the fear, the feeling, the detail, and still doubt yourself because what happened does not fit easily into the normal world. I am writing about this partly as a form of therapy. That is honest. Writing helps me place things outside myself for a little while. It helps me see them in order. It helps me breathe. And maybe if I am lucky, it will also help me meet people who can understand what is happening to me, or at least help me make better sense of it. Because that is what I want most now. Not attention. Not drama. Not a label to make me seem special. I want understanding. I want to know why I felt death before it came. Why I saw the dead. Why locked rooms lit up by themselves. Why I heard dogs where there were no dogs. Why my body woke in that horrible state of not feeling like mine. Why people and animals flood me with feelings until I cry. Why fear follows me so easily. And whether any of this means I am broken, or only too open. In the late 1950s, my aunt and uncle lived in a house that was very strange even before anyone called it haunted. The basement had come first. That was where they lived before they built the rest of the house on top of it. Even after the upstairs was finished, the basement still felt like a place that belonged to an older time. It was large, but it never felt open or cheerful. It always felt dim, quiet, and a little too still, as if the air in it had been sitting there too long. There was very little lighting in that basement. Most of the bulbs that should have been in the ceiling lights had been taken out. Only 3 lights worked at all. One was near the steps, one was in the bathroom, and one was in the largest room. The lights were not turned on with switches on the wall like in most houses. They were controlled by pull strings hanging down from the ceiling. That may not sound important now, but it mattered a lot when we were children. My sister and I were too short to reach most of those strings by ourselves. So even if we wanted light, we often could not get it unless an adult helped us or unless we were already standing close enough to jump and grab the string. The basement had many small windows all around it, but none of them opened. During the daytime, the light from those windows made it possible to see well enough. Not bright, never bright, but enough to play and move around without being afraid every second. At night, though, it was a completely different place. Once the sun went down, that basement became very dark. The little working lights only made parts of it visible. Everything else stayed in shadow. Even now, when I think about it, I remember how the darkness there did not feel empty. It felt crowded somehow, like it was hiding things. My younger sister and I spent every summer at my aunt's house when school was out. That was simply how it was. Every year, once vacation began, we would be sent there. I asked my mother many times why we had to go there every summer, but she never really answered me. Maybe there was a good reason. Maybe she needed help. Maybe it was easier for her. I do not know. All I knew back then was that I hated going. I especially hated staying at night. My cousin Maxie, which is not her real name, had a nice big bedroom. It was bigger than any room my sister and I shared at home. At first glance, other children might have loved it. It had many stuffed animals and all kinds of toys. But it also had clowns. Ugly clowns. I do not know how else to say it. Some people think clowns are funny or cheerful, but those were not cheerful to me. Even before anything happened, I hated looking at them. Their faces seemed too stiff, their smiles too wide, and their painted eyes looked wrong. They sat on a shelf in her room, always there, always watching. Whenever my sister and I had to sleep in Maxie's room, I would beg her to put the clowns away. I asked again and again. I told her they were ugly, and I did not like them staring at me while I slept. But Maxie only laughed and called me a crybaby. She always said I was just trying to find another reason to go home before I was supposed to. She never took me seriously. I do not think she understood how much I feared them, at least not then. One night, not long after my sister and I arrived that summer, my little sister woke up and said she had to go to the bathroom. I remember that moment very clearly because the room was still, the night was deep, and the thought of going downstairs filled me with dread immediately. To get to the bathroom, we had to leave Maxie's room, past the shelf where those clowns sat, then go down many steps into the basement. The light near the steps would show only part of the way. After that, we still had to cross the basement in the dark to reach the bathroom on the other side. I held on to my sister's hand tightly as we walked. She was younger and smaller, and I felt I had to be brave for her, even though I was frightened too. We made our way past the clowns and down the stairs. The one light near the steps gave us just enough to keep from falling, but not enough to make me feel safe. The basement stretched around us in darkness. I could feel that darkness more than see it. Every little sound seemed bigger down there at night. We made it into the bathroom, and I closed the door behind us. But while we were inside, I heard something that turned my blood cold. It was laughing. At first I hoped I was wrong. I hoped it was just some sound from outside or the house settling, or my own imagination. But my sister's hand tightened around mine so hard that I knew she heard it too. She was scared. I was scared. I tried to keep calm, but my heart was pounding. I left the bathroom light on because it would at least help us see the stairs when we came out. I had no intention of walking through that basement in total darkness if I could help it. We left the bathroom and hurried toward the steps. We climbed them as quickly as we could and ran back to Maxie's bedroom. And there, on the shelf, one of the clowns was looking right at us and laughing. That is what I saw. That is what I still believe I saw. We jumped into bed and pulled the covers over our heads immediately. My whole body was shaking. My sister pressed close to me, and I could hear both of us breathing too fast under the blankets. Our cousin Maxie woke up and asked why the bedroom light was on. Her voice was sleepy and annoyed, like she thought we were being stupid. We told her the ugly clown had been looking at us and laughing. She got out of bed, walked over to the shelf, grabbed that clown, and threw it right onto us. We screamed so loudly that my aunt came into the room to see what was wrong. We tried to explain between tears that the clown had been laughing, that it had looked at us, that it had frightened us. My aunt must have thought we were just acting foolish, because she simply took the clown out of the room and turned off the light. She probably thought that would settle everything. But after she left, lying there in the half-dark, I looked toward that shelf and heard the clown laughing again. I did not dare say much after that. I just covered my head and pulled myself close to my little sister. I did not sleep well at all. Every sound in that room seemed sharp, and the darkness around the shelf felt wrong, too full, too alive. A few days passed and nothing happened. At least nothing obvious. Children are strange that way. Fear can be huge one night, and then settle into the background if nothing new happens for a while. So life went on. One rainy day, Maxie, my sister, and I went down into the basement to play. It was daytime, so with the windows around the basement, we could see enough. We were trying to act normal. I remember listening carefully the whole time without wanting to admit it. Then I heard it again. I stopped and asked, "Did you hear that?" Maxie said she heard nothing. I told her it was that ugly clown again laughing. She said I was lying. I asked her what her mother had done with the clown, because I knew my aunt had taken it out of the room that night. Maxie said she did not know. She also told me she had had those clowns in her room for years and had never seen or heard them laugh. She acted like I was making it all up or imagining things because I was a baby. Maybe if that had been the only thing, I would have started doubting myself. But it was not. Some time later, we were outside playing. It was the three of us again, Maxie, my little sister, and me. We were going around the corner of the house when I stopped suddenly. There, right in front of me, I came face to face with that clown. I do not know how to fully explain what that did to me. I screamed with a force I did not know I had. I was told later that the scream was heard across the street. The woman who lived there came over to see what had happened, and my aunt ran out from inside the house. Maxie ran straight into the house. I was shaking so badly I could hardly speak, but I told my aunt and the woman across the street about the ugly laughing clown. Neither of them believed me in the way I needed them to. They spoke gently enough, I suppose, but it was clear they thought I was seeing and hearing things. They tried to reassure me and said everything would be fine. That is what adults often do when children say something impossible. They do not know what else to say. But what I needed was not reassurance. I needed someone to believe me. Some time after that, another event happened that changed everything. My little sister and I were in the basement again, going to the bathroom. We had the bathroom door closed when we suddenly heard Maxie screaming and banging on the door, trying to get in. We quickly opened it and let her in. The moment we did, the lights went out. Complete darkness. Then the screaming grew louder. My sister started crying for Mama. Maxie was screaming too. And over all of that, we heard the clown laughing. Not somewhere far away. Nearer. Coming closer. That laugh drowned out the crying and screaming in the bathroom. It filled that dark little space and made it impossible to think. Then my uncle came into the basement. He must have heard all the noise, because soon the light near the stairs came on. In that weak light, Maxie threw herself into her daddy's arms, still screaming. Then she said something I never forgot. She said she had been coming down there to scare the crybabies, meaning my sister and me. But when she got near us, she had seen the clown off her shelf looking mean and laughing. That mattered to me more than almost anything else. Because up to that point, Maxie had mocked me. She had called me a liar, a crybaby, a baby wanting to go home. She had insisted she had never seen or heard anything strange about those clowns. But now she had seen it too. Our uncle took all of us upstairs to my aunt and uncle's bedroom to calm us down. At one point he pointed toward a closet in his room and said something like, "See, the clown is still there." We all looked, but none of us saw a clown there. I still do not know if he was trying to joke to calm us down, or if he thought maybe that would make us laugh and stop crying. It did not help. Then we all went back to Maxie's room. And there, sitting on the shelf, was that ugly laughing clown. My uncle asked my aunt if she had put it back there. She said she had not. Yet there it was. After that, my aunt took all the clowns off the shelf and burned them. Every last one of them. She told us we would not have any more trouble from them again. Maybe she still did not believe the full story. Maybe she only wanted peace in the house. Maybe she was frightened herself by then, and would never admit it. I do not know. I only know that she burned them. My sister and I went home after that summer, and we told our mother that we were not going back to that house again. We told her something was wrong there. For once, somehow, we got our way. We never had to go back again. Years passed. Life moved on. But some things stay in the mind even after decades. You may grow older, move into other houses, raise children, go through weddings and funerals and normal life, but certain memories stay exactly as they were. For me, those clowns never fully left. I am now in my 50s, and to this day I am still afraid of clowns. About 3 years ago, I saw Maxie again at a wedding. It had been a long time. We had not talked closely in years, and most people at weddings speak about ordinary things first. But somehow, I ended up asking her, "Do you remember those clowns you used to have when you were young?" The effect was immediate. Her face went white. Not pale in an ordinary surprised way. White. She dropped her drink glass right onto the floor. And then she told me never to mention those clowns to her again. Never mention them, and never mention any clown to her again. That told me everything I needed to know. Because some people can fake fear in childhood and then laugh about it as adults. But that was not fake. That was old fear still alive. She had carried it too, maybe in silence, maybe after denying it for years, but she had carried it. Later, I learned something else from Maxie's sister. Apparently Maxie's old room had eventually been closed up and locked. She and her sister ended up sharing another bedroom. And when they later moved from that house, Maxie's belongings that were in that room stayed there, still behind the locked door. That room remained shut. I think about that sometimes. About how a room can become off limits because of something too strange to explain. About how a child can spend years laughing at another child's fear until the thing finally turns and shows itself to her too. About how adults will burn something and never speak openly about why. And about how a laugh can stay in your memory longer than any scream. Even now, I can still picture that clown on the shelf. Its ugly painted face. The way it looked at us. The laugh that came from it in the dark. The way it got nearer in the bathroom when the lights went out. The way Maxie changed after seeing it for herself. Some people will probably say these were children's fears, old memories made bigger over time. Maybe that would be easier to believe if I were the only one who remembered it. But I was not. My sister was there. Maxie was there. My aunt burned those clowns. Maxie's later reaction at the wedding was not the reaction of someone hearing a silly childhood story. It was the reaction of someone whose fear never really left. That house had something wrong in it. Maybe the clowns were only the shape it chose. Maybe something in that basement, those dark stairs, that shelf, that whole house attached itself to them. I do not know. I only know that after that summer, I never had to go back. And even now, after all these years, if I see a clown unexpectedly, a part of me is still that child climbing the basement stairs in the dark, hearing laughter where there should have been none, and knowing that something ugly was waiting on the shelf. My grandmother died of cancer when I was only 2 years old. Because I was so young, I do not remember very much about the time we spent together. I do not have clear memories of her face the way older grandchildren might. I do not remember long conversations, visits, or the details of her voice from ordinary life. Most of what I know about her comes from what I was told later by the people who loved her and lived through that time with her. And from everything I have heard, her life was short and very troubled. She had suffered a lot. That is important to this story, because what happened years later has stayed with me ever since, and even now I still wonder whether what reached us that night was truly her, or something else wearing her voice. When my grandmother died, she left behind 9 children, including my mother. As happens in many families after a death, her belongings had to be sorted through. Her things were divided, given away, kept, or passed on. My mother, however, did not want to take much at first. I think the loss was still too raw for her. She had cared for my grandmother during her illness, and sometimes when grief is fresh, even touching a dead loved one's belongings feels unbearable. So while other people sorted through the things and chose what they wanted, my mother stepped back. She did not take much for herself in the beginning. Years passed. By then I was almost 6 years old. At some point, one of my aunts began sorting through the things she had ended up with from my grandmother's belongings. As she went through them, she asked my mother whether she might want any of them after all. Time had passed since the death, and maybe that helped. Maybe the pain had softened just enough for my mother to accept a few things that once felt too heavy to touch. Whatever the reason, that time she finally said yes. So those things came to our house. For us children, it felt exciting. We did not understand grief in the full adult way. We were just excited because new old things had arrived, objects with stories and history, boxes and belongings that felt mysterious and interesting. My sisters and I dug through them eagerly. We touched everything, looked through everything, and were fascinated in the way children often are by objects from another generation. My mother, being kind and probably wanting to let us enjoy the moment, told each of us that we could keep one thing for ourselves. For a child, that felt wonderful. Out of everything there, one object caught my attention right away. It was an old light blue telephone. The moment I saw it, I remembered playing with it before. Maybe not in a detailed or fully formed memory, but enough that it felt familiar and special to me. It was one of those old-style toy-like telephones that immediately stands out to a child, especially one connected in some way to someone already gone. I was thrilled. Really thrilled. To me, it was not just an object. It felt like treasure. I chose the phone for myself. I carried it to my room and played with it all day long. That part of the day was completely normal. Happy even. I was proud of my choice and excited to have something that had once belonged to my grandmother. I put the phone on my little play stand in my room with some of my other toys and spent hours pretending, playing, and enjoying it like any 6-year-old would. The rest of the evening went on as usual. We had dinner, then bath time, then bedtime. Nothing strange happened during any of that. At that age, I was still sharing a room with one of my sisters. We had bunk beds, and by night we climbed into them the way children do after a long day, still a little restless but already beginning to settle. The room looked normal. The phone still sat on my place stand with the rest of my toys. There was no reason to expect anything unusual. It was just another night. Eventually, I fell asleep. Then suddenly, I woke to a loud bleeding noise. It shocked me awake. It was sharp enough and strange enough that I came out of sleep immediately, confused and startled, trying to understand where the sound was coming from. At almost the same moment, my sister woke too. She had heard it as well. But unlike me, she was already moving before she fully understood what was happening. She got out of bed and started looking around the room for the source of the noise. She still seemed partly asleep, not truly frightened yet, just trying to make sense of the interruption. Then she crossed the room and picked up my play phone. It was ringing. That is the detail that has never left me. The phone was ringing. And this was not some working phone connected to a wall. It had no cord. There was no phone jack in our room. It was not even placed anywhere near anything that could have made it act like a real telephone. It was, in every ordinary sense, just an old play phone. It should not have been able to ring at all. But it was ringing. And because my sister was still not fully awake enough to question the reality of it, she reacted in the most natural way possible. She answered it. That is still one of the strangest parts of the whole story to me. The mind works differently in the middle of the night. When something rings, you answer it before your logic fully catches up. So she picked up the receiver and calmly said hello. I did not hear what came first on the other end. At least not clearly. But I saw the change in her immediately. The second after she spoke, she started screaming for my mother. She dropped the phone on the floor and rushed to me. She pulled me down from the top bunk and held me so tightly that I finally understood just how wrong something was. Up until then, I had only been frightened by the ringing itself. But now my sister's fear made everything real in a different way. And then I heard the voice. It kept speaking even after the phone hit the floor. That is important. The voice did not stop because the receiver had been dropped. The voice went on. And the voice was my grandmother's. Or at least, it sounded like my grandmother's voice. That is how we understood it. But it did not sound like her in a loving or comforting way. It was not warm. It was not gentle. It was not the voice of a grandmother reaching out from beyond to reassure her family. It sounded ill-tempered, angry, unsettling. There was something violent in its tone, something wrong in the way it carried itself. It kept repeating the same words. Hello, girls. Then laughter. I'm here, girls. Then more laughter. And not cheerful laughter. Menacing laughter. That laugh is one of the things that never left me. Voices can fade in memory. Exact words can blur. But the emotional tone of a voice, especially one heard in fear as a child, can stay sharp forever. That laughter felt cruel. Not playful. Not kind. Not loving. It was the kind of laughter that makes the room feel unsafe. By then, my mother came rushing into the room. She must have heard the screaming and the voice and known immediately that something was very wrong. She came in fast, took one look at the situation, and hung up the phone right away. I still think about the speed of her reaction. She did not stand there trying to figure it out calmly. She did not stare in confusion. She moved as if she already understood enough to know the conversation had to end immediately. After she hung it up, she tried to calm us down. But by then the whole household was coming into the room, asking what happened, trying to understand the source of the screaming and confusion. We were both too frightened to explain it properly. All we could really say was one thing. Grandma's here. That was our understanding of it in that moment. We were children. We heard her voice. We knew the things had come from her belongings. So of course our frightened minds connected those points in the simplest possible way. But my mother immediately corrected us. She said, "That was not your grandma." That sentence has stayed with me almost as strongly as the phone itself, because of the certainty in her voice. She did not say maybe it was not your grandma. She did not say I do not think it was her. She said it with absolute certainty. That was not your grandmother. And I have carried that sentence with me ever since. The next day, the toy was destroyed. Needless to say, my mother did not want that phone in the house another day. I do not know exactly how she got rid of it, whether she broke it, threw it out, or made sure it was gone in some other way, but I know it did not stay. That was the end of the phone. But not the end of the memory. I still think about that night. I still wonder what really happened. At 6 years old, a child does not question every detail the way an adult would. A child experiences first and thinks later, and the fear of that night was immediate and total. But as I got older, I kept returning to the same questions over and over again. Was it really my grandmother? Was it something pretending to be her? Did something attach itself to her belongings? Did her troubled life and painful death leave behind something damaged, angry, or lost? Or was my mother right all along, and what spoke through that phone was never her at all? I think the reason this still troubles me is because my grandmother had such a hard life. From everything I was told, she suffered. Her life was not easy. And sometimes, when a person lives through too much pain, the people left behind cannot help wondering what became of that pain after death. Did it end? Did it follow them? Did it become something else? These are not easy questions, and I know no one can answer them with certainty. But they are the kinds of questions that rise naturally when you hear the voice of a dead woman in a child's toy phone, and that voice sounds not peaceful but disturbed. My mother's reaction also shaped the way I think about it now. Children are sometimes more open than adults, yes, but adults also know things children do not. My mother had known her mother in life. She had cared for her through illness. She had lived close enough to her pain and personality to know the difference between her real presence and something false wearing her shape. So when she said that was not your grandma, I believe she meant it from deep recognition, not only from wanting to comfort us. That matters to me. Because if anyone in that room had the right to identify the truth of that voice, it was my mother. And still, another part of me cannot fully let go of the idea that maybe my grandmother was suffering somewhere. Maybe not in the exact form of that voice, maybe not in the way a child understands it, but in some deeper spiritual sense connected to the terrible things she went through before death. That thought is painful, and I do not say it lightly. But when a life is full of trouble and a death is painful, the people left behind often fear that peace did not come easily. Maybe that fear shaped the experience. Or maybe the experience shaped the fear. I do not know. What I do know is that the event felt real to all of us in that room. The phone rang. My sister answered it. The voice continued even after she dropped the receiver. My mother heard enough to react instantly. And the next day the phone was gone forever. There are small details that still return to me too. The light blue color of the phone. The excitement I felt when I first claimed it. The way I carried it proudly into my room. The normal bedtime that followed. The shock of the ringing in the middle of the night. My sister half asleep, not yet afraid, walking across the room. The scream. The way she grabbed me and held on. The laughter. My mother's face when she entered. And that final sentence. That was not your grandma. That is why this experience has stayed separate in my memory from ordinary childhood fears. It was not like seeing something scary on television and then having nightmares. It was not a case of an old house settling or children imagining sounds in the dark. It was something physical and audible, tied to an object from the dead, witnessed by more than one person, and ended only when my mother intervened. And that makes it very hard for me to dismiss. Even now, years later, when I think about possessions from the dead, I think about that phone. When people say objects can carry energy, memory, or attachment, I think about that phone. When people talk about spirits using familiar voices to frighten the living, I think about that phone. And when I think about my grandmother, I feel something much sadder than fear. I feel pity. Because whether that voice was hers or not, her life was troubled enough that the idea of her suffering after death still haunts me almost as much as the phone call itself. Maybe that is why the memory has never really left. It is not only a ghost story to me. It is a story about grief, inheritance, childhood fear, and the terrible possibility that not everything that comes from the dead comes in peace. One night, when I was around 6 or 7 years old, I lost my second tooth. At that age, losing a tooth felt like a major event. It was not just a small part of growing up. It felt magical, important, exciting. It meant that something special was about to happen during the night. And for me, that meant only one thing: the Tooth Fairy. I fully believed in her then, the way children believe in things with their whole heart, without needing proof or logic or explanation. To me, it was all completely real. So when that second tooth came out, I was thrilled. I carefully placed the tooth under my pillow, just as I was supposed to. I already knew how it worked, at least in the way children think they know how magical things work. You put the tooth under the pillow, you go to sleep, and by the time morning comes, the tooth is gone and a dollar bill is waiting there instead. That exchange felt almost official to me, like a little private ceremony between a child and something magical that adults only pretended not to understand. I was so excited that sleep felt impossible. That is one of the strongest parts of the memory, how awake I was. Most small children, when excited, lie in bed with their eyes open for a long time, imagining what will happen while they sleep. That was exactly what I was doing. I was not afraid of the dark. That is something important to say, because I do not want this story to sound like the kind of childhood memory where fear twisted shadows into something strange. I was not scared. Darkness did not bother me back then. My room was dark, yes, but in a normal, comforting way. The light was out, and the bedroom door was left open a little, just the way my mother insisted. I can still remember how my room was arranged at that time. I had an old high bed that was pushed right against the wall near the window. I liked that bed. It felt tucked away and private, especially at night. When I could not sleep, I had a habit of pulling the blinds slightly out of the way and sitting there on the bed to look outside into the front yard. There was something peaceful about that. It made the sleepless waiting feel less boring. I would sit quietly, looking out into the dark, half dreaming and half watching. Our house sat in a very particular kind of place. It was the last house on the left at a dead end. There were no streetlights out there. None at all. Our yard was large, more than an acre, and the house stood pretty far back from the street. So when you looked out the front window at night, what you saw was not a row of bright neighborhood lights and cars and people moving around. You saw darkness, moonlight, and open yard. My bedroom window faced the street, and a large azalea bush stood several feet in front of it. That matters because I can still picture exactly what was in my line of sight that night. The moon was full. That is another part of the scene I remember clearly. It was not one of those dark, cloudy nights where the yard was nothing but blackness. The moon was bright enough to cast light across the grass and make the whole front yard visible. Not bright like daytime, of course, but bright enough that if anyone had been walking through the yard, I would have seen them. That is why the memory has stayed so strange to me as an adult. The moonlight removed many of the easy explanations. That night I could not sleep because I was too excited about the Tooth Fairy coming. So I sat there looking out the window. I do not know how long I had been there, maybe only a few minutes, maybe longer. Childhood time is hard to measure after so many years. But I know I was wide awake. And I know I was calmly looking outside when I saw it. A bright orb of greenish-yellow light was coming toward my window from the street. That is exactly what it looked like. Not a beam. Not a flashlight. Not car headlights. A ball of light. At first, I must have been too surprised even to react. It was one of those things the mind does not immediately understand. You see something that does not fit into the scene, and for a second you simply watch because your thoughts have not caught up yet. That was what happened to me. I watched it. As it moved, it seemed to grow larger. It came traveling across the yard toward the house, and the closer it got, the more obvious it became that it was not some distant little light on the road or some reflection from somewhere else. It was in our yard. Moving. Floating. Approaching. It did not move in the clumsy or shaky way a person carrying a flashlight would move. It glided. When I think about it now, that motion is one of the details that troubles me most. The orb did not bounce. It did not jerk. It did not stop and start the way human movement often does. It just came steadily across the yard. The color is also something I never forgot. Greenish yellow. Not white like moonlight. Not orange like a porch light. Not blue like a strange electrical flicker. It had its own odd color, soft but bright enough to stand out clearly against the night. I kept watching as it came closer and then turned around the azalea bush in front of my window. That movement made it feel even more real and even more present. It was not just drifting without direction across open space. It moved around the bush. It went along the side of the house. Then it floated out of my sight around the side of the house entirely. That was when I reacted. The second I believed it had come close enough to the house to be the tooth fairy herself, I threw myself under my blankets and pretended to be asleep. That might sound funny now, but at that age it made perfect sense. I was not afraid of what I had seen. That is one of the most important parts of this whole memory. I felt no fear at all. What I felt was excitement, amazement, and a strange little bit of guilt. It was like I had seen something I was not supposed to see. I thought I had caught a glimpse of the tooth fairy before she came into my room to take the tooth from under my pillow. And because I believed that with all the seriousness of a child, I immediately worried that if she knew I had seen her, she might not take my tooth. Or worse, she might not leave the money. So I did the only thing that made sense in my little 6 or 7-year-old mind. I hid under the covers and pretended to be asleep. I remember lying there with my heart beating fast, but not from terror. From excitement. From wonder. From that childlike belief that magic had just come into my yard and that I had almost spoiled the whole thing by watching too long. At some point after that, I really must have fallen asleep. The rest of the night itself is lost to time. What I remember most is the orb, the moonlight, the bush, the rush under the blankets, and that feeling that something magical had passed close enough for me to see. The strangest part is that for many years afterward, I did not think much about it. I told no one. And the reason I told no one was very simple. At that age, I honestly believed in things like the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny. So to me, I had not seen anything mysterious or paranormal or strange. I thought I had simply seen what children are not usually lucky enough to see. I thought I had seen the Tooth Fairy approaching the house. That explanation satisfied me completely then. There was no mystery because I already believed I knew what it was. That is one of the reasons childhood experiences can stay buried for so long. Children often accept extraordinary things more easily than adults because they already live in a world where magic feels possible. Adults tend to demand explanations. Children do not always need them. So I did not spend years obsessing over it. I just carried it as one more true thing in the magical logic of childhood. It was only much later, as I grew older, that I started thinking about that night differently. As an adult, I no longer believed in the Tooth Fairy in the same literal way, of course. And once that childhood explanation fell away, all that was left was the memory itself. And the memory is still very clear. That is what bothers me in the best and strangest way. A lot of childhood memories blur at the edges. Rooms become less exact. Faces fade. The emotional feel remains, but the actual images soften with time. This one did not. I can still picture the moonlight over the yard. I can still picture the way the orb came from the street. I can still see it move toward the house, turn around the azalea bush, and disappear around the side. I can still feel the quick, guilty excitement that sent me diving under my blankets. That clarity is what makes it hard to shrug off now. Because if it had only been some vague childhood impression, I could dismiss it more easily. But it is not vague. It has shape, color, movement, setting, and emotional truth attached to it. I know what I saw. The only thing I no longer know is what it was. Over the years, I have tried to think of ordinary explanations. Could it have been a person with a light? I do not think so. There were no streetlights, and the yard was bright enough in the moonlight that I would have seen a person if there had been one walking there. Also, the way the orb moved did not fit with someone carrying a flashlight or lantern. It floated at a steady height, around 5 feet off the ground if I had to estimate it. That is another detail I remember. It was not close to the grass, not like a small glowing thing skimming the ground. It was higher than that, around the height a person's chest or upper body might be. And yet I saw no person attached to it. Could it have been some reflection or trick of moonlight? Maybe, but I have never found a satisfying way to believe that. Moonlight can do strange things, yes, but not usually in a way that produces one distinct greenish-yellow orb moving across a yard, around a bush, and out of sight along the side of a house. Reflections tend to shift with the viewer's position. This orb seemed to move with its own intention. Could it have been some natural phenomenon, something atmospheric, or electrical or insect-like? Again, maybe. But if so, it was unlike anything else I have ever seen before or since. And that is what keeps the mystery alive for me. Because no explanation I reach for feels fully convincing. I sometimes think about what that moment says about childhood itself. Children stand in a strange place between worlds. They believe easily, but they also see clearly in ways adults often no longer do. Adults, with all their logic and experience, tend to filter everything. Children receive first and explain later. I wonder sometimes whether that is why I saw it without fear. If I saw the exact same thing now as an adult, I imagine my reaction would be very different. I would not calmly assume it was the tooth fairy. I would be startled, suspicious, maybe even frightened. But as a child, I was open to wonder first. That changes everything about the memory. It means my experience was not shaped by fear at the time. That matters. Because if I had already been frightened of ghosts, dark things, or strange lights, it would be easy to say my imagination transformed something ordinary into something magical. But that is not what happened. I was happy. Excited. Waiting for something magical already. And then I saw a light that fit perfectly into the world I believed in. That does not prove it was magical, of course. But it does mean the emotional tone of the moment was wonder, not panic. And wonder leaves a different kind of memory than fear does. I also think about the setting a lot. A dead-end road. No street lights. A large yard. A house sitting far back from the street. A full moon. A big azalea bush beneath the window. There is something very still about that picture. It feels almost staged, as if the night had been arranged perfectly for a child to see something unusual and never forget it. The full moon especially stands out in my mind because it made the yard visible enough that I trusted what I was seeing. Had the yard been completely dark, maybe I would doubt my own eyes more. But the moonlight made everything visible. The grass, the bush, the openness between the street and the house. It gave the orb context, and that context is part of why I still believe it was real. Sometimes I wonder whether seeing it was a kind of gift. Not necessarily a supernatural gift in the grand sense, but a gift of experience, a moment of wonder I was lucky enough to have when my heart was still simple enough to accept it fully. There is something beautiful in that possibility. Maybe the reason the memory does not scare me, even now, is because it entered my life through innocence. It arrived inside a night already full of expectation and magic. So even though the adult me does not know what it was, the child in me still treasures the feeling of it. And yet there is also a slight sadness in looking back now. Because the simplicity of the childhood explanation is gone. I can never go back to the certainty I had then, when I believed without hesitation that I had seen the tooth fairy in the yard. That certainty belonged to that age and that heart. The adult version of me can only stand at a distance and ask questions the child version of me never needed. What did I actually see? Why was it that color? Why did it move the way it did? Why do I still remember it so clearly? And why, after all these years, has no explanation felt right? That is the mystery I live with now. Not a terrifying one. Not a tragic one. Just a small, glowing, beautiful mystery from childhood. And maybe that is why it has remained so precious to me even in uncertainty. Because whatever it was, it arrived in a night of wonder and left behind wonder too. When we first moved into this house, we felt lucky. The rent was low, And for people trying to build a life without crushing pressure, that kind of thing feels like a blessing. A low-rent place that still looks decent on the inside can feel like a rare chance, something you should be grateful for before life changes its mind. So when we got here, we were happy. We were hopeful. We thought maybe this would be a place where things would settle down for us, where we could build comfort little by little and make it feel like home. But almost from the beginning, something felt wrong. Not in one huge dramatic way at first. Not the kind of thing where you walk in and immediately see some horrible sign. It was more like a shared feeling, the kind that hangs in the air and slowly works its way into your nerves. My girlfriend and I both felt it from day one. That is one of the reasons I have never been able to ignore it completely. If it had only been me, I could have blamed my own mind more easily. I could have told myself I was stressed, suspicious, tired, too imaginative, or carrying tension from somewhere else in life. But it was not only me. We both felt that something about the place was off. And when two people feel the same strange heaviness in a house right from the beginning, it is hard not to wonder. I am not someone who jumps straight to ghosts. That is important. I have exposed my mind to just about everything religion has to offer. I have read, listened, explored, questioned, and thought deeply. I do not scare easily when it comes to religious ideas, symbols, or stories. I do not panic every time something odd happens and start crying demon. That is not me. I look for logic first. I inspect things. I test things. I try to understand structure, sound, airflow, habits, stress, the ordinary explanations that other people miss because they want mystery too quickly. And yet, even with that mindset, this house keeps pressing on me in a way I cannot fully solve. That is why I have started fighting back in the way that makes sense to me. Right now, I am building a feng shui garden. Day by day. I am trying to change the energy around this place. I am trying to heal it. I am trying to bring balance into something that feels disturbed. Today, for example, I ripped up the moss from the grass after poisoning it a week earlier. I planted tulips. I planted grass seed. I am trying to reclaim the yard, reshape the space, and push back against whatever bad feeling has settled over this house and still seems to sleep with my family at night. Because that is what it feels like. Like the bad energy does not stay outside. It sleeps here with us. And that is a hard way to live. The house itself gave us odd signals even before the truly strange things started happening. Some details stood out immediately. There were cameras on the front and back of the house. Rose bushes were planted all around it, but there were no blossoms. Just the bushes, there, surrounding everything, but without the beauty you would expect from them. The yard was poor and rough, almost neglected, while the inside of the house looked nice enough. That contrast bothered me even then. A rough outside, a decent inside, cameras, dead-feeling rose bushes, and this strange atmosphere that neither of us could shake. Then we found bones in the backyard. I assumed they were cow bones. At least that is my best guess. Still, finding bones in a yard where you are trying to settle down never helps the feeling of peace. It just adds another layer of discomfort. Then there was the landlord, who told us we could never have dogs. Not, "Please do not keep pets," in some ordinary landlord tone, but something about the firmness of it stuck with me. Maybe that detail means nothing by itself. Maybe it is just a rule. But when strange details start collecting in one place, even the normal ones begin to feel loaded. My girlfriend and I kept sharing that same uneasy feeling, and eventually I decided I was going to inspect the house properly. If something was wrong, I wanted to know what it was. I was not going to sit there and let fear invent things if there were practical problems I could identify. So I started looking carefully at everything. One thing I found was a chain hanging on the side of our bedroom window. That immediately struck me as odd. I removed it. I also noticed that the screen on our bedroom window had duct tape residue on it, and that bothered me too. So I put the screen back on properly and dealt with that as best I could. That is how I approach things. If I see something strange but physical, I try to fix it. I do not stand there wondering whether some spirit likes chains on bedroom windows. I remove the chain. I repair the screen. I test what can be tested. Then there were the sounds under the bedroom. We kept hearing this odd howling sound, and it was especially creepy beneath or around our bedroom area. The explanation given to us was that it came from the wind moving through the ventilation under the house. That sounded possible, so I checked it. And after inspecting it, I found that around the bedroom most of the vents were boxed off except one. So yes, in that case I could accept a practical explanation. That remaining opening could easily create strange sound movement depending on wind direction and pressure. So I told myself the odd howling was probably coming from that. But even after solving or partly solving one explanation, the feeling never left. That is what keeps making this place so difficult to deal with. I can debunk some individual things. I can inspect sound. I can identify air movement. I can repair physical details. But the overall heaviness remains. Because of the strange sounds in general, I even bought a fountain. That may sound like a small thing, but it was a deliberate choice. I wanted to drown out the odd noises. Water has a way of softening a space. A fountain gives the mind something peaceful and steady to focus on. If the house liked to whisper through creaks and little unexplained sounds, I wanted to answer with something constant and calming. It helped a little, maybe. But it did not erase what both of us felt. Then came the night that shook me the most. Last night, my girlfriend woke me up. Or at least that is how it began. She started saying something to me in bed, and what she said made my blood run cold. She said, "Get out, leave this place, you are not welcomed here, get out now." Then she started babbling about death. I remember just lying there, stunned, trying to understand whether she was awake, or dreaming, or somewhere in between. I asked her what she was talking about. I tried speaking to her normally, waiting for her to answer like herself. But she did not respond in any ordinary way. There was no real conversation happening. It was like she was trapped inside something and only the words were coming out. This was the first time in the 2.5 years I had known her that she had ever said anything like that. That matters. This was not normal sleep talking for her. This was not one of those harmless, strange little murmurs people sometimes make in sleep. This was different. It was specific. It was disturbing. And it sounded like a warning. I did not know what else to do, so I nudged her with my arm to make sure she would really wake up. Once I got her more awake, I started questioning her about what she had been saying. The strange part is that I still have not told her exactly what she said to me, because I know it would freak her out badly. She was already disturbed enough by what she remembered from the dream itself. What she told me was this. She thought she was dead. She thought her children had left her. And she was afraid for her children's lives. That was her emotional reality while she was in that state. I tried to calm her down. I reminded her that none of that was true. That she was here. That she had only been dreaming. That her children were fine. That she was safe. But even while I was saying those things, another part of me was deeply unsettled. Because of the exact words she had spoken first. "You are not welcomed here." That sentence stayed in me long after she settled down. It felt too directed. Too personal. Too much like the house itself had spoken through her for a moment. Now tonight she is worried that she might sleepwalk like her oldest daughter already does. That adds another layer to it, of course. Sleepwalking can run in families. Sleep talking can happen. Night terrors happen. People dream vividly. I know all of that. I do not reject logic. In fact, I hold on to it tightly because the alternative is too easy and too terrifying if you let your mind run without limits. And yet, part of me still cannot dismiss what happened as easily as I want to. Because it fits too neatly into the bad feeling that has been present in this house from the start. Part of me still thinks this house just has bad energy. That is what I keep telling myself. Bad energy. A place that needs healing. A place that holds fear because of its shape, its history, its yard, its atmosphere, and our own rough beginning here. That is the explanation I want. Because bad energy can be worked on. Bad energy can be shifted. A garden can help. Water can help. Beauty can help. Routine can help. Courage can help. Love can help. That is the path I want to believe in. But another part of me, the deeper gut part, keeps whispering that this may be more than bad energy. Because there are things in this house that are too consistent. Take the doors, for example. If a door is left ajar, it shuts itself after about a minute. Not randomly. Not only once in a while. Consistently. Consistently enough that I honestly think I could time it. That is the kind of thing that makes logic start to bend under the pressure. 1 time could be airflow. 2 times could be coincidence. But when something happens with almost measurable consistency, the mind starts paying attention differently. And I am a logical person. That is the frustrating part. I am not looking for ghosts. I am looking for the explanation that makes the most sense. I used to sleepwalk too, but in my case that came after a dramatic event in childhood, and it had a clear emotional cause. It was logical. It had roots. It made sense in the way human reactions sometimes do. I am fine now. I understand that sleep behavior can come from stress, fear, trauma, or emotional overload. So yes, I can absolutely accept that some part of what is happening may have a logical explanation. But logic does not erase the feeling. That is what I keep coming back to. The feeling. It stays with us while taking a shower. It stays with us when trying to fall asleep. It lingers in corners of the house and in certain times of night. It makes ordinary silence feel occupied. It makes small noises feel personal. It keeps a person awake. That is what is so exhausting. Living with a creepy feeling does not sound dramatic when you say it out loud, but anyone who has lived in a house that feels wrong knows how much it drains you. Showers become tense because you are alone and exposed. Bedtime becomes work because the body does not want to fully relax. The mind keeps checking the room, the hallway, the doors, the window, the sounds beneath the floor, the air in the dark. And then just when you are trying to ignore it all, your partner starts saying frightening things in her sleep about death and not being welcome there. That is hard to shrug off. Still, there are details that push me back toward hope. Our cats, for example, seem happy. That may sound small, but it matters to me. They were stray cats before moving in with us, and now they live here in this house. If the place were truly unbearable in some absolute sense, I feel like the cats would show it. Animals often react faster and more honestly than people. But they seem content. That is one of the things I hold on to. It helps me tell myself that maybe this is not some true haunting in the darkest sense. Maybe it is only a rough energy. Maybe it is a place that needs cleansing, attention, beauty, and peace. That is why I keep working on the yard. That is why I planted tulips. That is why I tore up the moss. That is why I seeded the grass. That is why I keep pushing against the heaviness instead of surrendering to fear. Maybe we just had a bad start here. Maybe the cameras, the bones, the dead feeling roses, the odd noises, the unfinished feeling of the yard, the landlord's strange firmness, the stress of settling in, all of it piled together, and created a shared fear in us. Who would not be freaked out in a situation like that? That is the rational side of me talking, and I still listen to it. But the gut side keeps saying, maybe not. Maybe something in this house really does not want us. Maybe the words that came out of my lady in her sleep were not random dream fragments. Maybe the consistency of the doors means something. Maybe the creepy shower feeling and the sleepless nights are not only nerves. Maybe the bad energy has shape. That is where I am living right now. Between logic and instinct. Between healing and fear. Between landscaping the yard and wondering what, exactly, is sleeping beside us at night. It happened when I was 15 years old, and even now, after all these years, the memory has never really left me. Some events fade with time. The sharp details soften, the fear weakens, and eventually they feel like something that happened to someone else. But this one never became distant. It stayed close. Maybe because I was young. Maybe because I never understood it. Or maybe because there was something in that house that did not want to be forgotten. My father came from a very large family. He had 7 sisters and 5 brothers, which meant there were 13 children in all. Life had not been easy for them growing up. Money was always a problem, and everyone had to struggle in one way or another. As they got older, some of them married young, started families of their own, and moved to different parts of the United States. Because of that, our extended family became huge. There were cousins everywhere, aunts and uncles spread across different places, and family events always seemed to appear out of nowhere. When you grow up in a family that large, you get used to a certain rhythm. There are always reunions, weddings, funerals, sudden visits, and obligations that come with being part of something so big. Sometimes you spend time with one side of the family, sometimes with another, depending on what is happening and who needs support. That was normal for us. It was almost expected that every so often, life would suddenly shift because some family matter needed attention. One Thursday afternoon, we got one of those calls that no family ever wants to receive. It was my Aunt Jamie. The moment adults get quiet when they pick up the phone, children notice. Even if no one says anything right away, you feel it. Something changes in the room. I do not remember the exact words she used, but I remember the effect clearly. My uncle had died. It was a terrible accident. He had just gotten off work from a local factory and, like many working men did, he had stopped for a few drinks with his friends. I was told he only had 2 beers. And instead of driving home after that, he had actually made the responsible decision to walk. That detail always stayed with me because it made the whole thing feel even more cruel. He had tried to do the safer thing. As the story was told to us, he stepped in front of a city bus just as it was leaving one of its stops. The bus was not going very fast, but it did not need to be. The impact knocked him off his feet, and when he fell, he hit his head on the raised curb of the sidewalk. That head injury caused bleeding, and he never woke up. I had been to funerals before, even though I was only 15. In a family as big as ours, death was sadly not something completely unknown. I was not frightened by funerals in the way some younger children are. By then I understood the rituals. I understood wakes, services, flowers, solemn voices, black clothes, the strange food afterward, the mixture of crying and storytelling and uncomfortable silence. I did not like them, but I understood that they were part of life. Still, I was not happy when it was decided that I would go. Both my mother and father had to work and could not attend the services because they would be held 2 or 3 days later. So it was arranged that I would travel with one of my aunts and attend on behalf of our branch of the family. We would stay for 2 nights and 3 days in Sioux City, Iowa, to attend everything. At 15, 3 days away from home felt enormous. That sounds silly now, maybe, but when you are that age, time stretches differently. A weekend away for a funeral does not just feel like a short trip. It feels like being pulled out of your own life and placed somewhere heavy and unfamiliar, where you are expected to behave like an adult but still feel very much like a kid inside. During the drive to Sioux City, which took about 2.5 hours, much of the conversation centered around my Uncle Danny. I had not seen him since I was around 8 years old. He had drifted away from the family in many ways. He did not stay closely involved after moving to Iowa, and he had not really followed the same path as most of the others. He did not go to church, did not keep in close touch, and generally seemed to have gone in his own direction. My aunt mentioned that he had gotten involved in some kind of cult. She did not know the exact name, or how he got involved, or what they believed, but for our family, which was more rural and traditional in mindset, anything like that was seen as shocking and awful. Even hearing the word cult on that drive made me uneasy. It placed a strange shadow over him before we had even arrived. When we finally got there, the place itself startled me. The house was huge. It was a big, rambling older home, the kind that seems to have grown in strange directions over the years. It had 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and many other rooms besides. There was even a concrete basement that stretched under half the house. For a single man, it seemed far too big. That was my first thought as I stood there looking at it. The house had presence even from the outside. It did not look ruined or neglected exactly, but it felt too large, too full of itself, too full of spaces where people could disappear from view. By the time we arrived, many other family members were already there, moving in and out, talking quietly, carrying bags, settling into temporary sleeping arrangements. I asked my aunt why my uncle had lived in such a large house if he was alone. She told me someone had left it to him in their will and that he had fallen in love with it and decided to keep it. According to her, though, he really only lived in about half the house. The rest of the rooms had mostly stayed closed off. That detail stuck with me. A huge old house. A man living mostly alone in only part of it. Other rooms kept shut. Even before anything happened, that was enough to make my imagination restless. I was assigned a bedroom on the top floor of the 3-story house, not far from the room my aunt would be using. We carried our things upstairs so we could freshen up before the wake. I remember climbing those stairs with my aunt behind me, and from the very beginning, something felt wrong. I kept getting chills. At first I thought maybe the air conditioning was turned way up. It was August, and outside the weather had been hot and humid, around 89 degrees, the kind of sticky heat that clings to your skin. It happened when I was 15 years old, and even now, after all these years, the memory has never really left me. Some events fade with time. The sharp details soften, the fear weakens, and eventually they feel like something that happened to someone else. But this one never became distant. It stayed close. Maybe because I was young. Maybe because I never understood it. Or maybe because there was something in that house that did not want to be forgotten. My father came from a very large family. He had 7 sisters and 5 brothers, which meant there were 13 children in all. Life had not been easy for them growing up. Money was always a problem, and everyone had to struggle in one way or another. As they got older, some of them married young, started families of their own, and moved to different parts of the United States. Because of that, our extended family became huge. There were cousins everywhere, aunts and uncles spread across different places, and family events always seemed to appear out of nowhere. When you grow up in a family that large, you get used to a certain rhythm. There are always reunions, weddings, funerals, sudden visits, and obligations that come with being part of something so big. Sometimes you spend time with one side of the family, sometimes with another, depending on what is happening and who needs support. That was normal for us. It was almost expected that every so often, life would suddenly shift because some family matter needed attention. One Thursday afternoon, we got one of those calls that no family ever wants to receive. It was my Aunt Jamie. The moment adults get quiet when they pick up the phone, children notice. Even if no one says anything right away, you feel it. Something changes in the room. I do not remember the exact words she used, but I remember the effect clearly. My uncle had died. It was a terrible accident. He had just gotten off work from a local factory and, like many working men did, he had stopped for a few drinks with his friends. I was told he only had 2 beers. And instead of driving home after that, he had actually made the responsible decision to walk. That detail always stayed with me because it made the whole thing feel even more cruel. He had tried to do the safer thing. As the story was told to us, he stepped in front of a city bus just as it was leaving one of its stops. The bus was not going very fast, but it did not need to be. The impact knocked him off his feet, and when he fell, he hit his head on the raised curb of the sidewalk. That head injury caused bleeding, and he never woke up. I had been to funerals before, even though I was only 15. In a family as big as ours, death was sadly not something completely unknown. I was not frightened by funerals in the way some younger children are. By then I understood the rituals. I understood wakes, services, flowers, solemn voices, black clothes, the strange food afterward, the mixture of crying and storytelling and uncomfortable silence. I did not like them, but I understood that they were part of life. Still, I was not happy when it was decided that I would go. Both my mother and father had to work and could not attend the services because they would be held 2 or 3 days later. So it was arranged that I would travel with one of my aunts and attend on behalf of our branch of the family. We would stay for 2 nights and 3 days in Sioux City, Iowa, to attend everything. At 15, 3 days away from home felt enormous. That sounds silly now, maybe, But when you are that age, time stretches differently. A weekend away for a funeral does not just feel like a short trip. It feels like being pulled out of your own life and placed somewhere heavy and unfamiliar, where you are expected to behave like an adult but still feel very much like a kid inside. During the drive to Sioux City, which took about 2.5 hours, much of the conversation centered around my Uncle Danny. I had not seen him since I was around 8 years old. He had drifted away from the family in many ways. He did not stay closely involved after moving to Iowa, and he had not really followed the same path as most of the others. He did not go to church, did not keep in close touch, and generally seemed to have gone in his own direction. My aunt mentioned that he had gotten involved in some kind of cult. She did not know the exact name, or how he got involved, or what they believed, but for our family, which was more rural and traditional in mindset, anything like that was seen as shocking and awful. Even hearing the word cult on that drive made me uneasy. It placed a strange shadow over him before we had even arrived. When we finally got there, the place itself startled me. The house was huge. It was a big, rambling older home, the kind that seems to have grown in strange directions over the years. It had 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and many other rooms besides. There was even a concrete basement that stretched under half the house. For a single man, it seemed far too big. That was my first thought as I stood there looking at it. The house had presence even from the outside. It did not look ruined or neglected exactly, but it felt too large, too full of itself, too full of spaces where people could disappear from view. By the time we arrived, many other family members were already there, moving in and out, talking quietly, carrying bags, settling into temporary sleeping arrangements. I asked my aunt why my uncle had lived in such a large house if he was alone. She told me someone had left it to him in their will and that he had fallen in love with it and decided to keep it. According to her, though, he really only lived in about half the house. The rest of the rooms had mostly stayed closed off. That detail stuck with me. A huge old house. A man living mostly alone in only part of it. Other rooms kept shut. Even before anything happened, that was enough to make my imagination restless. I was assigned a bedroom on the top floor of the 3-story house, not far from the room my aunt would be using. We carried our things upstairs so we could freshen up before the wake. I remember climbing those stairs with my aunt behind me, and from the very beginning, something felt wrong. I kept getting chills. At first I thought maybe the air conditioning was turned way up. It was August, and outside the weather had been hot and humid, around 89 degrees, the kind of sticky heat that clings to your skin. So a cooler interior would have made sense. As we climbed, I mentioned to my aunt that I felt cold. She told me I was just tired from the drive. I brought up the air conditioning, and that was when she told me the house did not have any. It was too old for central air, she said, and Uncle Danny had apparently never thought such comforts were necessary. That answer should have settled it, but it did not. If the house had no air conditioning, why did I keep shivering? We reached the top landing, and my aunt pointed me toward the room where I would be staying. It was 2 doors down on the right. She said family members had already aired out the rooms and cleaned up the halls, and she was right about that. The upstairs was immaculate. It even smelled faintly of lavender, which somehow made it stranger, not better. The hallway was too clean, too neat, too closed in. Every door on that floor was shut. My aunt told me there was a bathroom directly across from my room, then casually mentioned that she had forgotten something in the car and would be right back. She turned and went back down the stairs, leaving her 2 bags near the landing. I stood there for a second with a bag in each hand. The house was very quiet. I was tired from the road and wanted nothing more than a shower and a change of clothes. So I started walking down the hallway toward my room. Then I looked up. And I saw them. There were 3 white shapes hovering in the middle of the hallway. Not standing on the floor. Not walking toward me. Hovering. One of them had a more human shape to it, though still faint and not fully solid. The other 2 were more like dense white fog, gathered into forms but without clear features. I blinked several times, because that is what people do when they see something impossible. You blink, because the first thing you hope is that your eyes are playing tricks on you. Then I heard what sounded like wind chimes. Soft, sudden, bright. And the figures were gone. Not moving away. Not fading slowly. Gone. I dropped all pretense of calm and ran. I ran down the hall into my assigned room, slammed the door, and locked it. My heart was pounding so hard that it felt loud in my ears. I sat on the bed and tried to make sense of what I had just seen. I kept telling myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Light from the windows. Road fatigue. Stress. Anything. But deep down I knew I had seen something, and whatever it was had not felt imaginary. A little while later there was a soft knock at the door. I assumed it was my aunt returning. I jumped up, unlocked the door, and opened it. But it was not my aunt. A man was standing there, smiling at me. He looked friendly. Calm. Warm even. He said he had seen me run into the bedroom, and wanted to make sure I was all right. His manner put me at ease almost immediately. He did not seem odd or threatening. If anything, he felt familiar in that quiet family way where someone older knows your face from the resemblance to your parents, even if you do not know them personally. I asked who he was. He smiled even wider and told me he was related to my dad and that he knew exactly who I was. That answer made enough sense in a family like ours that I accepted it without much question. There were many relatives I had never met, or had only met when very young. We went into the room, left the door open, and sat down in chairs facing each other. Then we talked. And that is another part that stayed with me. It was easy to talk to him. So easy that my nervousness melted away. He told me stories about my father and my aunts and uncles growing up. He knew little family things, old stories from before I was born, details that made him feel more real and more connected. I listened and relaxed more and more. There was nothing frightening about him at all. In fact, sitting there with him felt strangely peaceful after the shock in the hallway. About an hour must have passed. Then I heard my aunt calling me from the hall. I stuck my head out the door and answered her. She told me it was time to go to the funeral home for the wake. I remember saying something like, "We'll be right out." Then I turned back around into the room. And there was no one there. No movement. No open window. No second door. No sound. Just an empty room. I stared for a second, then ran back out into the hall and told my aunt about the man I had been talking to. I said he told me he was related to Dad. She asked how he was related, and that was when I realized I did not know. I had not thought to ask. My aunt looked at me like I had said something foolish and told me the ride and the heat must have gotten to me. She reminded me there was only one way out of the room, and I had been standing in the doorway when she called. There was nowhere for a person to go. I did not argue. I just grabbed my purse, and we went downstairs. But as we reached the landing to the second floor, something caught my eye. There was a framed photograph on the wall, and sunlight reflected off the glass just enough to draw my attention to it. I stepped away from the landing into the hall and looked at the picture. It was him. The man I had just spent an hour talking to. I turned to my aunt and asked who the man in the photo was. She told me it was my uncle. The very uncle whose wake we were about to attend. She said the picture hung there because the second floor had always been his favorite. I told her that was the man I had just been talking to. She stared at me for a few seconds, then scolded me for making up a story like that and trying to upset her. I did not say anything else. There was nothing I could say. I was too stunned even to try defending myself. I knew what I had experienced. But I also knew how impossible it sounded. The next couple of days passed in a kind of fog. I did what I was expected to do. I attended the wake. I sat through the services. I listened to people talk quietly about grief and memory and practical things. But a part of me stayed behind in that upstairs bedroom, in that hallway, and in front of that photograph. Everything after that felt slightly unreal. Before we left to go home, a group of relatives gathered for tea and began discussing what should be done with the house. One of my uncles mentioned that they would not be able to sell it until All that nonsense on the second floor was gone and burned. That sentence hit me immediately. What nonsense on the second floor? No one explained, at least not to me. But by then, after everything I had already seen, I needed to know. So I slipped away from the group and went upstairs by myself. I stopped in front of the photograph of my uncle and stared at it again. For just a moment, and even now I am not sure whether this was real or only my eyes playing tricks. I thought the picture winked at me. I moved down the hallway and opened the first door on the right. The room inside was painted bright red. In the center stood a single kneeler, draped in red cloth. The windows were covered completely in tinfoil so that no sunlight could enter. I felt a chill run through me. There was nothing else in the room. Nothing to explain it away, nothing ordinary enough to soften the weirdness of it. Just that red room, the kneeler, and the window sealed shut from light. I shut off the light and closed the door. Then I opened the next door. That room was painted black. It too contained only a kneeler, this one draped in black cloth. Its windows were covered the same way. By then, my skin was crawling. I turned off the light and closed that door too. Then I moved toward the third room. Before I opened the door, I could hear voices murmuring inside. That actually comforted me for a second. I thought maybe some family members were up there after all. Maybe I was not alone. Maybe there was an explanation waiting behind the door that would make all of this less strange. I opened it. The room was pitch black. No lights were on. Still, the murmuring continued, low and constant, like many voices speaking just beyond the edge of understanding. I reached over and turned on the light. The room was black like the one before it, but larger. There were 3 rows of chairs, each draped with black cloth. There was no pulpit, no altar, no decorations, no pictures. Just chairs. Rows of them. Then the murmuring got louder. Not clearer. Just louder. It rose all around me like the sound of being inside a beehive. Dense. Alive. Too many voices layered into one vibration. I slammed the door and ran. I forgot to turn the light off. I just ran downstairs and went straight to my aunt, asking if we could leave immediately. She asked what was wrong, but I told her nothing. I just wanted to go home. We drove for a long time in silence. Finally, my aunt told me in a very firm voice that I should not have gone exploring the second floor without permission, that it was rude and improper to go poking around in other people's things. I let her think that was the reason I was upset. We never talked about that trip again. Not really. My uncle is rarely mentioned even now. And I have never forgotten that house. I do not know exactly what it all meant. I do not know whether my uncle truly spoke with me, whether the white shapes were some kind of welcome, warning, or something else entirely, whether the strange rooms belonged to whatever cult-like path he had fallen into, or whether the voices in that last room were memory, energy, or something still lingering there. I only know that it terrified me. And after all these years, it still does. This story was first told to me by my second cousin, and then years later, in a strange and deeply personal way, something happened to me and then again to my daughter that made me think of her story all over again. Because of that, I have never been able to treat it as just an old family ghost tale told for entertainment. It feels too connected, too personal, too repeated. It began as something that happened to someone older than me, someone from another generation, and then somehow the pattern returned through my own family in a way that still makes me uneasy whenever I think about it. My second cousin would be in her 90s today if she were still alive. She was much older than me, and when she told me this story, she told it with the kind of seriousness older people have when they are not trying to impress anyone and are not interested in making things sound more dramatic than they really were. That is one reason I believed her. She was not the type to invent stories for attention. She told it as something that happened, something strange but meaningful, something that stayed with her all her life. Her story began when she was in her 20s. At that time, she had a boyfriend, and like many young people in love, they talked about all sorts of things, including things that feel distant and unreal when you are young. One day they were talking about death. Not in some dark, theatrical way, but in the thoughtful way people sometimes do when they are close to each other and want to know what the other person believes. They were talking about whether someone could be contacted from beyond the grave, whether the dead could in some way let the living know they were still all right. At some point during that conversation, her boyfriend told her something that she did not take too seriously at the time. He told her that if anything ever happened to him, he would let her know he was okay. That is the sort of thing people say sometimes, especially when they are young and think they have all the time in the world. It sounds romantic, maybe a little dramatic, but not like something you expect to actually become important. So when he said it, she simply asked him how he would do that. In other words, if he was really going to contact her after death, what possible sign would he even use? His answer was simple. He said he would do it through a clock. That was all. A clock. She apparently said okay, but she did not really understand what he meant. I do not think she imagined there was any deeper meaning in it. It was just part of a strange conversation between two young people talking about life, death, and things beyond either one of them. Then, 6 months later, he killed himself. That changed everything. And it changed it in the cruelest way possible, because whatever lightness had existed in that earlier conversation about death was completely gone. This was no longer an abstract idea. It was a real loss, a real death, and one that came with shock, grief, confusion, and pain. My cousin was devastated. She was not just sad in the simple way people sometimes say they are sad. She was broken by it. She could not eat properly. She had trouble sleeping. She started making mistakes at work. Her grief was so obvious and so strong that she was nearly at the point of losing her job over it. That is what grief does sometimes. It enters every part of life. It does not stay politely in the heart. It gets into the appetite, the sleep, the concentration, the body, the routine, the future. By the time she got home from work one night during that terrible period, she was already emotionally exhausted. She was being raised by her aunt at the time, and when she walked in, her aunt told her that the strangest thing had happened. According to her aunt, an old broken clock in the basement had started gonging. Not once. Not twice. It just kept gonging and would not stop. That alone would have been disturbing enough. But what made it even stranger was that it was an old broken clock. It was not in good working condition. It was not some everyday timepiece doing what clocks do. It was supposed to be dead, useless, part of the background, an object nobody expected anything from anymore. And yet that night it would not stop. Her aunt said it kept making noise until she got so fed up and so unsettled by it that she put it on the floor and stomped on it to make it stop. When my second cousin heard that story, she immediately understood it in one way, and one way only. It was him. It was the sign he had promised. He had said that if anything happened to him, he would let her know he was okay. He had said he would do it through a clock. And now, in the middle of her grief, a broken clock in the basement had suddenly come to life and refused to stop. Whether someone else believed it or not, she believed it. And strangely, instead of frightening her, it helped her. That is one of the details I have always found especially interesting. A lot of people assume that if something paranormal happens after a death, the living person will only feel terror. But that was not what happened to her. She took it as a sign from her dead boyfriend, and that sign comforted her enough that it actually helped her start moving through her grief. It did not erase the pain, of course, but it gave her something. A sense that maybe he had kept his word. A sense that maybe he was no longer lost in the way death had made him feel. A sense that maybe love had crossed the distance long enough to speak in the only way he had promised he would. That was her story. And for a long time, it remained just that to me, a family story, a strange and memorable one, but still belonging mostly to another generation. Then my own mother died. It was 1983. She died on Christmas Eve. That detail alone gives the memory a special weight, because death on Christmas Eve changes the shape of that holiday forever. What should be a time of warmth, family, and comfort becomes tied forever to loss. My mother had been living with me at the time, so after she died, I was not only grieving her emotionally, but also living inside the physical reality of her absence. Her belongings were still around me. Her space was still there. Her objects still held the shape of her daily life. In January, not long after her death, I started going through her things. That is one of the hardest parts after someone dies. Sorting through what they leave behind. Every object feels like a little decision. Keep this? Move that? Pack this away? Throw this out? Some things feel too painful to touch. Others feel impossible to part with. Among her belongings was her alarm clock. It had a lighted dial, and I remember deciding to put it in my den on top of the television. This was before television sets could display the time at the push of a button, so a small lit clock sitting on top of the TV was actually useful. That was my practical reason for placing it there. It was my mother's clock, yes, but it was also something I could still use. Maybe that felt comforting too in a small way, like she was still part of the house. That night, something happened. I had a dream. Or at least, I call it a dream because that is the closest word I have, but it felt stranger than an ordinary dream. It was early in the morning, while it was still dark outside, that strange hour when the world feels suspended between night and day. In the dream, I was standing in darkness. There was no room around me that I can clearly describe, no scenery in the way normal dreams usually have. Just darkness. And in that darkness, there was a voice. The voice told me that I had psychic powers, and that I should use them. At first, I was frightened. I refused the gift. That is the best way I can say it. The offer, or announcement, or whatever it was, did not feel comforting. It felt serious. Strange. Bigger than me. And my first instinct was no. I did not want it. I did not want psychic powers. I did not want to become someone who had to live in that kind of world. But the voice was persistent. It kept pressing. And eventually, in the dream, I agreed. I accepted the gift. Then, once I had said yes, people began appearing in the dream. One after another, like figures stepping out of the darkness. And I started running up to each one, telling them that I had this gift. It sounds odd now, but dream logic often feels completely natural while you are inside it. So there I was, going from person to person, telling them what I had been given. Then came a loud, frightening sound. It was harsh enough to shock me awake. And when I woke, the sound was still there. That was the terrifying part. Because the sound had not ended with the dream. It continued into waking. At first I was disoriented, like anyone would be after being pulled suddenly out of such a strange dream. Then I realized what I was hearing. It was my mother's alarm clock. It was going off. So I got out of bed and went into the den to turn it off. I knew that old clock well enough to understand how it worked. It had a pin in the back. You pulled it out to let the alarm ring, and you pushed it in to turn it off. It was not a complicated system. So my sleepy mind assumed the answer would be simple. The alarm had somehow been set, and I only needed to push the pin in and stop the noise. But when I reached the clock and tried to push the pin in, I realized something impossible. It was already pushed in. The alarm was not supposed to be ringing. And to make the whole thing even stranger, it had been set to go off at 8 in the morning. But at that moment, it was only 3:59. That is when I understood it in my own heart. This was Mom. Or at least, that was what I felt immediately. Not in the same exact way my second cousin had understood the broken basement clock as a sign from her boyfriend, but close enough that the old family story came rushing back to me inside my own experience. The dream, the voice, the frightening sound, the dead woman's clock going off at the wrong time with the pin already pushed in, it all connected in an instant. And yet, despite that understanding, I did not stand there calmly welcoming the sign. I yanked the cord out of the wall. That was my reaction. Not because I hated the thought of it being my mother, but because the whole experience was so sudden and so strange that it frightened me. A clock is only a clock until it starts doing what it should not do, at a time it should not do it, in the middle of a dream about psychic powers and the acceptance of some unseen gift. That was too much all at once. So I unplugged it and made it stop. Years passed. Life changed. Then in the 1990s, after I had moved to Florida, the same clock was still around. At some point, my daughter had it sitting on her own television. That already says something about how family objects pass through generations, taking on new places in the house while still carrying old stories with them. The clock was no longer only my mother's. It had become one of those family objects that remained, even after its meaning had grown stranger. Then, one Christmas Eve during those years, it happened again. The clock ran. And once again, the pin was not pulled out. That detail is everything. Because one could always try to explain away the earlier event by saying maybe the alarm had been accidentally set wrong. Maybe I misunderstood the pin. Maybe old clocks sometimes malfunction. But now it had happened again, years later, on Christmas Eve no less, the very night my mother had died. And once again, the part that should have needed to be pulled out for the alarm to ring was not pulled out. The clock should not have been sounding. And yet it did. That is why I have never been able to dismiss it fully. Because once might be an error. Twice becomes a pattern. Especially when those times connect so directly to death, grief, memory, and anniversaries. And now the clock is wrapped in a box in storage. That feels appropriate somehow. Not thrown away, because it still belongs to the family and to memory. Not displayed either, because too much strangeness has gathered around it. Just wrapped up. Stored away. Contained. As if we all quietly agreed that it was no longer just an object you casually keep out in the open. When I look back over all of this now, what stays with me most is not simply that clocks rang when they should not have. It is the emotional thread connecting the events. My second cousin's boyfriend promised a sign through a clock, then died, and a broken clock answered her grief. My mother died, her clock entered my house, and it sounded at an impossible hour after a dream about psychic powers. Then years later, on Christmas Eve again, the same clock did it once more while in my daughter's possession. If I heard only one of these stories from someone else, I might be more willing to shrug it off. But taken together, they feel harder to deny. There is also something symbolically fitting about clocks. Clocks are about time. And death changes time more than almost anything else. It stops one life's time while stretching grief into something endless for the living. A clock marking the presence of the dead feels almost too perfect in a way, as if time itself becomes the instrument through which memory and spirit speak. I sometimes wonder whether the dead choose objects connected to rhythm and repetition because those objects already stand at the edge between silence and interruption. A clock sits quietly, unnoticed, until suddenly it sounds. And when it sounds at the wrong time, in the wrong way, it can cut through a room like a voice. That is how both stories feel to me. Not like ordinary malfunctions. Like interruptions. Like the dead crossing time for one brief moment, and making the living pay attention. Do I know for certain that my second cousin's boyfriend truly reached her through that broken basement clock? No. Do I know for certain that my mother was saying hello through her alarm clock when it went off at 3:59 with the pin pushed in? No. Do I know for certain that the same thing happened again years later on Christmas Eve with my daughter? No. But uncertainty does not erase the force of the pattern. And sometimes what matters most in these stories is not proof in the scientific sense. It is the strange precision of timing, the emotional context, the repetition, the way the event fits the person who is gone. My second cousin's boyfriend had promised a clock. My mother's clock answered after a dream that already felt like a message. Then it answered again on the anniversary of her death. That is why I cannot treat any of it as meaningless coincidence, no matter how hard I try. There is also something very human in the way we responded. My second cousin felt comforted. I felt fear and recognition both. My daughter inherited the object without necessarily inheriting the full emotional burden of it until it happened again. And now the clock sits in storage, wrapped away like a family secret that no one exactly wants to throw out, and no one exactly wants to hear again either. Maybe that is the true ending of stories like this. Not a final answer. Not total disbelief. Not complete certainty. Just an object put away carefully because too much of the impossible has touched it.